The death of Xbox. Who here owns an Xbox? Very few people. Very few people. I would say, okay, who here owns an Xbox Series X or S? That's a better question. Not an Xbox One, not an Xbox 360. Wow, okay, still a lot of you. Okay, that's more than I thought. I will say I don't own an Xbox anymore. The first console I ever had, this is the console order I went. First console I ever owned was a used PS2 from my older cousin and a Wii. Those were my first two. The first two consoles I ever played was the original Xbox and the GameCube. I had a DSi. Then I never had an Xbox 360 or a PS3. I had an Xbox One. Then I had an Xbox Series S PC. Or PC Xbox Series X. I sold the Xbox Series X for $200 in free chicken. I no longer have that. It's useless. Before this guy even opens his mouth, I'm going to say that I think, genuinely, that Xbox should stop, or Microsoft should stop making Xbox consoles. They should instead make computers that are pre-built Xboxes that are more expensive, but they still eat the losses, and they're just Microsoft-branded PCs. Way better idea. Because that's where they're getting most of their money anyway.
Xbox might not make another console, and here's all the reasons why.
Because you could have the Game Pass on PC, too.
PlayStation 5, since release, has been destroying the Xbox in sale. They started off pretty even, then eventually the PS5 just overtook it completely.
And that's, honestly, I used to think that the whole console war thing is just fucking stupid. Because they're the same exact thing. They almost have the same fucking specs. The only two things that matter in choosing what console you own is exclusives and the controller. And that's it. What controller you like more? Holding, right? And I always used to like Xbox controllers. I still think that Xbox controllers are a better controller in terms of feel. I like the blockiness. But I've only owned a PS5 outside of PC in so long that I've gotten so used to PS5 controllers that I just use them so much now. I like having the sticks on. Let me show you. This Xbox controller, which is like covered in dust because I literally haven't used it in that long. That's crazy. Is these two are separated. I like the distance. I like having this. I don't like when they're together. That annoys me.
And in my own life, this also holds true. People I know either have a PS5 or Nintendo Switch. Not many people have an Xbox Series X or S. And part of the reason why no one bought the Xbox Series S and X is because of the names. The Xbox naming scheme really fell off.
Bro, that is not... I hard disagree. If you're going to make the argument that the Xbox lost the console war because it's named the Series X and S, get the fuck out of here. Hard disagree. I think that the Xbox lost because, number one, exclusives. Number two, all PS5 kids, here's the psychology. PS5, PlayStation kids stay PlayStation kids through adulthood. If you're a fucking PlayStation guy, you're never hopping off the fucking PS wave. You're glazing the PlayStation till you die. Okay? Xbox kids, you have an Xbox when you're a kid, you get a computer. Then you stop using the Xbox. Because all of the games on the Xbox are on the computer. So why the fuck would you ever use an Xbox when you could just have a PC that has all of the games, and if you really want to, you could just plug a USB cord with an Xbox controller into your fucking computer and use it, right, when you have enough money to buy a fucking PC. And they're getting so expensive now that a $500 fucking Xbox, you might as well just get a lower grade PC. PS5, on the other hand, they have games that you literally can't get on anything else. Like, the only reason I own a PS5 isn't because I'm in love with the PlayStation. The PS5, the PlayStation has games like the new FNAF game that'll only be on fucking PS5. I need a PS5 to be able to play that on stream. almost all console games outside of literal PlayStation exclusives are on PC. And then even then, they just end up putting the PlayStation exclusives on console after like 4 years.
Especially when the competition, the PlayStation, just went from PS3 to PS4. It's a lot more clear-cut, and Xbox One is confusing. And the Xbox Series X is even more confusing because there's also the Xbox Series S, okay? And they called the previous Xbox upgrades.
What is the PlayStation 5 without the disc drive called? Is it also just a PS5? Because there's two different types of PlayStations as well. It's just PlayStation Digital. Oh. Yeah, no, they have better naming. I will give them that. I'll agree with him. I don't think that's the reason they lost, but it is very confusing that it went Xbox 360. Why was it called that? I don't know who the fuck made the decision for that. Xbox 3. I will say, I never even owned one. And the greatest consoles the greatest console to ever exist was the PlayStation 2. I think that's an undisputed thing that most people would agree with. The PlayStation 2 was the greatest console that's ever existed. But I think after that, Xbox 360. And I never even owned one. But when I would go over my friends' houses and he had a PlayStation or an Xbox 360, I would be like, fuck, this is endless entertainment.
What?
The Wii is, you're blinded by nostalgia. The Wii had, in its time, greatness. But the Switch is better. The Switch is better than the Wii. It is. The Switch has better games, better mechanics. It reads better. Do you remember when you played on the Wii and you had that dumb sensor bar and that had to fucking read your stick? And sometimes you would be playing and it wouldn't read it and it would glitch. And then you would lose because of that, and it was so aggravating. The Switch doesn't have that problem. You could stand in a different room, and your Switch could be in your basement, and it would still read it. Like, perfectly fine. Oh, we're only a minute into the video. Eesh.
It's like Xbox doesn't really know what they want to be anymore, and the names are a symptom of that. Ever since that Xbox presentation where they just talked about the TV the entire time, Xbox has been dead to a lot of people, including me. The fall from grace that Xbox had when they revealed the Xbox cable box is astounding. Like the Xbox
I didn't know Xbox released a cable box.
360 was the gamer console. That's the console you played all your big multiplayer games on. Con got DLC packs a month early on the Xbox 360 compared to the PS3. And at the time, they were all map packs. You got a pretty substantial amount of content early. And then Halo was one of the go-to games at the time, which you could only play on the Xbox. And Halo 3 had one of the biggest midnight releases ever. Xbox really was the
Yo, when I saw a motherfucker go to GameStop to buy Black Ops 6 at like midnight on the day of release, I actually, I disassociated. I saw a TikTok of that. I don't know if anybody peeped that. There was a dude, in 2024, there was a guy that pulled up to GameStop at midnight. I didn't even know GameStop did midnight releases. It is a worker that, like, unlocks, you could tell the worker just looks disheveled. They unlock the fucking, like, metal grate and pull it up, and it's only him. It's only him. They sell one copy of the Black Ops 6, and then he dips.
And then they released the Xbox One, which was...
You made a TikTok on it? Yeah, but I don't know where the TikTok is.
All about TV. Now, everyone at the time who actually bought consoles knew this was a bad idea. Everyone got the memo except for Microsoft. And in hindsight, it's even funnier because, no one watches cable TV anymore. You probably do watch stuff on your console. It's just on the Netflix app or the YouTube app, not cable. This decision...
Yeah, I used to watch YouTube. I used to watch YouTube and Hulu on my Xbox all the time.
Market the Xbox One towards TV was just really silly, and it's especially impressive that Xbox managed to fall off this hard when the PlayStation had a pretty bad reputation. Like, PlayStation was seen as the budget option, like budget in like great value way. It's like not good, mainly because you didn't have to pay for premium connectivity, and it also got DLC later than the Xbox, so it felt cheaper. And people also didn't like the controller.
Somebody said I still do. I mean, dude, it's literally a cheaper alternative to cable. Owning cable is such a scam now that, like, the only good things cable television has is the news and sports, and that's it. Maybe, like, award shows, but most award shows are streamed on YouTube now. Most things that, like, are big events that you really want to see are on YouTube. And then even big news events are on YouTube. General Zod said check the Discord. Oh, did you send it? Oh, here it is. Oh, my God.
What it's like going to a midnight
What it's like going to a midnight release of Call of Duty. Oh, this isn't the video, though.
What it's like
I don't know if this is the video.
going to a midnight release for a physical copy in 2024. It's not like the good old days. I'm the first to the door, but there's about 10 other people waiting in cars.
10 other people waiting in cars, and they're gonna funnel in one at a time. They're not all gonna pop in at once.
I'm picking up the brand new Call of Duty Black Ops 6 GameStop exclusive Steelbook edition.
Wow, GameStop exclusive. Why don't we hit up the wall of fucking Funko Pops too? The only thing keeping GameStop in business nowadays. What a journey, dude. It's not like everybody else that bought the digital version is already playing the game at midnight, and you had to physically drive to a GameStop store probably 25 minutes away from you to buy a copy, put it in your console, have it read it, download the disk drive info, and then launch the game. Or the worst, bro, the worst time of gaming history was when you would go to GameStop, buy something, and they wouldn't give you a physical copy. It would be a code on a receipt that you had to input in your console to get the game digitally. That was literally the dumbest mechanism that has ever existed in humankind. When did they do that? I remember, dude, when you used to pre-order Call of Duties, if you pre-ordered a COD at GameStop, because when you pre-ordered, you got like more perks on launch day. I used to do that. I used to pre-order like Advanced Warfare and shit like that. Like, I'm talking, I don't even know when Advanced Warfare came out, but that was when I fucking did this shit. You would pre-order the game. You sure you didn't buy the digital version? Well, I'm almost entirely sure that anytime you used to pre-order, you could fact check me on this, but when you would buy the pre-order version of the game for COD, they wouldn't give you a disc because how would they make it not work? So they would give me like a receipt that had, you know, a 20-digit code. I would input that, and then it would let me download the game before it came out. So then on launch day, I could just launch it rather than having to sit there and have my fucking console download a 100 gigabyte Call of Duty file for fucking 25 hours. Y'all saying unk, but you know 85% of chat was 6 years old when BO3 came out. Oh my God, stop. When did BO3 come out? 2015? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I was in middle school when BO3 was out. I think I was in like 7th grade. Grinding COD. I might have been in 5th. No, I might have been in 6th grade. BO3, one of the best CODs. The only good futuristic COD. Okay, now we got to get back on this.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. Enjoy your night.
Awesome. Could I get that Joker Funko Pop as well?
Good shit.
That's up priced by 30% here. Oh my God. Is that the Freddy Fazbear plushie? Treat yourself to a Funko Ween. Oh. A Funko Ween?
This brings back some memories going to a midnight release.
Brings back memories on release just for this man to go fucking 2-20 in a fucking Call of Duty lobby.
But the point is, Xbox had all these advantages compared to PlayStation.
2-63 Nuketown just gets spawn trapped. Yo, the worst in Black Ops. I haven't played Black Ops 6 literally since Marvel Rivals came out. Black Ops 6, and I literally quit that Dark Matter grind. Black Ops 6, the worst shit was when, what's that score streak where they do like a carpet bomb and it lights everything on fire? They just light your spawn on fire and you just get killed repeatedly, like 7 times until it flips spawns.
The PS4 even added paying for online. So if you were buying a PS4, it was a worse deal than a PS3. And I bring all this up because really the Xbox One was the first domino in Xbox maybe never making a console again. After the Xbox One flopped, Microsoft went to Xbox and basically broke their kneecaps and told them to run. From what I understand, ever since the Xbox One, Microsoft has not treated Xbox favorably at all, which I'm sure is not helping Xbox. And then also, Also, somewhere down the line, Xbox forgot they're supposed to make good games with the console. They can't just make the console. When I think about the Xbox 360, I think about the games I played on it. Games like Call of Duty, Halo 3.
Well, the problem, too, is the competitive nature between Xbox and PlayStation is the only thing that's keeping PlayStation from not yanking up their prices. Because if Xbox disappears and they put nothing in its place, have fun spending $900 for the next console and fucking $95 for play. Like, obviously they wouldn't do it to that extreme, but that's how you keep prices low. The Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 lost money on each console made, right? They were selling it to you cheaper than it cost them to make. And they did that because they would make their money back on, you know, games and fucking the Game Pass and all this other shit. But they ate losses.
The Xbox Live Arcade was a lot like the Steam Early Access section. Like, you can find some amazing games, but most of them are garbage. But the Xbox 360 had games, and people were hyped for those games. And the Xbox One really didn't get much. Like, really, it was Dead Rising 3, Sunset Overdrive, Forza, and I guess Halo. I know Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah, but that didn't matter for the Xbox or the PlayStation 4 because PS4, Xbox One time, everybody was playing GTA, and that was it. Like, at least that's what I was doing. When I had the Xbox One, I was playing Call of Duty and GTA. And that was, and Fortnite. Call of Duty, GTA, Fortnite.
Halo 5 had mixed reception, Forza is Forza, and Dead Rising 3 was a buggy, laggy mess. How do I know? I tried to play it. But games on the Xbox One versus the Xbox 360 fell off pretty hard. They weren't bad, but there was definitely less option. And when you get to the Xbox Series X, exclusives fall off even harder. Mainly because none of the games are really exclusive anymore. For some reason, Xbox saw the Epic Games style of, like, releasing exclusives and was like, hey, I'm gonna do that even though it literally doesn't work.
Part of the problem I had when I was playing Xbox and why I love PC is because, like, if you're hanging out with your friends playing video games, you could literally just buy a $3 game, play it, and if it sucks, like, you're down $3, who cares? The problem with Xbox was, like, your friend would be like, hey, man, this game's only $40. It's good. Buy it. And they'd finally dwindle you down to where you would get it, and then you would play it one time and never play it again.
Exclusives don't really sell consoles. Like, yeah, it helps, but it's not really selling consoles. What sells consoles is fantastic exclusive games that you can only play on that console. Nintendo is a perfect example of this. You don't buy a Nintendo console to play Call of Duty. You buy a Nintendo console.
Yo, but there's people that buy Nintendo consoles and then play fucking Fortnite on the Switch. Crackhead energy. If you're gonna play regular games that aren't Nintendo brand on the Switch, you're insane.
To play Nintendo games. It's also one of the reasons why Nintendo is rarely ever compared to the Xbox or PS5. They really just aren't in the same league of consoles. And then Sony has been moving in this direction with PlayStation. Have you noticed that a lot of people have been talking about how good the games are on PlayStation versus Xbox? And then Xbox has completely abandoned this idea. Everything that releases on the Xbox is almost guaranteed to eventually be released on the PC. And then most of the time,
because they have a higher player base. They're going to make more money if they do that than if they just fucking gatekeep certain video games on platforms.
And those exclusives also end up on the PS5. Like, for example,
yeah, refund that. I'm losing my voice.
Starfield is expected to come out in the PS5 around this year or next year. There really isn't any reason to get an Xbox Series X over a PS5 unless you really like Halo or Starfield. And even then, if you like those games, you might as well just get a decent gaming PC because it's not going to be that much more than an Xbox Series X at this point. And when you factor in Xbox Game Pass,
who the fuck plays Halo anymore, bro? Y'all still play Halo?
A PC. Now, there's also the Xbox Series S, which is available and cheap. And Steam sales, it kind of makes...
Dude, Steam sales are so fire. Everybody always forgets when Steam sale is, and then randomly you open Steam and everything's 90% off, and you're like, why is this game only $2? And then I buy 20 games that I'll never play. And then Steam wins.
Cheaper, but it's hard to know if people are actually buying this thing because Xbox does not separate their sales numbers at all. They're just one graph. It's like how Tesla puts their bad selling cars all in the same category, so you can't tell which one's doing bad. Except in the case with Xbox, it's all of their consoles. And they also stopped releasing the sales numbers themselves, so we can assume that they're bad. So all we have are estimates, and they're not good. The PS5 is sold around...
I think a big thing, too, is you just buy the consoles your friends have. Crossplay is still, you know, a larger thing now, so it doesn't matter as much. But the fucking... It holds true that whatever console your friends own is the console that you're going to own. And similarly, it's the same thing with, like, iPhones. Are there better phones than an Apple iPhone? Yeah, probably. But you get fucking clowned if you don't own an iPhone. If you pull up to school and you're fucking 11 years old and you're getting your first phone and you have a fucking Google Pixel, people are going to be like, duh! Duh! It's like walking into class with Skechers on. People are going to make fun of you.
65 million units. The Xbox X and Series S have sold under 30 million. It is currently a
you pull up to class with a Huawei. Nah, that would put people, dude, that would shell shock people. You go to school one day and you just fucking throw down a fucking Chinese Huawei.
And this has been happening since the Xbox One, and it's pretty clear to me that Xbox has been giving up on the hardware side of things for a while. Like 10 years ago, Phil Spencer was talking about Xbox as a service. Xbox is clearly moving towards Xbox Game Pass as being the replacement.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna release Xbox Game Pass, try and juice that up a bit, and just have PC players buy it.
For the Xbox console. And in my opinion, in the long term, this is a horrible decision. Like, first off,
oh, no, for sure. Nobody's gonna buy it. Hey, do you want a subscription to... It's different than music. Because Spotify works very well. Because you pay... How much is Spotify per month? Like $6? $7? Oh my god, it's $12 a month? I just have that shit on auto pay. Bro. It's $12 a month. Okay, either way, that's still, honestly, I think it's still worth it. it's fucking, dude, you get unlimited music. All right, so Spotify is still worth it because you're basically unlocking a bunch of music and you get to listen to the song and, you know, your experience is completed. The reason Xbox Game Pass kind of sucks is because, yes, you have access to a bunch of games, but you only have access to them while you're paying the recurring subscription, and you can't own the game. So you can get progress in the game, but then if you ever stop paying the Xbox Game Pass, you just lose that progress. Wasn't there a game or a gaming company that wanted their games to be subscription-based services and you're not able to buy them? What company was that? It might have been EA, because EA is money hungry. I don't know for sure, but if it was EA, there was a company that wanted to make their games unbuyable. They wanted to make it so, like, say a new Madden came out, or not a new Madden, a new FIFA, you weren't able to buy the FIFA game. You were only able to pay, like, a yearly subscription for that game, and then it would just disappear. That was Ubisoft? I don't know. It was some game. It was some gaming company. That was a terrible idea. They backpedaled the fuck out of it because it was like everybody lost their minds.
Game Pass is not going to move a lot of consoles because it's Game Pass. The whole idea behind Game Pass is that everything is an Xbox. There was a whole ad campaign about it. And as a PC player, the Xbox Game Pass is perfect if you don't want to ever buy an Xbox. I can play a lot of games in existence for $12 a month. And if a new Xbox game comes out, I can pay for $12 for a month, play the game, and then cancel my subscription. At this point in time...
Yeah, it's worth it for a lot of games, but any game where you make, like, substantial progress and you want to save that, it sucks.
Game Pass is only losing Xbox money. It is not making the money whatsoever. And it's not selling consoles either. So given that Xbox Game Pass is only a drain on Xbox currently, it's pretty safe to say they're doing what Netflix did in the early days of Netflix, where they start off really cheap, they get you hooked, and you keep paying for it even though the price just keeps increasing. They're basically trying to be the middleman for...
Bro, Netflix is losing money now, aren't they? Or losing subscriptions. Like, a lot of people are unsubscribing finally. It's one of those things where you feel like you're obligated to pay for them. Like, I actively pay for like, all of those streaming services, but I only use, like, what, 1 or 2 of them out of the 4 that I have in a given month. So you're just paying... Brady's saying, yeah. So you're just paying, like, fucking $16 a month. So you wait for Squid Games 2 to come out. Like, I watched Squid Games 2. Now I'm not going to use Netflix for 6 months. Because what the fuck's on Netflix? Very bad horror movies.
Gaming services where you pay a rental fee to Xbox to play games. And the goal for Game Pass is 100 million subscribers by 2030. And I don't think that's going to happen. For context, Netflix...
100 million subscribers. The fuck out of here.
Is 300 million users globally, but only about 80 million of those users are in the US. And Xbox is pretty notorious for being hated everywhere but the USA. This 100 million subscriber goal is a total shot in the dark, especially when you take into consideration that the Game Pass prices currently are way too low to be sustainable. Just like Netflix did, once they reach a certain amount of subscribers, they will increase the cost of the subscription. But if they keep increasing the price, I do not see Game Pass.
Dude, and then they make it impossible to cancel a subscription. That's why, some fucking, bro, when you fucking sign up for one of those things and it's like cancel, it like reroutes you to another page. You got to fill out a bunch of shit, reroutes you to another page. You're like, how the fuck is it canceled? You think you're good, and then you get charged the next month. Then you got to call them up. That's gyms. That's gyms. Gyms are fucking hell. Hey, oh, you want to cancel? Oh, you're going to have to pay a $400 cancellation fee. If you ever buy a gym membership, be prepared to lock in on that gym for the rest of your life. You're there, right? That's your gym. That's your gym now, right? Forever. Because if you ever want to get out of that, they got to cut your arm off.
And a lot of people who get Game Pass are probably just playing like 1 or 2 games on there. And if it costs $30 a month at some point, people are going to look at that and be like, why am I paying for this? I only play 2 games, and just buy the 2 games. Also, Xbox already said they weren't going to raise prices and did anyway. It was a condition set by courts to buy Activision Blizzard to not raise the price of Game Pass. And they did it anyways. And it's only going to go up because this business model makes no sense. In what world can $20 a month get you access to hundreds of $70 games? The prices will continue to go up because they literally have to for this to be profitable. And Xbox has pushed Game.
Yeah, because they have to give money. They have to pay probably a flat fee to these companies or a percentage-based subscription on how many people play an individual company's game. Like how many people play whatever games on that console, they have to pay a fee to. And then they're probably just chunking money into the fucking ground.
If you call everything an Xbox, suddenly that Xbox you have is a lot less valuable. Like, what is the point in buying an Xbox if you can play it on your smart fridge? Actually. Now, Phil Spencer has told the Xbox team they still plan on releasing another console. But I don't necessarily believe them because Phil Spencer has lied before. He does that sometimes. And all of the signs point...
Bro, all Xbox has to do to drill PlayStation into the ground is literally use their monumental value to fucking dwarf PlayStation. I'm talking some Monopoly shit. Release the next Xbox console at $300 a console. PlayStation will feasibly be unable to compete. They will not be able to lower their prices as much. I don't know if this is legal, but literally release the next Series Xbox fucking 2-3 years down the line, whenever they're fucking coming out with that shit. Release it for pennies on the fucking console to where it makes no sense for you to buy a PlayStation. Yes, PlayStation is going to have Last of Us and fucking Until Dawn, but a PlayStation $700 and an Xbox $250. I'm just going to buy the Xbox. And then PlayStation gets no new users, and they get fucking drilled into the dirt. And then Xbox, eats a fucking $100 billion loss, but now they have way more users. That's an L take. It would work. Money talks at the end of the day.
But unless they change their strategy, the next Xbox will fail, just like the Xbox Series X did. Xbox would need to make some seriously banger...
Why would it be illegal? It's their own pricing. It's their own pricing, but there are rules on what it's like you have to have a certain competitive value. Usually there's rule bases for companies to not raise their prices too much cumulatively, because if 3 borderline monopolies were able to cumulatively agree to charge $1,000 a console, they could. And that would be unfair. But you could reasonably, as a big company, just undercut your competitors so hard that they're unable to match you. And yes, you're taking the losses, but the government may read that as hey, you're just going to fucking bankrupt them so then you can re-skyrocket your prices. Because if I have $1 trillion and you have $1 billion and we're both competing, I can just lose money and you can't, right? You can lose money to a degree. And am I wrong? Didn't the Xbox Series X released their prices got leaked, and then PS5 had to match them? I'm pretty sure the PlayStation 5 was going to release at a higher value than $500, and they had to lower it. because if they're not, that's why they're always priced the same. Because if they're not priced the same, then you're just going to buy the cheaper one.
Even now, a lot of the studios that Microsoft has bought have just been gutted and replaced with contract workers. And that's just not how you make a banger exclusive. It just isn't. Halo Infinite is a great example of this. Everyone was super hyped for Halo Infinite because of the beta. And then everyone found out the beta was all the content there was. And then when Xbox does make console exclusives, they completely screw over the development studios making the game. Like, why did an Xbox developer have to go public to get Xbox's attention to check their emails? That is insane. So yeah, unless Xbox changes their ways, they're going to die.
They weren't responding to their emails. Oh my God. Hey, I didn't want to have to talk about this. Xbox won't reply and I don't know what to do. All right. Chat, I got to piss real quick and then we're hopping into the next video. This kid outplayed pros for millions.
This kid made poker history. This is Peter Eastgate, a 22-year-old kid from Denmark who showed up at the World Series of Poker with nothing but a dream and ice in his veins.
I love watching pro poker. It seems stupid to watch other people gamble, but when they're playing for millions of dollars and they're so casual, like these are guys that aren't billionaires, right? They might make pretty good money, but they're like pro poker players that are just banking on this win. Ice cold, dude. That's Iceman. No worry. You're 22. You're playing for a $10 million pot, and you're just like, you get a 2-7, unsuited, worst hand in poker. On no problem. You're just like, raise. I would immediately fold. I would immediately fold. I would be too scared. And then, you know, on pocket aces, when I get a good hand, I'm going to be obviously happy. I wouldn't be able to keep that in.
He was known as the Iceman, not because he was cool under pressure, but because he showed absolutely no emotion. Zero. None. Even when millions of dollars were on the line. And in an interview just before the WSOP, Eastgate even described himself as a very unproductive and lazy guy. Well, that's so-called lazy.
Do you think the best strategy for poker is showing no emotion or being overly emotional about everything? Because showing no emotion is really good because they can't get any read on you. And I think that might be the best strategy because if you show emotion, yeah, the average person's probably going to get a worse read than you than if you showed nothing. But if they're a good poker player, they're going to be able to see through you and know if you're lying, whereas you can't be lying or telling the truth if you actually just show nothing and just evaluate the situation. Because then they're guessing off of your bets rather than you. And that's a big thing in poker is understanding the person you're playing against. And if they can't do that, they're fucked.
Guy made poker history. I'm here to show you that he didn't just outplay the pros, he absolutely destroyed them. Let's get into it. Nearly 7,000 players risked $10,000 each at the 2008 World Series of Poker main event, battling for a $9.1 million prize and a chance to be first.
There's only one guy win it. There's 7,000 people that have to put 10K in, and only one guy gets anything. There's no way. There has to be like a guaranteed pool. I'm not entering a $10,000 poker tournament with 7,000 other people going, yeah, there's probably a chance I fucking win this.
Forever remembered on the game's biggest.
Wait, how much was the fucking grand prize?
Battling for a $9.1 million prize.
$9.1 million? Dude, you could retire one tourney win. You win this one fucking game and you're out.
And a chance to be forever remembered on the game's biggest stage. But at the final table, only 9 of the original 7,000 remained. In this first crucial hand, our boy found himself up against Chino Ream, a seasoned pro with over $1 million in career earnings and a reputation for fearless play. But Ream entered the play as the short stack, and the blinds were eating him alive. With a dangerously short stack, Ream was in survival mode. In poker, when you're stacked...
Bro, this shit looks so fun, though, no? Maybe it's just me, because I love gambling. Being in a round table, you're the last 9 in a 7,000 player tourney. I'd feel like I'm in Squid Games. I'd be like, so we're the best of the best. Look where we've made it. All of us had one table. Who's going to take it all?
Gets this low?
Just fucking sitting there. I'd be haggling. I'd be like, dude, I'll give me my chips. Give me half of the fucking money. Please.
You gotta make moves, and fast. Reem knew this, so when he looked down at Ace-King, one of the best starting hands in poker, he didn't hesitate. He shoved all in, putting his tournament life on the line. Eastgate, sitting with a comfortable stack, looked down at Ace-Queen. For most players, this is a relatively easy fold. Ace-Queen is a solid hand, but not a premium by any means. But
Yeah, this is where I suck at poker, because if I have an ace-queen, I'm playing that shit past the flop. I'm going, maybe an ace will pop out.
Eastgate knew Reem was...
I'll play to the fourth. I can't play poker at casinos because I feel bad taking other people's money versus the casino. I think this is different because these guys are pros. But if you go to, like, Atlantic City and I sit down at a poker table and there's some guy across from me going... Fuck! I'm gonna be like, sorry, man. Thanks for the fucking $500. And, like, he can't pay rent next month. And I just took his money. Like, I'm gonna be, he might be bluffing. A lot of them are gambling addicts that are blowing all of the money that they have, right? But, yeah, some of them are bluffing. But to the point where they're acting out like that, I don't know. A lot of poker players do play chill, but, like, dude, they'll crash out. Because, I mean, maybe it's different. I've watched poker play at casinos, but I've never sat down and, like, played. And, you know, most people play casually, but when I sit down at, like, base blackjack tables, dude, people get fucking so hammered they get belligerent with each other. And it's just, like, it's different when you're playing against the dealer because you're winning casinos money that profits millions of dollars a year versus some random guy that put his last $1,000 in.
It's desperate. He called. The table fell silent as the 22-year-old slid his chips into the pot. Reem, confident in his ace-king, nodded approvingly. But the flop took everyone by surprise. Eastgate spiked his queen, pairing it and taking the lead. Reem, now in trouble, needed a king to win. The turn brought the 9 of diamonds. No help for Reem. The river? A 4 of hearts. Game over.
A 4 of hearts, and that's going to do it. Peter Eastgate wins the pot and knocks off Chino Reem in 7th place. And the Danes are thrilled.
All right, I don't know about getting around. I don't know about, like, spectating this, though. I'll watch it on TV. I don't think I'm going to drive to a fucking poker tourney and sit in the crowds and be like, Ace-King! Ace-King, he did it! He did it! Like, I'm not getting that hype. Now with darts, different story.
Reem's elimination sent shockwaves through the table. He was the last well-known...
Wait, he gets $1.7 million? Oh, I don't give 2 fucks if I'm out. What? Shit. I got $1.7 million. You know, I'm out. Okay. You're still fucking amazing, though.
Pro left, and his exit signaled that Eastgate wasn't just there to make up the numbers. This kid was here to win.
Bro, I'm locked in then. You could get any, no matter what place you get, your top 9, you get paid millions of dollars.
The next play came against Dennis Phillips, a trucking account manager turned poker sensation who was stealing the spotlight. With a legion of fans in red St. Louis Cardinals hats chanting his name, Dennis had been commanding the table for hours. His strategy? Unstoppable aggression. He raised, re-raised, and shoved with the confidence of a player who believed the cards would bend to his will. While Phillips huffed and puffed, the Iceman sat motionless, his face not showing any hint of emotion.
I feel like being 22 and beating a 55-year-old man that's played poker for longer than you've been alive is very satisfying. Like, this guy's been a pro poker player since before you were alive, and you just dog walk him. Like, that's aura. That's like, and you can't do that in athletics, because in athletics, you know, they're going to retire. But in poker, they've been playing since the fucking 80s, and your ass just strolls in and you fucking shit on them.
He wasn't just waiting for a hand, he was waiting for the hand. And then it came. Pocket aces. The best starting hand in poker. Most players would slam all their chips into the pot here, screaming all in. But Eastgate, he didn't even blink.
He looks like he's kind of nauseous all the time. I think that might be the strategy. He's just like, he might throw up at any moment. You just have no idea what this guy's giving off.
Instead, he tossed in a 1.4 million raise, a modest bet designed to look weak. To Phillips, this was an invitation. Eastgate knew Phillips couldn't resist attacking a small raise, especially with his stack and ego ballooning. Sure enough, Phillips glanced at his cards, ace-jack suited, and pounced. He re-raised to 3.2 million, flexing his aggression like a heavyweight throwing a jab.
And I know it's not $3.5 million, it's chips, but this is just like so representative of an absurd amount of money. Like, and you're just casually like, yeah, I'll raise you like $500,000.
The 22-year-old didn't flinch. He flat called, masking the strength of his hand. The message to Phillips, I'm weak, come at me. The flop landed. Deuce, king, deuce. A dry, unremarkable hand that missed Phillips.
Little does he know I'm on the other side of the table with pocket twos. And I'm sitting there like, I've tripped twos. Or not tripped twos, I've quad twos. Best hand on the board right now. Almost nothing's going to beat me.
Completely. No flush draws, no straight possibilities. Just
Yo, I would actually throw up at this table. If I had pocket twos and two twos came out, just on the fucking, I'm sorry. I start rubbing my chips. I'm sorry. No, give me a rag. I start fucking cleaning them up.
The lone king staring back at him. Phillips checked. A rare moment of hesitation. Eastgate saw his opening. He bet $3 million, a small but careful stab at the pot. To Phillips, this smelled like a bluff. After all, why would a player with a strong hand bet so timidly? In Phillips's mind, Eastgate was trying to steal the pot with air. So Phillips did what Phillips does. He increased. He raised to $7 million, slamming his chips down with the confidence of a man holding a king. His goal? To bully Eastgate out of the pot. But Eastgate wasn't bluffing. He wasn't even sweating. He'd spent hours studying Phillips's play, the way he overvalued aggression, the way he mistook boldness for brilliance. This wasn't just a poker hand, it was a psychological chess match. Eastgate paused for a beat, then shoved all in. The room buzzed.
Isn't that why poker's considered a sport? Because, like, even on Twitch, you can play poker on stream, and it's not, like, gambling sites aren't allowed on Twitch, but poker is. Because poker's considered skilled gambling. Like, you can win. Poker is chance, but if you're really good at poker over a period of time, you will win money.
Phillips's face drained of color. His ace-jack was weak, and now he was staring down a bet that could badly hurt his stack. Finally, he folded. The crowd roared as the 22-year-old quietly stacked his chips, never revealing his aces. Behind him, his Danish fans started singing, which echoed through the theater.
That was the one table.
I'll say this, I prefer it to the tomahawk chop.
Okay, this is actually a strategy to have your friends pull up and just fucking hound the shit out of them during a poker game. You know how annoying that would be when you're trying to think? I'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to think.
Well, sounds pretty good.
And with that pot, Peter Eastgate does move to the top of the leaderboard.
Everyone at the table got the message. This kid wasn't just playing cards, he was playing the players. But the real showcase of Eastgate's skill came against Scott Montgomery in what would become one of the most dramatic hands of the tournament. Montgomery, a Canadian pro with a reputation for clawing his way back from the brink, was down to his last chips. He became desperate, and in poker, that can often lead to chaos. Eastgate, sitting comfortably with a mountain of chips, peeked at his cards. Pocket sixes. It wasn't a monster hand, but it was
all in. All in.
More than enough. Montgomery looked down at ace-3, a hand that's far from premium, but
2-7 unsuited. I think I'm going to play all of my chips now.
Good enough to gamble with when your stack is on life support. With the blinds climbing and his tournament life hanging by a thread, Montgomery did what any short-stack player would do. He shoved all in. Eastgate didn't hesitate. He slid his chips forward and the table braced for the showdown. The flop came, ace-4 queen. Montgomery's fans cheered loudly. He'd paired his ace, and Eastgate was now a huge underdog in this hand. The Canadian pro allowed himself a small smile. He was 2 cards away from doubling up and staying alive. But the Iceman didn't flinch. He
double sixes.
Wasn't out of the hand yet. The turn brought another ace, and
How does he win this fucking hand? He has trip aces. Even if he has trip sixes, he loses. No, he would have a full house. He would have a full house. If a 6 comes out, he'll have a full house. Because he'll have 3 sixes and 2 aces. He'll have 3 aces and nothing else. In a queen 6.
Montgomery's smile widened. He now had a set.
Wow, the 2% chance.
And Eastgate's chances of winning dwindled to a measly 2%. The crowd groaned. This looked like the end of the road for the young Dane. But poker is a cruel game.
What if he gets a 7? 6-7? Is that what you're saying, Bobbler?
Just when you think you've got it locked up, the river card can turn your world
He'd
upside
have nothing. That wouldn't help him at all. A 7 wouldn't be anything.
down. The dealer burned a card and slowly revealed the river. The room exploded.
Dude, at 2%, I would fucking flip the table. The $2,000 table. God damn it! Fuck! Stupid fucking game of poker. I walk out.
Eastgate supporters leaped to their feet. Montgomery, who had been moments away from doubling up, slumped back in his chair, his face a mask of disbelief. Even Eastgate, normally ice cold and emotionless, stood up from his seat to celebrate with his Danish supporters. The poker gods had blessed him, turning a near certain loss.
Wait, he got 5th place, $3 million. He can't be upset about that.
Celebrate with his Danish supporters. The poker gods had blessed him, turning a near certain loss into a miraculous win. Montgomery's dream of a WSOP title was over, and Eastgate's stack grew even larger.
Oh, this is 2008? Oh my god, that's way more money. That is way more money. 2008, $3 million. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get 1.5 back, but still.
Players fell one by one. Eastgate's stack kept growing, but it wasn't just luck. His reading ability was incredible. Another hand began with Demidov in the small blind, holding King 7 suited. It wasn't a powerhouse hand, but in heads-up or short-handed play, a suited king can be gold. Demidov, ever the opportunist, decided to limp in, a move that signaled caution but also masked his intentions. Eastgate, in the big blind, looked down at 3-2 offsuit, one of the worst possible starting hands. He checked his option, and the 2 went to the flop. The flop came 7-3-6. Demidov hit top pair with his 7, while Eastgate spiked bottom pair with his 3. On the surface, Demidov was ahead, but Eastgate wasn't out of the fight. He had a pair, and in poker, even a small pair can turn into a monster if the cards go your way. Demidov checked, an interesting move for a player with top pair. Was he setting a trap, or was he unsure of Eastgate's strength? Eastgate, ever the predator, smelled opportunity. He bet $850,000, a small but
How do you get this good at reading people, though? Like, I don't get that. Because I play poker, and I don't think I'm, like, bad. These guys, I wouldn't even make it to the fucking second round in these tournaments, dude. $10,000 tourneys, the 7,000 players would all beat me. You have to, I think it's just playing. You just have to get really good at, like, studying people. Do you think getting, like, psychology, like, degrees would help you? If you took, like, psychology courses, do you think that would help you get good at poker? Because you would learn how people, like, sociology degree, psychology degree, you learn how people function.
Demidov called, but the turn brought fireworks. Demidov now had a 2-pair, kings and 7s, and was a
How the fuck does Eastgate win this hand? If a 4 and a 5 come out.
19-1 favorite to win the hand. The crowd leaned in, sensing a pivotal moment. But instead of betting, Demidov checked again. This was a critical mistake. Eastgate, holding just
because if he bet again, Eastgate would have folded.
a pair of 3s, checked back, buying himself a free river card that would change
and he has trip 3s.
everything. Eastgate's bottom pair had turned into a set of 3s. Demidov, still holding 2-pair, bet half the pot, trying to extract value. But Eastgate wasn't just calling, he was planning. He paused. Then he raised to $5.5 million. Demidov appeared confident just moments ago, but now doubt crept in.
Doesn't talk much, but his chips never shut
Well, he has to know he has the 3. If I'm Demidov and I'm seeing 7-3-6 king 3, and I have a king pair, a king 7 pair, 2 pair, the only way I lose, because there's no full house on the board, he has a 3, and I'm fucked.
Davidoff now trying
I'm fucking folding if I'm him.
get a read on the 22-year-old. And at this stage of the championship, every bet, every decision so magnified.
Eastgate and Davidoff have played a lot together at this main event, but Eastgate is one tricky.
I think being young in poker, too, is an advantage if you're good, because you could study other players and, like, their quips and what makes that, like, how they play in previous tournaments, and they can't study Eastgate because he hasn't played a lot. Like, he's new. He's literally been playing poker for, like, what, a year or 2 years?
Character.
Is he bluffing? Demidov must have wondered. Or does he have 3s? The Russian pro agonized over the decision. After what felt like an eternity, Demidov folded. The crowd erupted.
Davidoff at a critical moment against a strong opponent.
Okay, fault.
And he lays down kings up.
Great fold from the 27-year-old Russian.
So Peter Eastgate picks up a couple of million new chips and inches a bit closer to
Nah, and then this is where if it's a friend match, I go, show me your fucking cards. No, I'm not gonna show. But then you have the 3, you bitch. It would kill me. It would eat me alive if he doesn't show me his fucking cards. I fold. And he goes, slides the cards face down, bitch. Flipping them up.
Davidoff. But right now, the chip leader is indeed playing like a champion at this main event.
Because you just don't need a show. And you know how annoying that is? You're Demidov or Dimitrov, whatever his name is. You fold, and you're like, I just fucking blew, equivalently like $2 million, $1 million right now. And I have no idea whether or not I was right or wrong.
Eastgate.
Why don't people show? Because then you learn from them. You don't. If you're Eastgate and you won that hand, you don't want to show him if you have 3s or not, because that leaves it up in the air on how you play. Because if I show him I have 3s, then he'll know for the next time that that's confidence play. So if you get them to fold, you want it to be like kind of like Schrodinger's cat. Like it's either or. You could have been right. You could have been wrong.
Ever the Iceman quietly stacked his...
It's not that deep. It is that deep. When you're playing for $10 million fucking dollars, I think it is that deep, Blugba.
chips. With the game getting more intense, Eastgate found himself heads up in a pot against Elon
This ain't no $20 friend match. You're playing for $10 million.
Schwartz, a strong opponent with a knack for survival. Eastgate looked down at pocket 5s, a modest hand by most standards, but in the hands of a player like Eastgate, even 5s could be deadly. He raised to $1.5 million, a standard opening bet designed to thin the field. Elon Schwartz peeked at his cards. Ace 10. It was a decent hand, but not one you typically go to war with. Schwartz hesitated. He didn't want to play this hand, but the small blind forced his hand. Reluctantly, he called. The flop came Deuce King 8, a dry board that missed Schwartz completely. His Ace 10 was now ace high, and Eastgate's pocket 5s were still ahead. Schwartz checked, hoping to see a free card. Eastgate, ever the strategist, checked behind. This wasn't a passive move, it was a trap. Eastgate knew Schwartz was capable of bluffing, and by checking, he invited Schwartz to take a shot at the pot. But Schwartz, perhaps sensing danger, stayed quiet. The turn, another king. Now the board read Deuce King 8 King. Eastgate's 5s were now 2 pair, kings and 5s, while Schwartz was still holding ace high. Schwartz checked again, and Eastgate pounced. He bet $1.7 million, a small but thoughtful wager designed to extract value. Schwartz, now in a tough spot, made the call. It was a reluctant decision.
Yeah, because you don't want to raise too much so they fold, but it'll match you to see the next card because he still has a 1 and 4.
The kind of move you make when you're hoping
Well, he doesn't know he has a 1 and 4, but he knows his odds are probably lower.
for a miracle on the river. The river, 5 of diamonds. Eastgate's 2 pair transformed into a full house, 5s full of kings. Schwartz, still holding ace high, checked. Eastgate didn't hesitate. He bet $4.6 million, a massive overbet that screamed strength. Schwartz, now hopeless, shoved all in. It was a bold move,
He went all in?
but also a reckless one, with ace high and
Yeah, that is stupid. I think he just knows there's, like, it was reckless, but when you're in a situation where even if you get 4th in this tournament, you're still making, like, $5 million, I think you're just like, I don't care.
4 kings on the board. Schwartz was essentially bluffing into a monster.
I've gotten far enough.
Eastgate didn't even think too much. I call, he said, flipping over his full house. Schwartz's face fell as he mucked his cards. The crowd burst into cheers, but Eastgate showed less emotion, like it was just another day at the office.
Ball. Schwartz hates that.
Ace high.
And that's not nearly good enough for the full house. Peter Eastgate sends Schwartz to the rail. Fourth place and almost $3.8 million for Elon Schwartz.
If Eastgate doesn't hit the full house,
How do they have this much money for the winners? Because if 7,000 people buy in for 10K, what is that? Math. 70,000? 700,000. 7 million. 70 million? Is that 70 million? No, that's 70 million. $70 million is on the line. Because 7,000 people, that's 3 zeros plus 4 zeros. That's 7 zeros. $70 million. And sponsors. I don't even think sponsors need to pay for the prize pool. I think the top 9 guys are making less than 70 mil total.
maybe that check raise all-in works. And when he had the chip lead, I had visions of Elon Schwartz winning and moving to Mars.
The 2008 World Series of Poker main event final table had whittled down to its last 3 players. Peter Eastgate, the icy Danish prodigy, Ivan Demidov, the Russian phenom fresh off a third-place finish at the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and Dennis Phillips, the lovable amateur from St. Louis who would become the crowd favorite. Over $9 million and the coveted World...
Oh, I love the idea of an amateur guy getting to the final stage. Just like a dude that works a union job. He's like a fucking plumber or something. He's like, he's just a big fan of poker. Scrounges up the money to go to this tournament, makes it to the fucking finale.
World Series of Poker bracelet were on the line, and the tension...
I think everybody roots for that type of underdog. Unless you're like somebody that just has a lot of clout in a sport, if you see a guy at the table that like obviously shouldn't be there, you're like, I want that guy to win.
In the Penn and Teller's Theater was obvious. Phillips, the oldest player left, had defied the odds to make it this far, but now he was the short stack, facing 2 young Goliaths with monster chip stacks. Eastgate and Demidov were locked in a battle of wits, each trying to outmaneuver the other while Phillips fought to stay alive. The action folded to Eastgate on the button, who looked down at pocket 3s. He raised to $1.5 million with the aim of stealing the blinds or building a pot if called. Phillips in the big blind glanced at his cards. 10-9 offsuit. It wasn't a premium hand, but Phillips was getting restless. He'd been folding for what felt like hours, and the blinds were eating away at his stack. He called, and the 2 players went heads up to the flop.
Well, that is also like, if he's folding for hours, he could just get unlucky on card hands for so long.
The flop came as
But that's why they up the big and small blind so the game can't go on forever.
case 3s, meaning a set for Eastgate, and Phillips had completely missed the board. No pair, no draw, just 10 high. Eastgate, first to act, bet $1.5 million, the same amount as his pre-flop raise. It wasn't a huge bet, but it was enough to put pressure on Phillips. Most players would fold here, but Phillips was in a tough spot. Folding meant losing more of his shrinking stack, but calling meant committing chips with a hand that had almost no chance of improving. Phillips stared at the board, then at Eastgate. The young Dane sat motionless. Phillips knew Eastgate was capable of bluffing, but he also knew how dangerous it was to tangle with him. Eastgate is silent and lethal, the commentator said. And they were right. He barely spoke a word, but his chips did all the talking. Finally, Phillips made his move. "I'm all in," he declared, shoving his remaining chips into the pot.
With a fucking 4% chance of winning. I think you're at the point in the tournament where they've been here for like fucking 10 hours. And they're just like, I know I'm not going to win. I'm going to walk away with a certain amount of money. It doesn't matter. The only way this guy wins is if he get a straight. He's a 10-9 jack.
Eastgate didn't hesitate. "Call," he said, flipping over his set of 3s. The crowd held its breath as the dealer prepared to reveal the turn and river.
Peter Eastgate is silent and lethal. And now the young whippersnapper staring down the old codger.
Phillips now.
It seems like an easy fold, but he's thinking about something.
I'm all in. I call.
Phillips all in and called. Wow.
You got a jack?
Oh, it's a lot worse than that.
Oh, I gotta have runner to have anything.
Dennis Phillips may
Oh, shit.
an event all but over. Fatigue may have been a factor. I think Elon Schwartz got
I think it was fatigue for sure. I think when you get near the end of these tourneys, they just don't care anymore.
fed up sitting around.
Final 3, dude. They've been here for so long. You know how many days of tourney play? Do you think they don't do this in one day, right? No. This has to be like a 3 or 4 day tournament. 7,000 players to the final 9.
And Dennis Phillips got tired too.
Dennis's sister's emotions mirror everyone here in a red cap.
I run good. I run very good.
Peter Eastgate poised for a heads-up match against Ivan
I
Demidov.
just couldn't keep folding. Had to do something.
We don't know he won yet. I'm not shaking that motherfucker's hand. I'm going to say I'm banking there's a fucking 8 and a 7 that pop out, bitch.
Phillips needed running cards, a king and a queen or an 8 and a 7 to make a straight and stay alive. The turn card, an ace. It was the final nail in the coffin for Phillips, sealing his fate and leaving him with no outs to survive. Game over. He shook hands with Eastgate and Demidov, then turned to his supporters with a smile. "Well done," someone shouted.
You know, a king, a queen, an 8 or a 7 at least gives me a shot.
That's right.
All right, any of those 4 gives me a shot.
Dennis Phillips needs running straight cards to stay alive.
Turn card is an ace, and that closes the door right there. Eastgate wins the pot, and Dennis Phillips' dreams of claiming a poker world championship are over.
The last video? No, we got one more.
Started this final table as chip leader. He followed that dream all the way to 3rd place. He and his supporters just lit up this poker theater.
Dennis wins over $4.5 million for 3rd place. Well done. He said he couldn't wipe the smile off his face the last 4 months, and he's not about to lose it right now.
See, now I can play golf tomorrow.
With Phillips's exit, the stage was set for the ultimate showdown. Peter Eastgate versus Ivan Demidov.
Gotta go play golf tomorrow. I feel like bro could retire, man. 4.5 mil.
Two young titans, each with a chance to make history. Eastgate, the emotionless Dane, was one step closer to becoming the youngest WSOP main event champion ever. Demidov, the Russian phenom, was on a roll after his deep run in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. The final chapter of the 2008 WSOP was about—
Are those hundreds? Wait, is that the money in cash on the fucking table? Oh my God, look at that shit. Those are $10,000 wads. Or those 20s.
SOP was about to be written, and it promised to be unforgettable. The final hand began innocently enough. Demidov, itching to seize control, opened with ace-9, a decent heads-up hand. He raised to $2 million, his signature aggression on full display. Eastgate glanced at his cards, 7-4 of diamonds. To the untrained eye, it was garbage. To Eastgate, an opportunity. He called. Eastgate knew Demidov's aggression could be weaponized against him.
Okay, this commentator needs to shut the fuck up. Because I know for a fucking fact, Eastgate sees that 7-4, and he's not going, this isn't a bad hand, this is an opportunity. In his head, he's going, I got a shit hand, I'm going to call it either way. He's going to go, I'm going to see the fucking river. Or not the river, I'm going to see the flop. You know, I'm not, what the fuck? He's not going, oh yeah, no, I got a good hand.
The flop came. 10 of diamonds, king of diamonds, 7 of clubs. For Eastgate, this
oh my God, he has a pair and he could get a fucking flush.
was a dream flop. He'd paired his 7 and picked up a flush draw. But instead of betting, Eastgate did something unexpected. He checked. Demidov, usually a predator in these spots, hesitated. Was Eastgate weak or setting a trap? Demidov checked back, a rare moment of caution. The turn, Jack of diamonds, a seismic shift. Eastgate makes flush. Demidov gets useless straight draw. Eastgate bet 2.5 million. To Demidov, this screamed weakness. He's probing, Demidov must have thought. He doesn't have it. So Demidov raised to 8.
Oh wait, does he have a straight? No, he doesn't. He has ace, king, jack, 9, 10. He can't get it.
Million.
He could get a queen.
Trying to bully Eastgate off the hand. But Eastgate wasn't budging. He called, keeping Demidov on the hook. The river, 3 of spades, a brick. Eastgate checked again, a move so calculated it could have been scripted. Demidov, now convinced Eastgate was weak, shoved 12 million into the pot. Eastgate snap called, revealing his flush. Demidov mucked his cards and the crowd went wild. This hand wasn't just about the chips, it was about progress. Eastgate's check call on the river was a masterstroke. By letting Demidov bluff into his monster hand, he maximized value while minimizing risk.
I feel like I'm getting good at poker. I feel like I'm getting better at poker while watching this. Like I'm learning how you should actually fucking play.
The logical impact was immediate. Demidov, known for
I'm taking notes. Nah, I feel like I'm getting better at poker. Like this guy's playing the hands perfectly. Like you have a flush, Before watching this, if I had a flush on this hand, I mean, I probably wouldn't have immediately gone all in, but I would have fucking called the shit out of him. And then you would have gotten way less out of it.
Unshakable focus began second-guessing his decisions. Eastgate, meanwhile, stacked his chips with the calm precision of a surgeon. The next hand began with Eastgate holding ace-5 offsuit. He limped in for $500,000, a small bet designed to lure Demidov into the pot. Demidov, with 4-2 of hearts, checked his option. The flop came deuce-king-3. Demidov paired his deuce, while Eastgate picked up a wheel draw, needing a 4 to complete a straight. Demidov checked, and Eastgate bet $1.5 million, testing the waters. Demidov called, and the turn brought a 4, completing Eastgate's straight. Demidov, now holding 2 pair, deuces and 4s, checked. Eastgate bet $2 million, and Demidov raised to $6 million, committing half his stack.
Eastgate's gotta figure his wheel is good.
Demidov first to act.
Wow.
I'm all in. I call.
All in and an insta-call, and this is the moment. 22-year-old Peter Eastgate steps into poker history. Peter Eastgate is our 2008 main event
How much did he win? $9.8 million.
champion.
From unknown to unreal again at the World Series. Peter Eastgate, 22 years old, the youngest main event champion ever.
Ivan Demidov, what a player this guy turned out to be this year.
I couldn't be mad. I couldn't be mad. I couldn't be mad. He's pissed. I think he's mad about... I think these guys are so good at poker that they're just mad about losing. Bro, you won $5.8 million. I'd be like, yeah, bro, I didn't get first. You know, shit.
Second place wins $5.8 million.
He outplayed the pros, stayed calm under pressure, and
9.1 mil.
walked away with over $9 million. It was a night no one would ever forget. But the crazy thing is, his record didn't even last a full year, because in 2009,
Yo, I really want to get into poker now. I really want to get into poker now. I really want to enter a poker tournament now. This seems so fun. I feel like I would get fucking shit on though. Don't. Then I get addicted. I get really addicted to gambling. It's just really bad. Oh my God. I feel like this would just be so cool though. I want to read the comments. King 7 fold was better than most Eastgate's plays. He looked so chill because he was running harder than the surf with the sun. He knew there was nothing. I feel like he did have really good cards too. He took expert advantage of his luck. Oh, they're all shitting on him. When the commentator has little to no poker knowledge. Brother, I feel like I'm still learning, though. I feel like most of these people in the comments kind of shitting on somebody that won $9.1 million. You can't really get there off of luck alone. Luck can play a hand in maybe that 9-player tourney, but you're not getting through a 3-day poker tournament off of luck alone. Like, you're not going to have great hands every single play. The death of children's biggest icon. Lock in.
Back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're talking about something a bit tragic. Dare I say scandalous. The internet is a cruel and unforgiving place. God forbid you say one wrong thing and then you're strung up by the masses to be burned at the stake like the goddamn witch that you are. And right now, the internet is hanging Jojo Siwa up at the stake to burn like the crisp little piggy she is.
Well, I think the reason JoJo gets so much hate right now is because not just she's changing, hey, I'm no longer like the bow tie, pulled back hair and a ponytail, like la 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 la, like more like kid entertainer. I want to be an adult music or musician, and I respect that. Like, I respect her wanting to change the vibe and what, you know, type of content she produces. However, her going and saying, I'm the most switched artist there is, I've changed so much, I think I've had the biggest flip-flop ever. Like, bro, there are so many creators that have had way more massive changes, like Justin Bieber, Miley Cyrus. She's ruining her brand. Well, I mean, she's so rich now that I think she's just at the point where I'm gonna do what I want, and if it works, it works. But like, this isn't being edgy. Like, wearing like punk makeup and like do it. Like, did you guys see her music video? I feel like I'm gonna have to mute it. It's definitely gonna get fucking copyrighted, but I'll be able to show like just a fraction of this. Like, it's just this underwater vibe, and they're doing, like, these dances and shit. It literally looks like the movie Step Up. And they all stand in unison and do it. So it looks like mildly entertaining.
Even if you don't know who JoJo Siwa is, you've probably seen JoJo Siwa in some kind of capacity, right? Big colorful outfits, big pigtails, big bows, right, Nick? Dancing around. She drives cars that have her branding all over it and her face all over it. It's very eccentric and weird. And
do you think she got rid of those from the brand switch? Because she wears all different clothes now. Like, she doesn't dress like a toddler anymore.
I mean, very odd. I was trying to think about if I was a toddler. It's oddly very self-obsessive.
I think she probably just got him rewrapped. I think she got him wrapped in, like, regular fucking car font.
She got her start when she was 9 years old, appearing as a dancer on 2 seasons of the reality TV show.
The worst show ever, Dance Moms, dude. Literally just forcing your kid to fucking perform. The moms just trying to fucking live vicariously through their children. I could rant about how shitty Dance Moms is for fucking days. A bunch of women that didn't accomplish what they wanted to in life, and so they're forcing their fucking children to do what they wish they could have done, when that might not even be their kid's dream. There's so many parents that do that in general as well. Just in fucking male sports, female sports, anything, dude. Just fucking getting your kid to, like, making them do what you wish you could have accomplished, and just, like, getting so angry at them when they fail or fuck up, like it's you.
JoJo!
Look at this young JoJo Siwa.
It was good. She was possessed. It was good. Well, if you're so good, you don't really need to be a part of the Abbey Lee Dance Company. She deserves
If you're so good, you don't need to be a part of the Abbey Lee Dance Company. Maybe you could take your talent elsewhere and not be a part of the Abbey Lee Dance Company. Bitch, nobody wants to be a part of your stupid-ass fucking Abbey Lee Dance Company, dude. Oh, my God. You see she works at a Cracker Barrel now?
to be on the pyramid. She was in the group dance. She deserves nothing.
This show is so fucking stupid.
Well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry. Get out. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Is it really?
See, like, that's why I don't like, I respect JoJo for that, bro. If you yell at me, I'm gonna cry. Facts. Like, facts. Like, you're just a fucking dance teacher screaming at the kid when she just didn't even do anything.
And in 2015, she launched her YouTube channel, and after gaining a huge children audience, she appeared on various Nickelodeon shows and movies and made kids music. She exploded into the kids sphere of media and became—
What is her net worth? She's probably worth fucking 200 million easy. I remember everybody was talking about how many bows she sold. 20 million. I feel like it's got to be more than that. She was like the most popular kids artist for like fucking 5 years.
Boomerang is one of her most listened to songs with almost 1 billion views on YouTube. What the hell?
997.
What's this, dude? She's rolling up with a goddamn lifted car. This is odd. I don't really care about what they say. I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. You know what's kind of weird is that the Karma lyrics read kind of similar. I don't really care about what they say. It feels like Nickelodeon music. If I was a little kid. Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah.
Ooh, ooh, oh, oh. You judge me, but I don't care. I'm gonna take your hate and leave it over there.
JoJo won the Best Viral Music Award at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. I was still surprised to hear that that's like a coveted reward. JoJo has described herself as being a quote-unquote a giant toddler. And up until
Oh my God. Yo, have you ever done something so cringe alone that you get mad at yourself because of how cringe it was? Or just like in general, just even in public, like you do something so cringe, you're like, fuck, man, that right there. Like I could be alone in a room and just do something that's like cringy. I don't want to do it right now because I know I'm going to get mad at myself. But like I could sit there and make like some like, what? Fuck! Like that just pissed me off, dude. That just actually annoyed me. That actually annoyed me. Like, I fucking hate that. Like, I don't know how, like, it's the recognition that it's cringy is just like, oh, fuck, man.
This is known as the JoJo with a Bobo era. Her name was so synonymous with bows that she reportedly sold over 80 million.
Wow, dude. 80 million bows. How much do you think they were selling for each? Probably cheap, dude. A bow's what, like $4?
From her JoJo Siwa product line. How is that possible? How was that actually possible? How much?
Well, I'm assuming everybody's probably buying like 5. What is 80 million divided by 5? 16 mil? 16 million people bought 5 bows each. That's reasonable. There's probably some people that brought like 50.
How much do the bows go for? If I was in the bow,
$10 for one? Oh, fucking 20 million net worth my ass. She sold 800 million in bows. I mean, yeah, she's not getting all the profit off that, but even if she gets 30% minus 50% tax, that's still fucking an insane amount of money.
JoJo's net worth is currently at $20 million after
How, though?
launching numerous merchandise targeted at children.
It's gotta be more.
You know, the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers told us back, back in the day, buy that merch. All I want for Christmas is that Jake Paul merch. The kids got the money. Here's the thing about YouTubers and influencers alike who have children audiences. The parents are so annoyed. It's the next evolutionary step of giving your child an iPad. Is buying them merch just so they'll shut the hell up. It goes, shit out your mom's pussy, iPad, YouTube merchandise, and then you get a car, you get a driver's license. That feels like the natural evolution to me. For a while now, she's been a big name in the children's entertainment, but guess what? Today's video is all talking about a thing that just happened. And let me show you what happened. I'm just gonna, sorry about this. Ah! Ah! No! JoJo, no! Ah! JoJo showed up to the iHeart.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, the music videos, too, is like, I'm a bad girl. I did a bad thing. But there's nothing that's bad in the video. It's not like she's like, you remember when Miley Cyrus was on the Wrecking Ball and was like in clubs doing crack and like not crack, but like she was doing like fucking Molly and like drugs and shit. Like that's like, you're a bad girl, right? You're doing edgy shit. Right, you're like literally doing illegal activities. Making a music video where you kiss another woman wearing like punk rock makeup, nothing's wrong with that, right? That's not like you're not even like there's nothing bad about that.
Looking like this to promote her new song entitled Karma, which
I will say it seems more like her though. Right, like her personality seems more not fabricated. I'm gonna be a kid artist for fucking money.
After the last few years, she's attempted to rebrand herself as a mature adult and to distance herself from her old image, much like Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, and now she's swinging with wrecking balls and she's showing her pussy on stage with Robin Thicke. I might be going deaf, I might be going blind. But maybe I'm
oh my god, I forgot about that era of Miley Cyrus. Like, I knew it was like the Wrecking Ball phase, but I forgot that it was like 4 years of the Wrecking Ball phase.
Which, Miley has obviously very successfully transitioned from child star.
I used to strip naked, completely naked into Cracker Barrel when I was age of 3 and like roll around on the ground.
Oh my god, okay. Bro, I thought she was gonna say, when I was in my edgy phase, I used to strip naked in a Cracker Barrel. I used to just fucking take all my clothes off and start fucking dancing next to the pictures.
Pop icon, very hard to do, and JoJo is trying to climb that mountain right as we speak. I will say she's trying to distance herself from her old image, but she still narcissistically drives cars with her face on it. I don't know how well that holds up with branding for an adult. That would just have her normal car. Because also, if you're ever a dick in traffic, there's like a video, I'm pretty sure, of her cutting off someone in traffic.
JoJo see you bullying us over here.
These people are just gonna know it's you. I don't know. But in 2022, she cut off her hair, which meant no more f***ing ponytails. The ponytails are gone, Nick.
Kid shit.
But no one saw this coming. No one saw this tidal wave of her neck
when she got a bunch of fake tattoos.
Evolutionary step, which was a big one. It was that, I would say it was comparable. I know she says in some stuff that she takes influences from Miley Cyrus in that transition, and it was a bold step. With TikTok and the internet, they're dragging that bitch left and right. She dropped the Karma music video. This shit's damn near, is borderline explicit. Got this Lonely Ass Islands, a CG mess.
It's not even like a fucking explicit thing though. It's like, I don't know. Yo, JoJo, if you ever want to collab, we could go to Kensington in Philly and buy some like horse trank or something together. We could do a vlog, if you want to do the edgy, if you want to go the edgy route. We could go to Kensington and maybe see what we could find, walk up to the guy on the corner that's wearing like a weirdly thick hoodie and kind of like holding something in his pocket and just hand him like $50, see what he gives you. Then we go, you know, this little mystery bag, you know, little draw. What are you going to get?
She's basically,
is it fentanyl? Is it Xanax? Is it Molly? I don't know.
I mean, the humping is so unnecessary. All right, so the first lyrics to this song are... All right, so the first lyrics to this song are, I'm a bad girl, I did some bad things. Let me tell you something. I really have no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to go out and say it. I've met some rough lesbians in my day. I mean, they called them in the lesbian community, they called them Rottweilers. I'm a bad girl, I've done some bad things.
Rottweilers? What the fuck does that mean?
JoJo Siwa has not eaten pussy before. She's come out of the closet, she's talking about this whole album's about queer pop and that she's changed her identity. There's no way that's a rug muncher. I've seen some Rottweilers, dude. Motherfucker's got chapped lips. I'm looking at that. She has the same teeth as like Joe Biden. She's got some crazy veneers for like a 20-year-old.
Papa Meat just dissed you on live? Bro, what? Don't fuck with me. I love Papa Meat. I'm gonna cry. If he actually makes fun of me, I'll cry. He said your laugh sucks. But that didn't mean he dissed me, though. He said you were a doo-doo head. Dude, if Papa Meat was like, Joe's reacts suck, I don't like when he watches my videos, I would stop watching his videos. If he said that, I would stop. I would stop watching them on stream. I would still watch his videos. But I would be so upset. That would make me cry. Like, I would actually, I think that would actually make me cry. Papa Me's my favorite YouTuber. Like, swear to God. Oh, he said he doesn't know you? Tell him I love him. No, they're all spamming in his chat. Stop. Stop.
It's my main bitch.
Stop.
You should be like, yeah, you're a sheep.
Oh my God, I'm dick riding. I'm dick riding.
So easily.
Stop it!
That's why.
I hate you guys. I fucking hate you guys. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? All right, we're leaving. Stop spamming in his chat. Seriously. Harry for the sub. Mods, ban anybody in his chat that keeps spamming in my... Ban anybody in my chat that keeps spamming in his chat. Mods, just ban my whole chat. Ban... Mods! Mods! Mods, just ban everybody. Mods, get him out of here. Mods, get out. Ban yourself. Mods.
Good morning, every 16 minutes up in this entire little neighborhood.
Okay, I was a bad girl. I did some bad things. I swear I did it for fun, and it meant nothing. It never happened. It was a secret. Okay. Like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Another late night, another crazy mood, and I didn't think twice what it would do to you. Cheating. I was a wild child, you always knew it. The bitch sells bows at Walmart. I was a wild child, you always knew it. Karma's a bitch, I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never effed around. I would have never effed around. Can't just say f***ed around on your coming out album.
It's not that old.
When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the knife twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with you right now. You know what it is? She cheated on the girl. The girl left her for another person. It checks out, dude. It's a catchy ass song. I'm supposed to tell you. There's a lot of people coming after her, dude. Her bad dancing. Sure. It's very aggressive. It's way too aggressive. There's a lot of videos of her online where she's doing it in her rehearsals, and it's just like, God.
Well, I don't think she's a bad dancer. She's had a fucking entire career of basically dancing and fucking singing. But, I mean, I think the choice of dance they chose for the music video.
She put a little warning label. It says, warning, the following content is not made for children and may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers.
Disturbing or offensive. Like, we're about to witness some fucking horror shit. May contain sexual themes. It does contain sexual themes, violence, strong language, traumatic scenarios, and flashing lights.
It's a goddamn music video. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen other child stars attempt the quote-unquote go bad and break free from the childhood image, right? Miley Cyrus did the same back in 2013. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo is even...
I mean, Olivia Rodrigo's like big. Isn't she like big and popular? Who's the one woman they cast in every movie right now? And also, Britney Spears, I didn't even think she went into the bad girl era. I thought she just became a drug addict. Who's that one girl that's in every fucking movie right now? Jenna Ortega. She is in too many things now, okay? I have to put my foot down. Every fucking movie that's coming out in the last 2 years, I feel like every movie just has Jenna Ortega. If I was like a PR guy for fucking JoJo, and she was like, I want to be edgy, I'd say, get somebody filming you doing coke, right? You know, maybe go to a club, get blackout drunk and fucking throw up and pass out on the floor, maybe. You know, if you want to be seen as, like, not a kid anymore, just get, like, so fucked right? Just like, just do something that's just gonna be like, oh, this was horrible.
You are still a traitor.
Oh, no.
Gotta breathe, dude. She's getting ready to pass the out, dude. All red in the face. What's the song she can sing, dude? Come on.
Oh my god, she's raspy today.
Oh my god, she's raspy today. But the reason people are so mad is because the way she's been acting and speaking.
That looks so uncomfortable to wear, bro. Oh my god, to have your hair up like that and all this makeup on and shit. Dude, I'd be fucking clawing for this fucking whatever video thing this is to be fucking over so I can take that shit off.
She's making it so we cannot look away, and to me that is not fair. Every pop person that you see, for the majority of the part, I know there's gonna be some people be like, no, they write their own music. Has people that write it for them. They buy songs, they do all kinds of shit. People give each other songs. It's the name of the game. And I don't fault the people for playing the game.
I mean, that's a lot of fucking musicians. Buying songs, obviously buying beats, but also just having people make up your own lyrics. At the end of the day, it's the voice. It doesn't really matter who the fuck wrote it.
But there's just been a lot of cringe, dude. I mean,
this is what I remember. The fake tattoos and like the whole like change up.
I'm calling the people in the Titanic submarine. The situation, the submersible, that whole thing. I'm calling them.
It's like giving
Yeah, I remember seeing that video, and I think it was like her saying if she could go back in time, where would she go? And she was like, or talk to anybody. She said the people on the Titanic. I feel like that's a fucking boring ass. Obviously it's a subjective take. Like if you could go back in time and talk to anybody from an era, who would you talk to? I would say, ancient Egypt, or like fucking the first president, or like any monumental, like the Titanic is a very known thing, but why go back and talk to Jesus, Muhammad, go talk Buddha. Chat, you can talk to anybody in the world, dead or alive. Who are you talking to? Probably fucking Jesus, dude. Probably Jesus, man. I'm probably going back and I'm gonna say, all right, man, prove it. He's gonna prove what? He's like, what do you mean? Fucking make this wine, right? Actually, preferably a white wine, not a red wine. If you could make a pina, it'd be.
I have no real other way of saying this besides just saying, like, if you want to dance, your dance, it's whatever. It's just an objectively not good dance. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's just kind of a shitty, stupid looking dance. Oh, there you go. This person's dancing. Looks nice. You know what it is, dude? And I get this thing too. It's those stiff bones, dude. If I did the dance too, it'd probably look a lot like it. JoJo is leaning on karma to signify her bad girl turn. This is a big pivotal moment in a pop star's career. This is a make or break moment.
Do you think she'll get a lot of tickets sold for her if she does like a concert? Oh my god, the fucking hat, dude. I can't stand that fucking hat. It's like anytime she turned her head, it would just all fucking wave in her face. She'd be like, what's going on my hat? What's going on in my head? I don't know. Nobody knows.
It's her coming out album, Nick. Who she is as a person. No one's done queer pop. No one ever. And to have someone like JoJo come out and change the game and give these people a voice and be able to step forward for what their changes as a human being is truly admirable. And I'm just so glad that she's brought this music to light. This new genre of music that has never existed before. Ever. Not one time. Literally just happened in the year 2024. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like queer pop's been going on for a while.
When JoJo told Billboard in an interview that she wants to make a new genre of music called gay pop.
I first signed with Columbia. I said, I want to start a new genre of music. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's called gay pop. And they were like, what's that? And I was like, it's like K-pop, right? But it's gay pop.
And this is her trying to clarify this statement because that shit took the storm here.
I gotta ask you with the gay pop.
Yes.
A lot of people have come for you. Do you retract what you said? Have you?
Why did people come for me for that? Literally, what did I do? Here's the thing. I'd be like,
I'm not dissing her voice, but it sounds like when I've like smoked. Dude, there was like a point in time when I was like smoking joints every day, and I was losing my voice so much, and I feel like it sounds like she's been screaming all the time and, like, smoking cigarettes.
Maybe she wants to put a little respect on gay pop. People are all upset about it. I mean, it's an ignorant thing to say. It's just another tone-deaf thing about, like, you just assume people don't know that Freddie Mercury is gay. The guy who died of literal AIDS during the AIDS crisis. Lady Gaga. I mean, like, dude, I'm like, all kinds of shit. The entire 80s were filled with gay pop. You know what I mean?
This song is special. Karma is special. I was very afraid of the lyrics of Karma. I wasn't ready to say I was.
Do you think she actually finds the song special, though? I always wonder when a musician, like, hypes up their music and it just fucking flops, do they still stand by it? And it was like, no recording, no mic, you're best friends. And you were like, hey, do you actually like your song? Do you think she'd say, yeah, that shit's fire? Or no, it's a money grab? I think she would say she liked it. I think she's an artist that would probably stand by. I think she enjoys the song.
Karma is a scrapped Miley Cyrus song from 2012 that she bought and seemingly changed one word to.
This is how it went down with my new song and music video, Karma. This song is so special.
She keeps saying this so special.
I knew that I wanted this song to be not only a part of my life, but part of my life in such a massive way, in such a big picture.
It's the same shit with, like, the Vogue 73 question thing, whatever. These fucking celebrities just have a literal script that they work off of because they can't just have a genuine moment ever. If you're reiterating the same thing over and over again, or if, like, you have a script that you're paid.
Yeah, why can't they just say a take? It's like literally the Vogue stuff. You described that perfectly. Like, you remember when we saw that house, like any house tour of a famous person? They're like, oh, and this, and then they always have like a scripted line. Just be like, this is my fucking weed room. This is where I get high and shit, right? Instead, they'll be like, this is the living area. This is where I put it, and you could see the screen comes out here, and it really just, it facilitates a good vibe. Bitch, it's a good place to be high at. Like, the fuck?
And it's just the exact same thing reiterated over and over again. It's just, like, disgusting. Honestly, it makes me fucking disgusted. Some kind of fucked up dance here, just, like, you're grinding on somebody. Have you seen any, like, pop music video in the last fucking 30 years? People are popping their pussies all over the place. Watch one Ice Spice video. She'd probably get all bricked up over that, wouldn't she?
The whole Ice Spice concert is just fucking twerking, dude. Any clip I see on TikTok of Ice Spice, she's just shaking ass on stage. People are fucking losing it.
Which there is another artist named Britt Smith who sang the exact same song back in 2012.
Wait, it's literally the same song.
JoJo confirmed the song was never another pop star's, as Karma is the brainchild of the producing team Rock Mafia, who created hits for Miley, Selena Gomez, and Demi Lovato, among others. She defended, quote, I didn't steal anything. There's no such thing as stealing. I also don't know who Britt Smith is. What a bitch. You can't just be like, yeah, it's her song. Pop artists buy songs all the time. Just to be, yeah, I bought her song. Thought it was great. I thought it was applicable to my life. Even if is that even a genuine feeling? Or did my team say that my transition into an adult and being gay, is this also a fabrication? I don't know. This song is supposed to be so special to her and whatever else. And it's a JoJo Siwa song, right? It's unbelievably frustrating because you're saying the song's about cheating on an ex and your ex getting together with somebody else, and it's about this queer identity that's coming together, and I want people to take me seriously. I'm an adult, and I want them to know I'm artistic and talented. But the entire song that you bought is fabricated. It's wrote by someone else. There's not.
Yeah, it's like you can apply, I mean, that's the same thing with like a tattoo or just any song ever, really. You could apply whatever meaning to something you want, right? Like, you can ascribe an opinion about what, like, even with like reading, right? You could assume this is what they meant, right? This is what they meant. No, I disagree. And then you could say the opposite. I'm fucking rambling here, but basically you could derive any meaning out of anything that you want. So I'm not saying that she can't say that application of the Karma song applies to her sexual identity or gender or anything of those sorts, but it makes it less real when it's not a song she wrote and a song that came from somebody else she tweaked a little bit and then posted.
an original thought going through your goddamn head. And the craziest part is she's being rewarded for it over and over again. It's insane. It's absolutely crazy. Think about every other artist on planet Earth right now who's made a song over some kind of express. It could be about anything.
I wanna die.
At least it's their own thought. It's at least it's an semblance of a piece of their human story that's put down into song, even if it fucking sucks. At least it's their own. If this was the same thing, I'd be like, hey, it's just about a person who's just, you know what, they're like to eat pussy sometimes, or used to be a child star, now they're a big pop star. Ooh, they're an adult pop star. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. She also said that she is honored that people are comparing her to the new Miley Bangers moment. Who's doing that, dude? To which people scoffed because, you know, who the fuck? No one has made that comparison besides her own. I think she really wants people to be like, this is a lot like Miley Cyrus's transformation. But even if Miley Cyrus bought those songs too, it's at least just a more honorable, more divisive approach, right? I don't know if people really remember that shit back in the day. That shit was kind of fucked up. The bitch was singing about party in the USA, and all of a sudden she's like, chopped her hair off. She's swinging around half naked, kind of going full blown here.
Yeah, I remember I was weakened when that shit came out, though. I remember Miley Cyrus low-key became my like celebrity crush when Wrecking Ball came out, whenever the fuck that was. I was 11. I remember being like, yo, Miley Cyrus though, dude.
All of this has caused numerous groans from the internet because of JoJo's delusion and audacity. She's been doing all these cringy, almost shit-posting troll masterful classes. I want to see a little masterclass. JoJo Siwa shit trolling online. This week she called the paparazzi on herself exiting a sex shop with penis plushie to get into her JoJo Siwa car wearing her.
What the fuck did she buy from the sex shop where her fucking receipt is a foot and a half long? Oh my god. What's in the bag, JoJo? Holy shit.
So she called the paparazzi on herself? And the thing, too, about it is that this might be a successful marketing campaign. I know people are going to be like, it's only so popular because people keep talking about it. The girl is going to get paid regardless. The thing about it is that this is an absolute shit show travesty, which, granted, is it going to affect her career negatively? I think so. I think that it's going to be hard because this is the first big one. But then guess what? People are going to get tired really quick.
Yeah, it's like, is she going to be able to do it again and possibly make a cringe song
quick, and it's gonna be just a flash in the pan is what I would say. Watch this like 6 years from now, she's like a fucking Grammy award-winning artist. Which the whole thing too is it's the same kind of criticism we had with J-Lo's thing of it's a person who is completely disassociated from reality.
If you know, you know.
And now they are like making music for the quote-unquote real people that she still feels connected to, even though like her brain could not even comprehend that she is so.
Bro, you know, I would love to see a JoJo Siwa house tour. That would be like the one famous person that I need to see what's cooking in your mind. That shit's probably like a really colorful rooms, and it's all themed like JoJo. She probably has like a portrait of herself and shit. Her face is like on the mugs and the plates and shit. The toilet seat has like her in it.
Just have some semblance of humanity. You don't have to be with the regular poors anymore, dude. And the poors and the regular people, it's not the same ball field. You're dressing up as Gene Simmons and dancing. You get millions of dollars. And you have a rap carve your face. You think regular people are doing that? You think that's something that people are just like, hey, that's me? Are you sure? But the iHeart carpet wasn't on the only place that JoJo has been pulling stunts. Which, dude, this is a classic.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Okay, why the frick?
Dream guest on my podcast? I don't know.
Journey.
P. Diddy might be a good one, too.
Oh, dude, people are rolling this bitch like crazy, dude. Why is her voice so raspy? Is that forced, you think? Is it too much singing? Like her voice?
I think it is too much singing. Maybe she's a pothead, dude. Who knows? Maybe she's ripping fucking unfiltered fucking American Spirit cigarettes. You know, you don't even know.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Dream guest on my podcast? I think it's something that's really pretty fascinating, but it also just goes to show how much celebrities are up their own ass. Everything that a celebrity does, especially in pop music and stuff, is so fictitious. It's a lot.
Well, I think it's also they have to even if they know that there's like things they need to work on, they have to like show this facade of my shit's amazing, this is great, blah blah blah, because then it pushes people towards it rather than them saying like, okay, here's where I went wrong. If you guys could give me feedback, that'd be great, you know, because then that's showing, like, not weakness. I feel like that would work, though. If you were like, hey, this song was a flop, what would you guys rather have? And then kind of work off the fucking tweaks. I don't know. That was a good video, though. All right. We're going to fucking... chat JoJo Siwa's terrible movie.
Welcome back, Curselings. It's been a while. Now, we all know what horror movies are. They are movies that are supposed to be scary and evoke some kind of fear. For instance, the movie Smile, which...
I haven't seen Smile 2 yet, but I will say Smile 1 was one of the scariest movies I've ever seen, just out of raw, like, psychological horror. Not like jump scare horror, it was just a creepy film.
Is by far one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. Like, I definitely curled up watching it. But what if I told you JoJo Siwa made a horror movie and it was terrible? Like, really bad.
Wait, it's actually a horror movie? I thought he was just going to say JoJo Siwa's movie was so bad it was a horror movie. She made a slasher film? Was it in theaters? When did this happen?
If you've been following my channel, then you should know I am probably the biggest JoJo Siwa hater on this platform. And
Bro, I don't f with JoJo Siwa's content, but I like watching it. Is that weird to say? She's cringy and it's entertaining to watch because it's bad.
I'll humbly accept that title. Thank you. Thank you. Because ever since 2024, JoJo has been losing her mind, doing weird dances on TikTok.
Oh, dude, I liked when she blacked out at Disney World. That was... that was the funniest arc of JoJo, was when she went to Disney World and Epcot and got really drunk.
Doing even weirder things on stage.
Oh, I thought this was going to show when she was putting her hand down her pants. I was about to go full screen.
Just boot me!
Setting YouTube dislike records for her music.
With an astonishing, record-breaking...
Bro, she has a life-size cardboard cutout of herself.
3.1 million dislikes!
And all in all, just being a menace on social.
Do you think that I feel like she puts this on, though? If you met JoJo in real life, I don't think she would act like this. I don't know. I can't read into it on whether or not... I think that this is her personality, but she upscales the living piss out of it on video to where it's just more, you know... I guess cringy or entertaining, depending on how you look at it.
Social media. And of course, all of this was for the purpose of her sudden rebrand from kids content to adult content. And it was—
And why? And why? Right, I understand it's a passion. Bro, she was making like $10 million a year on the bows. Those fucking, the little things that she sold at like Claire's and shit. Bro, that was pulling in bags. That was making so much money. She's so rich. Surely. Unless she got signed some terrible record deal or something with Dance Moms and they took a high cut. She is rolling in it. She's set for the rest of her life. Not as rich as Joe Bart. No, she fucking 50x's my net worth. 100% of the time. Right? I make good money on social media. Bro, she is bounds above me. It's not even close.
Or she decided to drop a secret movie. And the only reason I say secret is because...
Is the actual title of the movie #AmFad All My Friends Are Dead?
24. And since we know the day the movie was released, I had the brilliant idea of checking JoJo Siwa's post that day to see what she was posting instead of promoting the movie. And this is what I found. So on June 8th, this is what JoJo Siwa posted. I can't use her.
What are the ratings for the movie? Oh my god, it's actually a Tubi movie. Hey, yo, the ratings are not that bad, though. 50% Rotten Tomato, 55% audience score. I have watched hundreds of movies that have way worse ratings.
Her song audio because I'll get copyrighted.
does she still do the dances to Karma?
As we can tell, JoJo was doing JoJo things, which is probably why we never heard about this movie. Like, imagine doing a movie with JoJo Siwa, and instead of promoting it, she's tweaking out on TikTok. Like, that's actually funny. Another reason we probably never heard of this movie is because it didn't perform well. Out of the 1,000 ratings that it does have, it's only sitting at about 2 out of 5 stars.
Yo, but one of my favorite movies all time is Dude, Where's My Car? And that movie did fucking terrible. Dude, Where's My Car is about two guys that couldn't find their car and they like see aliens and shit. The plot is so unput together, it's terrible.
Which isn't good at all. And just by taking a look at some
confusing, boring, not even funny. Do you like to consume brain rot content? Well, then go ahead and watch this movie. I hated most of it. No spoilers, but the ending sucked. The reveal during the post-credit is not something that should be done. All the characters were unlikable. The only one that deserved my pity was Aaron. The only one that comes close to making me smile is the joke about a birth certificate. I really hate how this movie is split in time periods. Makes following the story really confusing. Do not watch the trailer as it spoils a major part of the movie. Worst part of this JoJo Siwa.
Of the reviews,
yeah, then she's the villain.
I can tell people hate this movie, but let's read just how much people.
Why would you watch this though?
People hate this movie. Confusing, boring, and not.
All right, I'm not okay.
Not much to like. Hashtag AMIAS. All my ideas are stolen. Confusing, unsatisfying, and frustrating.
Joe, you have bad taste, bitch. No, I do not. Top 5 movies. Top 5 movies. Shutter Island. The original, The Thing, Heretic, Matrix, In Time.
12 people found that helpful. I also wanted to quickly add that I found the actual trailer on YouTube and it only has 95k views, which is a lot, but when compared to JoJo's other stuff, it's nothing. It also only has like 300 likes and 100 dislikes, so I know for a fact 99% of people never knew this existed until now. So yeah, I think it's pretty clear this movie.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think maybe because she's probably getting a bait. You know why I don't think she promoted it? This is going to be a Joe Bart guess on why she didn't promote it. I don't think that she has any revenue share from the movie's profits. It's on Tubi. It's a free streamed movie. She probably got a flat rate cut off rip and had no contractual obligation to promote the movie, so why would you?
With him because I sat down and watched this hour and 30-minute long film.
God, he watched it.
So you guys didn't have to. So before we continue this,
hold up, I gotta piss before he fucking starts reviewing the movie.
This video, I need to see some thank yous down in the comments because this was painful. Now that we got that out the way, I figured we could actually review this movie. And lucky for us, didn't even have to. Let's dive into it. The movie starts off with one of the weirdest scenes I've ever seen from a movie.
In life, they are the goat. In business, they are the goat. In family, yes, they're the goat. And when it comes time to chill the f out, they only smoke the goat.
Yeah. I would immediately turn the movie off after watching this.
We do.
Christ. So I've personally never
Gavi Cone
seen a movie start like this. I guess I'm just too used to the line opening that goes dun 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 dun. So I'll give this one a chance. The actual movie starts off at a wooden cabin with yours truly, JoJo Siwa, and we're kind of thrown into some random flashbacks with a voice explaining how good of a person JoJo Siwa was.
The one who was such a light for others. It was an honor when they shared their hurt.
Just clips of her hugging someone. The light in our darkness. When it was stormy, she was the rainbow that came after the rain.
And their fears. It was inevitable. Someone would be drawn to that light just to destroy it.
So clearly, she has started tweaking, and I don't even know if that's her screaming. It sounds like it's a sound effect added in like a post scene. Anyway, JoJo gets killed by some kind of mystery person and the movie just goes on, but fear not because that's not the last time we'll be seeing.
So that was like an instant 20-second backstory and they just murder her. No character attachment whatsoever. We're going to have a fucking B-roll of 4 clips of her hugging somebody and smiling, her screaming, and then dying. And now she's the main antagonist of the movie.
JoJo in this movie. It then fast forwards like 2 years later, and the story is following 7 friends going to an event called Karmapalooza, which I'm guessing is like an Easter egg to JoJo's song also called Karma that was released that same year. You know, the song that blew up and got the most YouTube dislikes in 2024.
Emergency. I need you to like my vid.
I can't just like whatever. I have a brand. Just start sucking on her toes. That'd be a Tubi movie. That'd be a Tubi movie. Plot twist. Plot twist.
Hey guys, it's Live in the Big City. And guess what? I'm going to Karmapalooza, baby! Shut the fuck up!
Now, you know what? I actually understand him. We don't know much about these characters, only that they're really unlikable, and 6 of them were friends with JoJo Siwa, and after she got killed, they just replaced
Why do they just keep having a scene of her, this woman shoving her feet in this guy's face?
her with another blonde? What a way to honor your friend. And none of this is ever stated, you just kinda have to make a guess because you saw a random picture frame at the 3-minute mark into the movie. This also ties back into one of the complaints that I saw. It's because at the start of the movie, they just kinda give you like 10 minutes of random backstory, when in reality, it just doesn't work well. So after all these characters meet up, they finally start making their way to the music festival, Karmapalooza.
We gotta go! We gotta go right now! Start the band! Start the band!
I also forgot to mention, this is a very brain rot social media-esque movie, with some of these characters caring a lot about how many likes and followers they get.
Yo, can I post out my consent? Credit or copy? Got it?
Whatever.
And I'm personally not a fan of these types of films because
There actually are influencers like that though. mainly like LA TikTokers. Yeah, that was like also an off-brand AMF, but there are a lot on Kick. Yeah, just like groups of fucking content creators that are so obsessed with likes and views. That's the only thing they ever talk about.
supposed to be the most famous out of this friend group, and yet her personality is the worst.
Is that your agent? Ew! Liv, pump my leg later, please.
Are you a fan?
Yeah.
Are you being sex trafficked right now? Say something racist so I know you're okay.
Wait. Wait, what? Say something racist so I know you're okay?
Are you being sex trafficked right now? Say something racist so I know you're okay.
I feel like I'm starting to understand.
How does that make you okay? What does that have to fucking do with it? Oh, is he gonna say he's starting to understand why JoJo's not promoting the movie?
And why JoJo never promoted this film.
3 post-therapy quotes.
Okay, well, so there you have everyone.
Whoa, 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 pan that camera back. Who's that fresh-faced driver?
No, you wouldn't be interested in Sarah. Zero social game, nothing to exploit.
What a goddamn hater.
She who has nothing to share must have something to hide.
How right you are, Mr. Weird Agent. I don't feel like doing a full analysis of this movie, so I'm just gonna speed things up. Anyways, the movie follows the usual slasher type. While they're driving to the Karma Festival, they somehow destroy their tire and they can't drive anymore.
Oh, and they're a bunch of successful influencers, but they're driving like a used van with a solar panel on top of it.
A cop suddenly appears out of nowhere, even though there were just no other.
Wow, that was the biggest green screen I've ever seen.
A cop suddenly appears out of nowhere.
Oh my god. Like, that's just a set. She's just in a fucking room right now filming this.
Even though there were just no other cars on the road. The cop gives them a lift to an Airbnb, and surprisingly, it's a house in the woods. Who would have guessed? They each die one by one by somebody wearing one of those LED masks that I've personally seen at a rave before, like in person, but instead of it being some kind of colors on the mask, it was a picture of JoJo Siwa. Apparently, the 6 friends bullied her to death for stupid reasons, and the person in the mask was getting revenge for JoJo Siwa. And do you know who the person in the mask was? The fucking cop. But that's not even the best part. She was working with the blonde girl because the blonde girl and JoJo were actually friends. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, this is literally just an off-brand Scream. You think it's one villain, but it's 2. It's the person you least expect, but it's kind of obvious, and then it's somebody they throw in on the side. That's like every Scream movie ever.
This has to be some of the worst writing I've ever seen.
And a lot of the Scream movies are bad.
And I'm not even done. Because it turns out the 6 friends didn't even bully JoJo Siwa to death. The blonde girl getting revenge for JoJo is the one that actually killed her by accident. So this entire plot is built.
That's just Scream 3. This is literally, and I'm assuming then the blonde girl kills the cop. If the blonde girl kills the cop, that's literally just Scream 3. This is a rewritten Scream 3 with JoJo Siwa and modern day influencers.
Built around these people that bully her to death, when it turns out the one getting revenge for her is the one that actually killed her by accident. And you're telling me the writers and producers actually thought they cooked here? And I don't even want to talk about how the cop got involved, because that probably makes less sense than the actual.
Scream 3 only has one villain. What's the one that has the... It's not Emma Roberts. It is Emma Roberts. Which Scream has Emma Roberts? Scream 4. Scream 4.
Because remember, she just killed 6 people and she didn't even know who JoJo was. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I rate this movie a 0 out of 10, and I didn't even rate the Ryan's World movie this low because this movie is actually trash. Like, it's bad. I now understand and fully support why JoJo never tweeted or said anything.
Oh, yeah, and she was probably just in it for the bag, dude. She had a small appearance so they could fucking use her name to promote the movie and then made, 100 racks and left it.
About this movie while everybody else did, because she probably didn't want to promote this to her audience. I feel like I wasted an hour.
Wow, dude. First showing at just like a local fucking city movie theater. Just a regular AMC. We have the whole cast. So what did you guys think of the movie?
Because she probably didn't want to promote this to her audience. I feel like I wasted an hour and 30 minutes watching this film and then tons of other hours editing this video for you guys. So if you don't like and subscribe.
If I don't like and subscribe as a waste of time, yeah, I'll like and subscribe, man. That was an interesting video. So terrible I didn't even know she made a movie. I feel like I heard about it like months ago. As a brain-rotted chronically online girl, this is my time to shine. She actually did mention her movie on the Talk to a podcast. I knew I heard it somewhere. The Talk to a podcast. Hey, wow, it's all connected. All the roads lead to the same fucking ending, man. The Talk to a podcast. Wow. All right, lock in. Queen of Cringe.
JoJo Siwa. Even just saying her name elicits a involuntary response from your body, having your face kind of like crumple up like you just ate a warhead or something really sour. Because you always know when JoJo Siwa's name comes up in conversation, it's something embarrassing. Now...
Yeah, but JoJo Siwa is genuinely entertaining. Like, I have to give credit where credit's due. Okay? I understand I make fun of JoJo Siwa. She is entertaining. Wildly entertaining. If JoJo Siwa had a reality show, I would watch the living hell out of it. Is it a little cringeworthy? Does it make you kind of like your gut just kind of like just flexes and you're sitting there just watching her like get really drunk in Disney World and start singing her song and nobody sings along? Yeah. But is it something? It's like one of those things where you don't want to watch it, but you can't take your eyes away from it.
I will say, on my short list of idols, she does make it into the top 5 because I think she is truly the best dog shit dancer this species has ever produced. And I am a big enthusiast of bad dancing, so her classic...
Well, I really gotta say, people take the I don't want to say interpretive dancing, But dancing now, there's a classification where, yeah, there's ballet, there's jazz, there's tap, there's a bunch of other or not jazz, there's a bunch of other types of dancing, right, that goes on. Is it interpretive dancing? It's like a type of dancing that's performed at like concerts and shit that people just take wild movement as good. Not TikTok dances. It's like a new category. Not jazz is a type of dance. Jazz is a type of music. But is jazz a type of dance? I don't know. There's a lot of types of dances. Anyway, jazz hands. Jazz hands. There's like a category of dancing now where there's no style. It's just, hey, move your body in any weird way you want, and it'll be considered like art. And it's becoming like modern art, where somebody just tapes a banana to a wall, and it's just like she's gonna move in a very random set of motions that follow some sort of beat, and it's just like, hey, this is fire. No.
Karma's a bitch seizure, as well as her guilty pleasure stinky treasure dance routine here. This whole one is a masterpiece because
it really is TikTok dances. It really is. No, because this is like, I could see Charlie D'Amelio doing this.
Guilty pleasure stinky treasure dance routine here.
Okay, not like the ground stomp like she's like Donkey Kong. But like the other shit where it's like the
stinky
leg
treasure
movements.
Dance routine here. This whole one is a masterpiece because there's not a single move here that looks good. Especially this finale. This is by far my favorite part, where it's kind of like some kind of monster walk.
Okay, see, bro, like, what is that?
Kind of monster walk. That's like a walk cycle a rubber hose cartoon would use when a villain shows up to the scene. But the point is, I love bad dancing, and no one does it worse than she does. Many of you know, I'm actually somewhat of a pioneer myself, the creator of the classic Where's My Hug At? And I've actually been in the lab cooking some new stuff. I don't have a name for this yet, but it kind of...
you have not cooked that up. Dude, people were rocking that dance move in the 1920s. What is it, Get Twisted or whatever? Do the Twist. That's a song, Charlie. You didn't make that up. Do the Twist. That's like a thing that white people were rocking decades ago. Charlie invented that. Charlie is like a Turritopsis Dornii jellyfish. He is immortal.
But it kind of combines the Habbo Hotel dance animation with a little bit of like robotic Roomba maneuvers, so you can do like little circles with it. But I'm already...
Yeah, you could get paid to be a background dancer for like Bruno Mars.
Getting lost in the sauce. I'm not here to talk about JoJo Siwa's dancing. I'm here to talk about her scamming. You can now pay $900 for the VIP package to be an unpaid roadie for JoJo Siwa.
But so you have to pay to work for her? What do roadies do? Don't they just travel with her and like set up shit? You have to pay $900 VIP package that includes working as an unpaid roadie. I gotta Google what roadies do. Handle equipment, maintenance for travel arrangements, and provide lighting roles, sound mixing. So they're just like backstage people. You have to pay to work. Mother's Day is coming up. And what a better gift to give your mom that's always on the go than Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycon Everyday Earbuds are an absolute treat. They are usable in almost any scenario. I use them while I'm cooking. I use them while I'm walking on the treadmill, on a run, at the gym, chilling on my phone, watching some YouTube videos, listening to some music, whatever you need them for. That's why they're called Everyday Earbuds. Their new model, 32 hours of battery life, affordable, and they have a quick charging feature to where if they are low, you can charge them for 10 minutes and you get 90 minutes of usage. That is crazy. With multiple color and custom case options, you can take your listening game to the next level. Let's just say, with the Raycon earbuds, listening's never been better. If you go to buyraycon.com/Joe Bart, you get 20% off site-wide. I repeat, buyraycon.com/Joe Bart, 20% off site-wide. Thank you to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. Let's get back into it.
That sounds familiar. It's because Gene Simmons just announced that...
Who the fuck would do that? Who is a JoJo Siwa fan that's old enough to fucking pay $900, have $900, and have the time to be a roadie? Because I thought like most of JoJo Siwa's audience is like kids. Well, now she's getting out of that. She's in her like Miley Cyrus era.
For $12,500, I made a video on that like 2 weeks ago. So JoJo...
Gene Simmons charging $12,500 to be his personal assistant and roadie for one day. Who the fuck would pay? Yo, this is the biggest dick rider shit in the world. Imagine paying 12 grand to work for someone. Who the fuck is Gene Simmons? Some rock guy. Some rock guy that's like 85 years old now.
JoJo Siwa really just took a page out of Gene fucking Simmons' playbook here. It's almost one-to-one. She copied Gene.
One general admission ticket to the show. Watch the show from designated audience area of your choice. Exclusive invitation to JoJo Live, show setup, before Q&A, and sound check with JoJo. Help JoJo put together the show with song selection input. My ass. Song selection input. What? Hey, JoJo, I think you should play Karma's a Bitch. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I thought I would play that one, too. Exclusive autographed JoJo memorabilia worn during the show. Dude, that's kind of fire. I mean, that's worth something. Access to JoJo's pre-show sound check. That's literally the same thing as this. What? Why are we listing 2 bullet points? Access to JoJo's pre-show sound check featuring a Q&A with JoJo. That's the same fucking thing rewritten. Pre-show meet and greet and photo op with JoJo in front of the VIP backdrop. Exclusive merch. That's this. Commemorative VIP laminate and lanyard. No way we're listing that as a fucking perk. You get a lanyard. Early entry into the building. Yeah, because you're working for her. Pre-show merchandise shopping opportunity. Oh, so you get access to a store early.
Because there's no way she's going to let any goober who pays $900 for this get to have any say in what she performs. Like,
I know, that's what I'm saying, but doesn't she only have like 3 songs? Wait, actual question. When JoJo performs, she has like 2 or 3 new singles. Does she also perform her Does she also perform her old shit? Does she also perform her old shit? Stop, chat. She has platinum albums. I know she's a very big artist, but I'm saying I thought she was trying to get out of her old stuff.
Like, this is definitely already pre-selected shit. An exclusive autograph of JoJo.
What's that one JoJo song that like blew up when when I was like 10? What is it? Boomerang. That's what they should request. Hey JoJo, can you perform Boomerang?
Sweaty clothes that she performed in. Yeehaw.
Wait, you get her used clothes? Oh my god. Worn during the show?
Access to her pre-show sound check and a Q&A. A pre-show...
I thought it was just her exclusive memorabilia she autographs. I kind of skimmed past
meet and greet and a photo opportunity in front of the VIP backdrop, so that way everyone will know you wasted $900 so they can shoot spitballs at you and make fun of you.
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know people that are... I don't know. This is me. This is like a fallacy here, right? Of me using my own personal experience. I don't know anybody that's a fan of JoJo Siwa. I'm not saying a fan in the sense that they'd go to a concert. I would so pay to go see JoJo Siwa. I would need to see what that concert's like, right? That would be fun to go to a JoJo Siwa concert. But I don't know anybody that would pay $900 to be a roadie. Video idea. Video idea. I pay $900 to be a JoJo roadie. No. She wouldn't let me film it, though. I wouldn't be allowed to film it. It would just, because I would be backstage and shit. So I would just pay the money, and then it would just be like a story time and a picture.
VIP laminate and lanyard. Early entry into the building with priority access. Pre-show merch and shopping opportunity. A VIP host. So you're not just working for free, unpaid labor. You are paying to have the privilege of working for free for JoJo as a roadie. It's a beautiful scam. It really is. And I actually think there will be people that make this purchase. I just have a strong...
Oh, for sure. Because if you're such a fan of her, you would find it fun to do that work. In reality, I think her offering the position of an unpaid roadie isn't a scam because people would just accept that, right? And having that as like something that you could give away to people would be like, hey, 4 people can help me backstage. But you shouldn't charge people to be unpaid roadies. You should just not pay them.
Be-
Like, if I had the option of being like an unpaid roadie for like Green Day or a rock band in their prime, fuck yeah, I'd do that shit. For like a 3-day trip, you just help them out in their concerts, and you're just like vibing with like your whatever your favorite artist is. Even if it's like a rapper, right? You get to go backstage, you hang out with them a little bit, you help them. That'd be so fun. But paying to do that, it's like now you're just conning me.
Some pitiful souls out there spending $900 to get fucking shit-stained breeches that JoJo wore during the show and setting up the show for her for free. But maybe I'm just being a Scrooge. Let's hear it from JoJo herself as she tries to sell us on this dream VIP package experience, because maybe there's more to it than meets the eye.
I mean, there's so much to tease. I am really excited because I wanted to create a show that wasn't just a...
Why JoJo Siwa loves shopping at Ross Dress for Less. Get the fuck out of here. 86 likes, Access Hollywood. Who the hell's watching this video?
But I was like, I want to do something more. I want to create, a party environment. I want to create something that feels very, immersive, interactive, intimate. And so I really did that with this show. And so, you're going to get the...
I don't know. She just doesn't have that audience, bro. She's like becoming like the hardcore, like Miley Cyrus era. But she wants to have the crowd of like drug addict rock fans. Like, this ain't Burning Man. You're not going to have, your audience isn't going to be tripping on acid, getting hammered and fucking doing mosh pits and stuff. It's not like, I don't know. It's just, the vibe's different.
Concert that you want to see, right? But then...
How innovative. Making a concert into a big party. AKA, what concerts kind of already are in the first place. This is a bunch of mumbo-jumbo here. This is gobbledygook. Like, you're just describing a concert. I just went to a Deftones concert. That shit was a great big party. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, or Coachella, or fucking, what's the one that just happened? Rolling Loud. Yeah, like, they're just concerts, right? They're parties. They're big parties where you're paying to get in, and you're probably going to do drugs and get drunk and watch a bunch of people, rap or do like DJ beats or do rock music or country or whatever it is, right? And whatever vibe you're at is what people are doing. If you're at like a fucking, like a vibey, like hippie place, everybody's gonna be on acid.
I don't exactly know what she's going to do to make it...
What do you do at a JoJo concert? That would be nightmarish. That would be another video idea. That'd be another video idea. Taking mushrooms at a JoJo Siwa concert. Just sitting there tweaking. She's just doing the dances on stage. I'm just like... The video's just of me just freaking out the whole time.
Maybe she'll toss a beach ball around that everyone can start hitting, and maybe she'll like plant kegs, and I have no idea what she's doing to make it more of a party. I couldn't tell you. But I can tell you she so desperately wants to be unique, and it is so cringe how hard she tries to stand out with like weird fashion choices, like really off-the-wall stuff. She does it on purpose, leaning into it full well knowing people make fun of her.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to like judge the character, but I also feel like she's trying too hard to get out of the kiddish like persona that she's had to put on business-wise for the past decade, that she's forcing herself to be edgy rather than just being like her actual like edgy self. Like, I bet she does enjoy, partying and drinking and doing that stuff, but she has to scale it to such an absurd level for clicks and also like recognition that it just comes off as cringe.
For it,
I think she does it purposefully though, because she has to know the majority of people that watch the content find it like over the top.
But it's just, to me, kind of sad how hard she wants to be viewed as like really quirky and zany for the things that she wears when she performs and stuff. So like in here, she's got like the football pads on. I don't even really know what that is. It looks like the armor the Saiyans wore like when Nappa and Vegeta came down and met Goku for the first time. But like if it was set in the My Little Pony universe instead of Dragon Ball.
There's going to be a DJ set run by me. There's going to be an interactive game with the audience where they have...
An interactive game with the audience? Oh my God, what the fuck? Are we doing a group Kahoot? An interactive game? What fucking game are you going to do at a concert with 5,000 people? Tic-tac-toe? the Twitch rivals Honda maze. Oh my god. Oh my god. Left! Left! Right! Right!
A chance to win a sick prize.
It's going to be beyond sick. It's going to be dope. I have no doubt that prize is going to go ballistic. It'll be like a fucking half-eaten Subway sandwich that she had for lunch that she'll toss into the crowd if you complete her, like, trivia game or whatever she's going to play with the audience.
And I read that there is a chance for fans to get close and personal with you.
There is.
What can you tell us?
There's one, and this is the like most exclusive VIP, where you actually are gonna get to come during while we're like loading in the show, and you're gonna get to kind of like help us set it up and make sure things are right.
Yeah. So, yeah, the most exclusive package. You're going to be like lugging around. You're going to be doing hard labor. Free child labor. Actually, though, what if a kid buys this? What if like one of her fans that's like 10 just goes, my mom bought me the VIP roadie package. What do you need me to carry?
And test out, the drum with me or the DJ booth with me. You're gonna kind of.
You're describing
Her costume's ripped. Do you know how to use a sewing machine? Just literally straight up turns into a sweatshop.
This is labor. You're supposed to be paid for these things, not pay for the privilege of doing them for you for free. It's an interesting proposition. Gene Simmons really did just blow open a whole new door for insufferable assholes to exploit their fans here for these VIP packages. I don't know if this was common before Gene Simmons, but I'm pretty confident JoJo saw that from Gene and said, I want to do that. Like, I feel like that's where this spawned from. That's just a hunch, though.
Get that. Then we're doing another one where you just get an exclusive backstage tour. We're doing this fun thing where you get a little bit of show memorabilia. So there's different things that are used within the show.
So I'm going to give you my used sweaty costume that I'm wearing. I'll sign it.
We will replace every night, and so we will give that to those top tier. We're calling them dream guests on my show, like dream guests on my.
Dream guests, and you also got to realize the people that are gonna buy this are gonna be so creepy towards her. The only people that are buying this shit are obsessed with her. If you're willing to spend that amount of money, you're bringing out the fucking needles in the haystack. Okay, you're getting the weirdos that are coming, fucking flocking out of the trees to be like, hey, this is just such a bad idea.
The title makes sense. These are dream guests. These are the most brainwashed drones you could find that will actually pay you tons of money to work for you for nothing in return. I guess, other than, of course, maybe like some grease-stained clothes that were worn during the performance. That's enough, I guess. But, yeah, hearing her describe it, I'm still not sold.
And what are they going to do with the clothes? What are they going to do with the clothes? Are they going to frame them? Like, if JoJo Siwa was like, here, and handed me her used outfit, like, I would throw it in the trash. Even if somebody that I really enjoyed watching or listening to, I'd be like, what do I do with this? Outside of maybe try to resell it. Who the fuck's gonna buy that, chat? Who the fuck's gonna buy that? You're not Michael Jackson, right? Who the fuck's gonna buy JoJo Siwa's old costume?
Still don't think that's worth 900 clams to go work for free for the JoJo Siwa tour. Now, I got a little curious.
The Dave Blunt's cup? I would buy the Dave Blunt's cup. Okay.
She is coming to Tampa, and I was tempted to buy the $900 package just to see.
He so should, bro.
What that's like. I wouldn't pay $12,500 to move around Gene Simmons' oxygen tank and get fucking coffee for him while he berates me and demands that I change his diaper. But I would consider paying $900 to help set up JoJo Siwa's song selection and fucking, I don't know, the sound check and bring in all the equipment or whatever else was described.
And what if I pay the $900 and then I don't want to do it? What if I become an impedance? I pay the $900 and I don't help.
Like, that would almost be worth it as a joke, but I don't think I'll actually do it. It just seems like the joke immediately loses its luster when I show up there and just
when he shows up in work clothes, ready to move equipment. That shit would suck. Don't be shy, Charlie. Buy in and be a JoJo roadie. You've always wanted to be. Buy the package. Do it for us. He's not going to be undercover, bro. JoJo Siwa's going to know who Charlie is. That was a fun video, though. Art of unemployment.
I'm 34.
34? Okay, what do you do?
I am a risk taker.
Imagine that's your response when somebody says, what's your job? I'm a risk taker. Like what? You day trade? You gamble? What do you mean you're a risk taker?
I'm a road runner.
Unemployment.
Road runner.
It's no longer just about not having a job. It's a way of living. Maximizing on productivity and really just enjoying life. We live in a generation where unemployment is really the final goal. Okay, nobody wants to work a 9 to 5 no more. Which, you know, will probably...
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody really wanted to work a 9 to 5, even historically, when like the white picket fence, green grass, American dream was a thing. You wanted a job, but the end goal forever has been like retirement. Maybe working in an area or field that you want to, but still, nobody really wants to work.
Probably have some repercussions in the future. Because what happens if you need to go get your car fixed and the best you're gonna get is a sports bettor or a damn Twitch streamer? Me personally, I'm escaping the matrix. Day trading, crypto, fucking NFTs, all of that. But
bro, the whole day trading thing though, I have friends that'll like send me their like day trading profits, and I'm like, bro, this ain't getting you out of the trenches, dog. This he'll send me like he's like, I'm up 6% today. I made $12. Like, I mean, maybe this is like starting somewhere. I'm like, this is not a long-term thing that you're going to be able to do. Like, you need investment money for that. Day trading's also just sketchy as shit.
With the amount of gambling videos I've seen, I've got genuine worry for this generation, bro. The sheer amount of debt that's going to be built up just because of this image.
No, but that's actually not true because young people gamble less than ever before. Young people sports bet more, but young people don't go. Gen Zers go to the casino less, more than I think any other generation.
I'll see y'all at the annuals.
Most Gen Zers that are like, you know, gambling money, it's sports betting in like CSGO cases. Speaking of, Brady literally, before I go live, ats me and goes, bang, look at this. And I'm like, dude, I know nothing about CSGO. Brady sends me a picture of a knife he fucking got. I'm like, dude, I don't know what the hell that means. I'm like, I have no idea how much money that is, how useful that is. Is that a good, cool knife? What's the quality?
Squid Games, bro. Okay, now I mentioned being unemployed is going beyond the job status because I think it's more about how you spend those jobless hours. Because you could be unemployed and, you know, still be locked in, day trading, crypto, all of that. Or you could be playing around with Saratoga bottles and damn bananas because you saw a funny internet meme. Now, before you think I'm judging you, which I am.
I think the biggest problem today is people are so locked in on get rich quick, you know, methods, especially because of social media and people like panning them to others and like finance advice discords and all this other. People that are in Gen Z want a method to like get money and get money fast before it gets too big that it doesn't work anymore. One of the things that comes to mind is drop shipping. The guys that got in early on drop shipping made an ass load of money. People that were drop shipping were making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for like the first year that shit was hype. And now drop shipping's so known that it's not really like a method anymore. And there's like things that kind of fall and then, you know, hype up, fall. NFTs, meme coins. But you got to keep in mind, most of the people that even get in when it's like not hype yet are losing money. But that's what people look forward to now, because if you are one of those like lucky few, you get rich fast. But the problem is that the odds of that are extremely unlikely. And then the people that fail now have no, you know, movement to actually get a job. And so now they're just unemployed and they're rug pulling, they're attempting to rug pull meme coins.
Corny, my boy. You're lame. I gotta admit that we all be demonstrating unemployed behavior. I mean, you might be a little too tapped in with the John Pork and Tim Cheese law.
When I work at a normal ass job, no, I agree with that. Like, and this is coming from somebody that does Twitch streaming. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, you need a lock into a 9-to-5 for the next 45 years before you could retire with a 401k. Nobody wants to do that. The problem is, like, it's not, I don't think it's as simple as 9-to-5 or get rich quick. I think there are, like, other middle grounds that people can choose to do, or specific side hustles and things that people get in. I just think banking all of your time and assets that you currently have at a young age, not financial advice, to trying to make it big in the crypto space is so risky that it could fail miserably.
Or really any other niche internet meme.
Tung 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 sahur.
And we call this kind of behavior being unemployed because they just have way too much free time. And all this time they spend gallivanting around, you have to think they surely have some time to make some money. But who am I to judge you? Go enjoy your life. There's always time to escape the matrix later. But you should know better than anyone if you're just out here devouring your minutes. For example, if you're finding time in your day to prepare and eat coleslaw. We need a couple of...
What? What? Why is that the example of choice here? If you're spending your free time, you're unemployed if you spend your free time making homemade coleslaw. I mean, yeah, that's a waste of time, but...
of y'all to start taking one for the team. We can't all be Twitch streamers and barbers, okay? Someone has to work them oil rigs. And what's 3 barbers on each street gonna do for me, okay? I need a house to be built, not a low... But maybe we'd have more employed people if the process of getting a job wasn't such a damn grueling process. I'm gonna show you some shit that might be a jump scare for some of y'all. You ready?
Well, LinkedIn pages.
Ooh, job application. The whole process of getting a job, you gotta make some fuck-ass resume. And if you don't have any experience, that shit's just gonna look like...
Well, and you have to make some stupid resume. You apply to a million jobs to get an interview at a few, get denied by most, you finally bank a job, and your end goal isn't even staying with that job because raises are actually worse than job hopping, because job hopping statistically gives better raises than raises in wage pay than actually staying and getting natural raises. So you're basically spending endless hours to land a job that you plan on holding for like a year tops, and then switching jobs to a place that's going to hire you for more money because now you have job experience from the previous place. But that's what you got to do. I mean, like, I have a friend that is a coder. Like, he makes pretty good money, made pretty good money out of college doing coding. He's held 4 different jobs in 3 years. Not because he got fired, but because you hold that job, you start working, and then somebody comes out of the blue and goes, hey, we'll hire you for more money. And now you go, well, bye. And then you leave and do the same thing. So it's just always, people are constantly in training, and it's just terrible.
And can someone tell me why entry-level jobs be asking for experience?
Dude, you are the experience.
The damn job paradox. How am I meant to get experience if I need experience to get experience? And after making your resume, you have to go on like Indeed or something and just look for a job that doesn't look like modern day slavery.
I'm unemployed right now, but I'm better work at this job.
Well, and the worst thing is low-level jobs are wanting experience, but those are also the jobs that have the worst churn rate. They lose people constantly for quitting, like Amazon. Amazon hires, fires, and has quitters every day. If you work at an Amazon warehouse, you're not gonna like get to know your coworkers. Some of them you might, but the odds are either you're quitting the job in 3 months or they're quitting the job in 3 months. Like, they don't plan on keeping you. You're probably gonna work it, you're gonna get fed up and quit one day, or they're gonna fire your ass because they change the rules constantly. Like, I watch this one YouTuber, Atrioc, who has a mod / like other streamer friend that works at Amazon, and he'll do like in-depth stories about how he hates working there, and he'll talk about how Amazon will change the rules for truck drivers like every week, given on specific scenarios they get in, where 1 week they had a rule that Amazon truck drivers in their area, in their department, at their facility, were not allowed to reverse unless it was an emergency. How are you supposed to deliver packages in a car without the ability to reverse your vehicle? And so they would have to call their supervisor and go, hey, I'm in a driveway, I need to back up. And they'd go, okay, you got to check your surroundings, blah, blah, blah. Like, no shit. Check your surroundings. Why are we treating them like they're toddlers?
Factory down the street, $6 an hour, full time.
$6 an hour.
And after shooting like 400 applications.
What state has the worst minimum wage? Obviously, minimum wage also coincides with like price of living. New Jersey, California, highly populated areas are going to have very high minimum wages. Like, I think New Jersey's is like 15 something, 15.49. So it's high, but like the cost of living in New Jersey is very high. What state has the lowest minimum wage? I mean, there's probably states that follow the federal minimum wage. This can't be real. Georgia $5.15, that's not allowed. Isn't the federal minimum wage like $7? You can't go below that. $7.25. That's not real. It says Georgia $5.15. There's no way. Well, I'm going to Google what is Georgia's minimum wage. $7.25. Why does it say $5.15? That's a wrong website. So there's a lot of states that just default to the federal minimum, $7.25. That's so. Oh my God. If you have to work a minimum wage job in a state that has federal minimum wage, you could work an 8-hour shift and not have enough money pre-tax or post-tax to buy the new COD. You would work 8 hours, and how much money are you making? You're making like less than what, $64? You're making like 50 something, $56. That's so ass.
You settle for one interview, you got a McDonald's. And now the interview has to be the worst part, because you got to pull up in a suit and tie to an old block McDonald's.
Not eggs. Well, the price of eggs is something that people always use the price of eggs and milk to determine how the economy's going. I think that also varies on a lot of different factors to me personally, because yes, I buy milk and eggs, but I also am more in tune with steam prices. I don't buy eggs anymore, like ever. I buy egg whites, so I don't know the price of eggs. And I buy almond milk, so I don't know the price of dairy. Why? Because I don't want to drink milk, and I don't like the cholesterol in eggs. So I like egg whites because they don't have cholesterol. You're a weirdo? Bro, that's not abnormal for me to just want egg whites.
Like a stand-up guy and try not to say some dumb.
I just graduated from home last year ago with my degree in walking fish with a minor in water in the snow because I mop air. I'm also a dentist that fixes feet at the vet when I'm wide asleep. So I think this job would be pretty good for my mom since she doesn't have kids.
And what I hate about interviews, bro, is that dumb question they always be asking. Why do you want to work here? Yeah, because it's always been my lifelong dream to work in your rundown McDonald's. No.
I can't eat. I'm broke. I'm broke.
And then you gotta lie and be like, I've always just really liked the fast food business. I've always wanted to get into the, art of flipping burgers and taking people's orders that, are really drunk or high at 3 a.m. and, possibly getting a DUI after they hit up this McDonald's.
Okay, I just seen some and it looks like it's not that hard to get a job anymore. Now hiring someone that doesn't goon during work.
All right, I never worked at a fast food place. So for the people that work or have worked at a fast food place, what is the best and worst position? I feel like I'd want to be flipping burgers. I feel like I'd rather be a chef than somebody that works at a drive-thru. Yeah, I'd rather be like I'd rather be like a cook, a cashier. Taking orders sounds worse than cooking. I feel like taking orders, it also goes by slower because when I watch those live streams of mother cooking at Wendy's and you know how people live stream it and they'll put a camera on their head and I'm like watching them package orders? I feel like that's like they get in a groove, They got Wu Wei going on. They're at peace, just fucking another one. I like just fuck it, and then the time flies by quicker.
Like hours. Who the fuck did they have hired before this?
The ghost of the goon! The ghost of the goon! Look at the car.
But if you have to or want to go through that whole process, yeah, good luck, gang. But one thing I want to say is please, and I really stress, please don't be that that thinks having a job makes them better or something. Bro, these archetypes who constantly complain about their jobs, yet be the first ones to tell you to go get it.
Well, no, it'll be, I have like union friends. It'll be the union friends. It's like the stereotype where you'll be like, yeah, I had a long work day, worked 40 hours this week. And they'll be like, 40 hours? I remember when I was a little boy, I worked 40 hours. I worked 65. You be working a 9 to 5. I've been working a 5 to 5, bitch. 6 days a week. 6 days a week. I only get off on federal holidays. I pick up extra hours. Sometimes they'll call me in at 3 in the morning. You see these hands? You see these hands? Real man hands.
Get a job when you're demonstrating some.
Could I get a Miller Lite?
Some unemployed behavior.
Could I get a Miller Lite?
You hating on happiness, bro. You hating ass niggas look like Squidward. You see, I've worked 2 jobs in my life. The first one, I worked as an underwater ceramics technician.
Underwater ceramics technician.
a dishwasher. I applied to be a dishwasher at Arby's, McDonald's, Boston Market. None of them wanted to hire my ass. And I remember reading the job interviews and they were asking for experience. And I was like, bro, why do I need experience to work at a fucking, I know how to wash dishes.
And the way I still have literal night.
Not a dishwasher at McDonald's. It was at, it was Wendy's. Was it Wendy's? No, it was Arby's, Boston Market, and some other fast food place.
Bears about that job. I want reparations for each of those shifts I worked.
I'm not even gonna lie. When I was applying for jobs, I wasn't even looking at the place of work. I remember applying to every job that I could, just spamming them out, copy and pasting, just being like, submit, submit, just like waiting for a response. And then none of them replied. And then I walked into a GNC and asked for a job. They gave me in.
All of the stress that has accumulated. Years, I'm telling you, years have been taken off my life from those dreams. I don't work there anymore, and I still dream about it.
What more do you want from me?
And in the periods that I've been unemployed, I just feel like I took advantage of it. You gotta cherish every single one of those moments, man, because I promise you, sooner or later, we'll all be gone. Just knowing you have to get.
GNC said yes because of your body. Yo, in part, probably. They're not allowed to discriminate in that sense, but who the f is going to buy supplements from somebody that looks out of shape? GNC's a supplement store. People go there to get in shape. They go there when they need multivitamins and protein and shit for working out. They're not going to hire somebody that looks, you know, like they don't work out.
Get up for a shift or you have a shift later in the day. It can kill the vibe of the whole day, I promise you. You can just be chilling. And the realization hits. But you know, somebody telling you to get a job, they might just be looking out for you. Okay, don't start sending images like this. Bro, you just lazy.
Well, I think there's a difference between people that are unemployed and actively searching for work versus somebody that's unemployed by choice. There's groups of people that just don't get jobs and live at their parents, but never search for jobs and just like kind of chill. And then there's people that are actively, you know, searching. I think there's a difference. It's the level of motivation. There's nothing wrong with being unemployed, but like look for a job.
And to all the unemployed out there, is the Minecraft movie really that funny? Yeah, he said chicken jockey in a funny way, but does it ever warrant this reaction?
Well, these are high schoolers, dude.
Gangy, is that a live chicken? Man, we were supposed to have flying cars by now. The unemployed have just had a field day with this damn movie, bro. And not to be the fun police or nothing, but imagine working at one of these cinemas and having to clean this up.
What do you think the average age is that somebody gets a job in the U.S.? I would guess like 17. Yes, the average person gets their first part-time job between 16 and 19. That varies by state, though, off of also how old you are allowed to be employed. Because some states you can have a job when you're like 14, and some you have to be like 16 or 17.
Yo, we gotta look out for all of the people that are stuck in the infinite job cycle. I promise you they don't wish for that life. So don't be the guy that chucks 3 buckets of popcorn and mysterious liquids all over the floor. Just for, you know, a little giggle.
How did he sneak a chicken into the Minecraft movie? Like an alive chicken.
You gotta look out for each other, man. The employed gotta look after the unemployed.
Under his shirt? That would be so obvious.
The unemployed gotta look after the employed. If we fail to do this, society will collapse as we know it. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there as you watch society fall? No, you're gonna get up. You're gonna stand up and you're gonna fight for what you believe in. But do you really get what I'm trying to say though? We need the employed, but I don't want to be employed, so I'm gonna make it easier for them. The minority you just paid to deliver pizza to your address during a hurricane. Tip them a little bit. Instead of telling the person that's making your food to just put the fries in the bag.
Yeah, dude. I am always somebody that says you have to tip your servers. And I'm also coming from a place, you know, where I make money and I'm able to do that. But at the same time, if you're going to pay a motherfucker to go, not even like waitressing. I understand waitressing. You should still pay your waiter or waitress. That's like up. I've always said, you know, 20% in the United States, you should tip. But if you're paying a motherfucker to drive 35 minutes to a place, pick up your food, bring it to your place, your apartment, your house, drop it off, and you hit him with a fat zero, and you're giving him basically $3 for a delivery fee, that don't even cover the gas that this motherfucker had to use to sometimes drive to and from your house. Or not to and from your house, to and to the fast food place and then to your house, and then to the next order. Like, that's just like asshole shit.
How about you give him some nice words? The employed.
Yeah, and motherfucker said it's their job. Yeah, it's their job, but like they're doing it because they want money. Like most of the time, bro, those people that are door dashing have a 9 to 5, and you're ordering shit to their house or to your house at 2 in the morning, and they're this is their side hustle. They're working extra hours to try and make more money for themselves or their family. And you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna hit you with $3, bro.
The unemployed, united. But it's time to admit it. Being unemployed is not all sunshine and rainbows. Yes, I don't have the responsibility.
Why work if you won't get paid? It's a thing in the US that, you know, you're going to get like what, $4.20 an hour minimum wage for waitressing unless you don't get that much in tips, in which case they're required to pay you minimum wage, but they should make more than minimum wage, which is why you should tip. The argument that you shouldn't tip people because then if you don't tip, they're just going to make minimum wage is stupid, because now you're just forcing them to basically wait on people for whatever their state's minimum wage is. And to go like, okay, yeah, why work that job? Because they're doing it because there are people that do tip. If everybody didn't tip, like the people that say, well, I don't feel the need to, then no one would ever want to deliver your ass food. And then you wouldn't be able to get your Domino's at 3 a.m.
Ability of a job, but
I am so lonely.
Me aside.
Risky as hell, dude. He just hit his feet on that metal bar.
Me aside, don't trick yourself into believing you're not a fucking loser, okay? Because Googling top 5 side hustles to get rich quick is not being locked in. You know what? Let me stop being a hater. Because look, what you're doing is really smart, but it's also really dangerous because you're convincing yourself that you're not a loser, when in reality, yeah, you are. Alright, real quick, let me bring back this guy from the intro.
Well, I was going to say, too, one of the things that my friend does that I thought was originally stupid, but then looking back at it, I thought it was smart. He's getting a sports management degree, and he was applying for, like, accounting jobs. And they would give him interviews, and he would go to them. And I was like, you're never going to work here. He was like, yeah, but I don't care. I just need experience. And I said, for what? And he was like, just interviewing. He went to like 5 interviews for jobs he knows he didn't want just to fucking do them. Just to see the job interview and then get good at it for an actual interview. And, you know, on the off chance that he somehow got hired at a place, he said he would, you know, contemplate taking the job. But, you know, he was just interviewing.
Yeah, you are. Alright, real quick, let me bring back this guy from the intro.
I am a risk taker.
You mean you're a risk taker? You lose $50 a week off parlays. Let's keep it a buck. But there's really 2 types of unemployed people. The ones that gaslight themselves into believing they're onto something.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay. Do you have any businesses we could be looking?
That's usually a bad, the worst 3 jobs that my friends on dating apps that are streamers, that are like starting out streamers. I'm like, why don't you put that you're a streamer on your dating app? He's like, one of the worst things to say for like relationships when you're trying to appeal to somebody is that you do Twitch streaming, that you're an entrepreneur, or like mention at all that you do sports betting, because those 3 are like frowned upon in like actual job senses. Obviously sports betting should be more for fun than actually trying to make money. Yeah, or crypto. If you say that you're making money from crypto, sports betting, Twitch streaming, or like those things, people usually frown upon it.
Look out for?
No, just not right now.
And 2, the ones that are so far gone, they just fully embrace it and are damn near prideful about it. Okay, let me elaborate. The first type will happen for not wanting a job. Like they'll say, how are you gonna let someone define how much my hour is worth? Just say you lazy, bro. Here are some quick signs that you're this person. 1, if you ever refer to the government as Big Brother. 2, if you sign up to online courses instead of getting a job. And 3, if the word matrix just unironically comes out of your mouth. But hey, maybe you got something going on that my mind-controlled slave.
I want to meet someone that bought Andrew Tate's $50 a month Discord. Like, I want to talk to somebody that actually attended Hustlers University and see their actual thoughts.
Okay, and for the second one, these people are just too far gone. Employment is nothing more than a nightmare to these people. The word job gives them physical pain. You tell these people to get a job and they'll have a visceral reaction. Peep the vocab. The only jobs these people want to be associated with involve feet. I gotta apologize to these people though for not involve feet.
Top 5 jobs to get in 2025. Hair jobs.
I gotta apologize to these people though for not censoring the word work and job. I know this is considered a slur for you guys, so my deepest apologies. Oh yeah, and yes, we're gonna ignore my month disappearance. Will it happen?
All right, wait. I need to read what the comments say. When you're unemployed, you want a job. When you got a job, you wish you were unemployed. Unemployment is hell, but working is hell too. I have a few friends that like also try to work the unemployment system, which is, you know, just tough. They'll hold a job, they get, and I think that's like it. Unemployment pay is good and bad, but it's like I've had friends that have held a job for like a year, get fired or quit, and then they get unemployment, and I'm like, are you looking for another job? They're like, no, I'm gonna just live off this for a bit. What do you mean pay? Like, they get paid unemployment. Like, they make money off of unemployment. The government gives them money because they don't have a job, but it only is for a certain period of time. Unemployment is basically used as a means of like keeping you sustained when you're actively searching for another career, rather than just having to like live off of what your savings are, because most Americans have very little saved. Hunt for the Jersey Devil.
The history of the Jersey Devil. Can we ask you if you ever heard about it?
I'm going to tell you something. True story. I'm actually from Buena Vista Township. I think I actually saw him up in a tree one day when I was about 10 years old. It was a wolf in basically a jumper.
I live in New Jersey. I do not believe in the Jersey Devil.
Denim, actually. You would think that it was a kid. He didn't move. We just stared at each other.
Were you scared?
Yeah. At that point, I was. Stared for like 5 minutes, and he started to move. I took off on my bicycle because I was underneath a tree. It was one of those, like a pine, like a cedar pine tree. That's what it was.
Did you feel like a little bit nervous to tell people about it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would never tell anybody about it. But I haven't told many people about it.
How come?
Well, you know, nobody would believe it.
Bro, I feel like the Jersey Devil is just off-brand Bigfoot. Like, I would rather be somebody that believes in Bigfoot than the Jersey Devil. That's more interesting to be like, I'm a Bigfoot believer than like, oh, I saw the Jersey Devil in Pine Barrens.
After spending what felt like weeks searching for Bigfoot in Pennsylvania and Ohio, I figured I'd probably have better luck with a more alternative, less mainstream cryptid, and so my hunt for the Jersey Devil began.
Greetings, everybody. We just touched down in Butte.
What is the Jersey Devil even supposed to look like?
Week and a half talking about different types of cryptids: Bigfoot, Mothman, Mantis Man. But my favorite and one of the most undercovered cryptids in America is the Jersey Devil.
The devil child spread his wings in her flight. Jersey Devil lives forever in the New Jersey night.
I've never even seen a dude. See, and this just doesn't even look scary. It looks like a chicken with bat wings and a goat head. Like, if I saw this thing in the woods, I would just put it down, dude.
It's been said in piney folklore that the Jersey Devil was the 13th child of an evil Quaker lady named Mrs. Leeds, who gave birth to a demon who flew out the chimney and has been eating infants for decades, if not centuries. So I've got a couple leads so far, and I found
eating infants?
A YouTuber named Tucker Upper.
Why is it hairless, and why does it have like a little demon face? I don't know why.
Who knows two guys, a father and son,
named Mike and Stefan,
who had a Class A.
New Jersey also has like 10 million people, and it's one of the smallest states. Someone would fucking see and take a fucking photo or kill it or take a video of it that's not in 180p. There are so many fucking people in New Jersey. Somebody would see that bitch.
An eyewitness sighting of the devil in 2017.
I mean, everybody always talk about the Jersey Devil, the Jersey Devil. I never thought that I would encounter it.
I have even better news for you. You guys remember Mike, the passionate Bigfoot expert from the Cryptid Expo in Pennsylvania?
Oh, tell me he also has a side business where he hunts the Jersey Devil. Hold up, this is the Bigfoot's mating call. Oh, I think it responded. Did you hear that?
Well, it turns out that Mike's actually the captain of a whole gang of researchers called the Jersey Devil Research Unit.
Yeah, this looks like the Jersey Devil Research Unit.
Gang. Research Unit. And he's agreed to let me and the Channel 5 film crew shadow them for a weekend of camping and adventure.
Before I proceed, here's a disclaimer. If you've came to this channel in search of, as the mainstream scientific community calls it, evidence and peer-reviewed research data, you're in the wrong place, pal.
I don't care whether or not the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, Mothman, Mantis Man, or Dogman are real or fake. I care more about the folklore. Where did the legend come from? And what purpose does it serve throughout the course of anthropology? You know what I mean? So anyways, there's this other guy named Professor Gillespie, and he's like the top researcher. He's written a ton of books about this shit, and he's gonna talk to us.
Gillespie looks like he's had multiple encounters with the Jersey Devil, and it's shaken him to its core. Gillespie dreams and sees the Jersey Devil and his wife.
Shit, and he's gonna talk to us and tell us what really happened.
I'm Professor Angus Cress Gillespie from the American Studies Department of Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. I first got in...
And let's just say the Jersey Devil and I got a little handsy back in '09. Right after the economic crash, I went camping one day, and let's just say the Jersey Devil is a bit of a smooth talker.
Interested in the story of the Jersey Devil. Back in 1973, when I first arrived at Rutgers, I came in as a folklorist.
He's a Rutgers professor?
And I started teaching courses in folklore, and I figured this is the State University of New Jersey, so I wanted to have some New Jersey examples. And I reached out to some of my students, particularly those from South Jersey, and they steered me in the direction of the Jersey Devil. There was a family, the Leeds family, Jane Leeds and her husband Daniel. They had 12 children, and according to the legend, when Jane Leeds learned that she was pregnant with her 13th child, she said, "Lord, let this child not be a child. Let this one be a devil." Well, we now know that that was a mistake, because on that terrible night when Mother Leeds' 13th child was born, it started out, it was a perfectly healthy baby boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, but in the space of less than 20 minutes...
Wait, is this a real story, though? Like, is this a real woman that had 13 children?
It grew to the size of 2 full-grown men. And in place of the baby face, there was a horrible head of the horse. And it had
a horse. That shit looked like a goat.
the torso of a man, the feet of a goat, a long serpentine tail. It was very furry, and it had furry arms and furry paws and furry fingers. And at the end of each finger were razor-sharp fingernails. And then, unexpectedly, the creature, with one swipe of his right arm, slit the throat of the midwife and attendants who collapsed in a pool of blood. The creature gave out a blood-curdling scream and escaped out the chimney, where he's terrified the
God, I wish he had done the blood-curdling scream.
people of South Jersey for the last 250 years. Have you seen Mother Leeds' 13th child? The next time you go into the woods late at night, take care. And when you hear the sudden crack of a twig behind you...
Here's the problem. The Jersey Devil, regardless of, you know, this being true or not, it's still an organic matter creature. An organic life dies. It has a fast metabolism because it grew very quick. So the fact, even if it did exist at one point, unless it was literally a demon and immortal, it would have died of fucking cancer 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 200 years ago.
Joe, beware. Beware of the Jersey Devil. Oh.
Yo, I love when they do this. I love when it's like cryptid people just randomly start being like, and this is its call. If you ever hear this in the woods at night, just know the Jersey Devil's near.
Oh, Mother Leeds. Oh, Mother Leeds.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. And I'll let you know what we find.
Mid him doing that call, his phone goes off, and he has one of those old people ringtones. Oh, Mother Leeds. Ooh, ooh. Hold up, my phone's ringing. Yo, if you had that as your fucking ringtone, down, 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 down. Bad to the bone.
The family that's at the crux of the Jersey Devil folklore is the Leeds family. They're a pretty powerful family around here. As you can see, we're in Leeds Point, New Jersey. So this family is basically the shit around here. This graveyard is full of Leeds gravestones. So these people were fucking. But what we're learning now...
Okay, so they were a real family.
...is that the Leeds family in the 1700s was like kind of on the outs. That's right. This is a story of colonial cancel culture in a redcoat reality. Mr. Leeds, alleged father of the Jersey Devil, was not your average boring old Pennsylvania Quaker making applesauce and hating on the Catholic Church for having too much fun. In fact, he was something of a tri-state socialite. In his late 20s, he began taking frequent trips to New York City and Philadelphia, where he'd go kick it with Christian mystics who believed in cosmology, exorcism, tarot reading, natural magic, and demonology. Mr. Leeds was like the Aleister Crowley of his time, and would oftentimes roll back into Leeds Point after long weeks in New York City to share his mystical insights, often suggesting to the guys in town that the Quaker people ought to modernize their beliefs. This did not go over well. People in town began referring to him as a pagan, banned him from the local...
Bro, I'm so happy I wasn't alive in like the 1700s. Everybody was so fucking boring and stupid. Like, people today are so divisive and unable to hear somebody else's opinion. It was so much worse then. Like, so much worse then. It was like literally just people having very basic gray short like shit you would have with a your taxi driver. Those were the conversations you'd have. Anything above that, they'd be like, blasphemy, and you would get killed. Or you'd get like excommunicated, or they wouldn't want to be your friend anymore because it'd be like you said something outlandish.
Church, and commenced a word-of-mouth smear campaign that may have messed up his reputation on a Leeds Point level. But he didn't give a shit. He was popping in New York, and remember, this is pre-internet, so not anybody could be popping in New York. So what happened here, I'm assuming...
Did that guy have a bottle of Henny?
Remember, this is pre-internet, so not anybody could be...
Is that a bottle of Henny?
Popping in New York. So what happened here, I'm assuming... is that Mr. Leeds was like the shit. All of the other Quaker dudes who were jealous of Mr. Leeds and all of his clout got together somewhere in town and said, you know how we can really fuck up this dude's name? Let's say that his baby mama gave birth to a demon. There's also allegations that Benjamin Franklin...
so this is just literally fake. Like, it's not even something that anybody actually... We know the origination of this is just somebody making shit up.
Was in a race with Mr. Leeds to develop the first Farmer's Almanac. And Ben Frank was really close to having a sick-ass copy of the Farmer's Almanac, but Mr. Leeds knew a lot more about farming. So I think Benjamin Franklin and the jealous Quakers of South Jersey conspired to throw dirt on the Leeds family so they could get their money up.
I became quite energized after reaching my new discovery and hoped that maybe the people of Leeds Point could share some insight with me. What can you tell us about the legend of the Jersey Devil?
Well,
that was that guy's first car. He'd been driving that shit since fucking 63.
Well, supposedly she cursed the child, and when he was born, he had wings and like of the devil, and he flew out.
Have you ever heard a convincing eyewitness account of an encounter?
Convincing? No. I really don't believe in it. I think it's just a...
I think it's a load of malarkey.
Fun to have because it's part of the South Jersey thing, but that's about it.
Much like when interviewing locals in Reamer, Minnesota many years ago who denied the existence of Bigfoot, townspeople of Leeds Point, New Jersey stonewalled me, which Professor Gillespie says is par for the course.
You can't just go in and say, tell me about the Jersey Devil. That's a sure way to get people to shut up.
Have you ever heard of the Jersey Devil?
So he thinks that they're lying. He thinks that these people are hiding it for some sort of personal gain.
No, never heard of it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
No. Never? Never. It's like a demonic creature that was the 13th child of the Leeds matriarch that escaped through the chimney and has been terrorizing the pine.
Okay, them saying they've never heard of it is just kind of crazy to me. You live in New Jersey. I feel like I knew about the Jersey Devil when I was like 6.
Baron since the 1700s. Does that ring a bell?
Honestly, no.
Excuse me, ma'am. Have you ever heard of the Jersey?
No, chat. Now I'm a little sussed out. Oh my God.
Yeah. When did you first hear about the Jersey Devil?
I don't like this, man. Sorry.
You know, one thing you hear
Okay, that's just an old person being scared of a camera.
a lot about in folklore is the...
Or it's because he's fucking wet. I think she looked at him and went, this guy has a sunglass hat on and a mustache, and he's fucking sopping wet. I am not giving this guy my time of day.
The concentrated effort to withhold information from outside agitators. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if she knows the exact location of this beast. All right, we got a great first chapter of the investigation completed. Couple great leads here in Leeds Point. Some obvious liars in the mix.
Honestly, no.
But some people willing to point us in the right direction.
I think I actually saw him up in a tree one day.
Excuse me, ma'am, have you ever heard of the Jersey Devil?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of...
Oh, sorry.
It was obvious to me that if I wanted to learn the truth, just asking locals wouldn't do me any good. I began to wonder if there was a local cryptid community there in South Jersey dedicated to hunting down the devil. After diving down every rabbit hole I could, I came to the conclusion that there was no dedicated subculture attached to this particular cryptid, but rather a loose network of independent researchers and lone wolf eyewitnesses who seemed to all
right, let's not call them independent researchers.
Convene in the comment section of a local father and YouTuber named Tucker Upper, who posts regular updates about his findings. He agreed to meet with me at a nearby bar inside of a strip mall, conveniently named JD's Pub and Grill. Tucker claimed he just captured foolproof video evidence of the Jersey Devil's existence on a trail cam that he put in his
It's gonna be like a fucking boar.
backyard.
It was hairless, bro. It's all.
Bro, that is not the Jersey Devil. What the... Like, I can't tell you what... Bro, you could probably give that to, like, some sort of, like, zoologist, and they would tell you what animal that is in, like, 5 seconds. That's not a fucking Jersey Devil. I mean, come on, man. It's hairless. What is that?
Almost nothing. It could easily be like, okay, that's just a deer turned around.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's just that.
Oh my God, the red circle. Yes.
Almost nothing. It could easily be like, okay, that's just a deer turned around.
Yeah.
But at the same
What is that?
time,
Is that a face?
there's just that weird, eerie feeling of like, why is it hairless? And why does it have like a little demon face? I don't know why.
Bro, that's probably its, like, ass.
Yeah, I'm Tucker Upper, and the Jersey Devil has literally always been a part of my life since I was a tiny kid. I'm actually married through my lineage to the Leeds family at some point in time. So there's a story that became really famous of like this soldier who shot a cannon directly at the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
And it just went right through him, and then the devil just into smoke. So the only way that that could be possible is if it's like a skinwalker, I would say, like a witch that was possessed. Scariest thing.
Oh, but it's dumb enough to be caught on a trail camera. It has the power to phase through a cannonball fire, but it's caught on a fucking trail camera.
The thing about the Jersey Devil is how it's always a little bit different. So I don't think it's like meat, you know, like Bigfoot, how it's a legitimate person, basically.
Yeah.
The Jersey Devil seems to me more like a skinwalker, where it can change shape and it can basically change to the shape that you're most afraid of. So if you ask one guy who saw the...
So it's the movie It. Now we're not even talking about the Jersey Devil anymore. We are talking about It or It 2.
The Jersey Devil, and then another person who saw the Jersey Devil, their description's probably going to be slightly different, if not really different.
Tucker's most viewed video,
which makes it an inaccurate description. It doesn't mean, oh, it's a skinwalker. It means that it's more than likely fucking false.
It was crazy. We all had to question what we were seeing.
Mike and Stefan was from a Facebook post that I posted, like, has anybody actually seen the Jersey Devil, right? And they...
That is the last website that I'm at. That is the last social media that I'm ever believing anything that somebody says.
Responded to it. It was very convincing and like, holy shit, like this thing is legit.
Though it had been over 4 years since Mike and Stefan set foot in the location of where they had their first sighting, they agreed to take us there and give us a play-by-play of the whole encounter.
It was him that said, Dad, let's go down here and see what's down the end of this road. So I was like, all right. And was on the way back. That's when everything started happening. So I'm looking out to my left. So I'm driving this way, but I'm looking out to my left. The sun was shining onto the tree line in the distance. But while I'm driving, I'm doing like 35, maybe 40, 45 miles per hour. I'm just driving casually. All of a sudden, the sun shading casted on the trees took the shape of what looked like a sand-colored khaki camel. It had like a long neck. It's breaking up because I'm driving and I can't really like get it clear because I'm keeping my eye on the road and I'm looking, I'm like this. So we pull over to the same clearing. We get out the car. What I saw in the wood line, it was there, but it almost looked shimmery, almost like a water, like on a hot summer day.
Like a mirage.
Like a mirage, but it was there. I had a Galaxy Note phone that I took a picture of it. That's what we saw, the Jersey Devil.
Oh my God, is that the photo? Is that the photo? Is that the photo? Stop. The Samsung Galaxy phone that he fucking took this. Wow, yo, that chat. Wow. That's irrefutable.
But if you look to the left, you can see the face of a crying child. If you look very closely, you see it like kind of like eye, mouth, head.
What the fuck? I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Why is the photo this fucking bad? Bro, don't Samsung phones have good cameras? What the fuck is this?
If you look very closely, you see it like kind of like eye, mouth.
Where?
Head. And the other picture I want you to see is the actual why we believe it's paranormal with this photo right here. You can see it changed shape. Transforming into shape.
It had an unusually long neck. It had like a slope to the body.
It was just crazy. It was just walking. But the strange thing about it, it was moving, but it never advanced.
It wasn't moving. It wasn't advancing. It was almost as if it was paranormal.
I was like, hey, somebody's horse got it.
When I looked out and he's saying someone's horse is loose, the first thing I noticed was, well, this is a marsh.
And I'm thinking like, right. And that's when I started saying to myself, I know this is not what I think it is.
The next emotion that followed their sense of wonder and bewilderment was a realization that many Jersey Devil experiencers have. Holy shit, nobody is gonna believe us.
You know what I mean? And we got a couple of little...
Then get a better fucking picture, dude. Oh my God. If I see the fucking Jersey Devil, I'm not doing some bullshit where I'm like shaking my fucking hands and I take a shitty ass fucking picture and then show it to somebody and be like, you see this? You see the eyes? You see the eyes? It's just a fucking blurry ass image of nothing. I'm walking up to it and taking a photo.
Emotion that followed their sense of wonder and bewilderment was a realization that many Jersey...
But you expect that because, you know, you're going to have the scoffers and the naysayers and the trolls just want to just troll you.
Or non-believers, skeptics.
Y'all, you guys, it doesn't exist. But we know. We saw it.
So we're not too far from the actual, like, original Leeds family house or the foundation, right?
Oh, no.
Right up the street.
Right up the street. We could take you to one of the Leeds properties whenever you guys are ready.
Let's do it, man.
Let's go.
I could hardly believe it.
Yep, right there.
There we were at the foundation of the Leeds home.
This is a actual Leeds property. If you look down in there, there's some actual brick. There's some brickwork. Yeah, you can see it. It's clear. And like I said, this type of brickwork is not done. This was, you can tell it's an old
limestone.
Old limestone, but it's solid. But that's all that remains.
From
Or just knocked on it.
Historical perspective, I thought that it was pretty sick that we found the actual chimney where supposedly the Jersey Devil escaped from.
This is like must be a brick from the old house.
It's that underground?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I might keep this.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's pretty good.
Yeah, if you say don't keep it, might bring something back.
Tucker was extremely adamant about me not taking a fragment from the Leeds chimney.
Yeah, don't fucking... I'm taking the fucking brick. I'm taking the fucking brick. I'll be the guy in the horror movie that doesn't believe in it and then gets fucking slaughtered by the Jersey Devil. Oh, don't take that brick, man. Oh, that's gonna bring a bad omen. Fuck you.
Bring it, dude. That's a terrible idea.
Not because of its historical value, but he assured me that if I took it, bad things would happen.
Someone commented and said that they actually took a brick from there, brought it back to their house, and crazy shit was happening at their house, and they were having crazy dreams, and then like stuff was falling off the wall.
But despite his warnings, the risk was worth it. I didn't want the chimney fragment for just a memento. Unbeknownst to Tucker, I'd just been invited by Mike Familont. That's right, the El Chapo.
Oh, the Mike Familont, the Bigfoot expert? No fucking way.
To a private expedition deep into Pine Barren National Preserve, along with a team of 4 other expert researchers, who together comprise an alpha team of top dogs that
Oh my God, dude, it's like I'm watching fucking Avengers Endgame all over again. Holy shit, dude, this is the fucking lineup. Block back.
My name's Mike Familott, and I am the lead investigator of this expedition.
My name's Larry Susan, and this is my first time ever doing this. My name's Wiley.
So I'm driving this way.
Fuck, no!
And I can tell the difference between a fox scat and a dog poop. This is actually my first time going out on a Jersey Devil
valuable information
expedition. Usually I go out looking for Bigfoot.
He's an asset. He's an asset that we're gonna need.
I've been actually kind of wondering what you would have to do in order to have a Jersey Devil experience and how to compare that to Bigfooting. I was touched by a Bigfoot once in a hammock, and
Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm a tree
sexually, or like, did he poke you, or?
hugger. I don't know as much about the Jersey Devil as I do like other cryptids, but I just like that it's like kind of misunderstood. It's like the unwanted child, like the whole story behind it.
My name is Michael O'Connor. My 3 favorite cryptids is the Sasquatch, the Jersey Devil, and I have to say the Mothman. I think the Jersey Devil.
Mid-ass answers. Mid-ass answers.
Supernatural phenomenon, and I definitely think there's too many sightings in the state.
I just know they have Mickey in Disney World. They're keeping him somewhere locked up in chains. They torture him, make him sniff underwear.
Out there, I think there's a lot of hammerheads. Yeah, definitely. I run a cryptids paranormal convention. I started it last year in Perth Amboy, and I'm gonna try to do it every year.
What the fuck is that thing?
And one of the signs I'm gonna have is all hoaxers will be hung. I think all the hoaxers should be hung. I think all of them should be hung and beat the hell out of them, you know, just kick them in the face and get rid of them all, because I think they're spoiling it for all the serious investigators that are just trying to find out what's going on.
It's a pretty serious penalty for a false hoaxer, right?
You know, just to say, just get out of here.
So somebody that posts a fake Bigfoot video has to be murdered?
For sure. Mike, dude, thanks for having us so much.
Absolutely.
So for those who don't know, can you tell us where we're at right now?
So we are in Wharton State Forest. We're in the middle of the 1.1 million acre Pine Barren National Preserve, right in the heart of the Jersey Devil sightings.
So this is like the heart of the Pine Barrens.
Absolutely.
Basically. Right, so I've got 2 things with me that I think might be able to help us. So I have this, looks like a pint of goat's blood. I believe the goat was killed about 2 days ago.
Goat's blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also have a pretty sick-ass fragment.
Wait, he actually got goat's blood?
From the original chimney of the Leeds family home where the alleged 13th
No
satanic child
way.
was. So if you want to check this shit out.
So this is the chimney where the Jersey Devil supposedly flew out.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Feel its energy.
Some juju behind it, yeah.
He starts licking the rock.
Want to see it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, I just needed to see what it tasted like.
I could tell the team was grateful that I brought something so special along and wasn't just another huckster or hammerhead only in it for the money. By the time night fell, spirits were high.
All right, guys. Thanks for joining us here in Wharton State Forest. We got 2 objectives. First objective is we have goat's blood. We're gonna somehow put that onto a tree. And second objective is to make some vocalizations and try to get a Jersey Devil to give us a call.
Oh, God, I can't wait for the vocalizations.
Back or come in and check us out.
So is there a particular, like, place in the woods that you look for where you think is going to be more ideal?
Well, technically, when we do vocalizations, we try to get to like a high point, so the echo and the sound will carry. I don't think we're gonna find a high point here in the Pine Barrens because I think everything is like 3 feet above sea level. So we're gonna just try to find an area of maybe an intersection of trails.
Do you think this chimney fragment will help out at all?
I don't know, man.
Dude, I have no idea.
It's not gonna hurt.
That's true.
Bro, but how do they know that's the sound it makes? Bro, he's actually just screaming. He's actually just screaming into the woods. And then I hit them with the biggest Bigfoot gurgle they've ever seen. Yo, Mike was impressed. Mike was impressed by that newbie Jersey Devil call. You peeped that? Oh, that's pretty good.
Time seemed to freeze as the team stood at perfect attention, desperately awaiting for the pines to screech, howl, or knock back.
I think they scared away every living animal within a 1 mile radius.
Predictably, nothing happened.
Hold up, I think I see something.
And so it was time to move on.
All right, yeah, let's do this thing here. I don't necessarily want to touch it, so.
All right, so this is a lot of goat's blood.
Oh, you don't want to touch it. Mike, what happened to you being a professional?
I mean, drink this stuff for medicinal benefits.
I don't know how
No
it should
way.
come packaged, but I feel like
Why
it should
wouldn't they just douse it on the
be
tree?
packaged differently.
To my dismay, the goat's blood was extremely stinky, which sent the team recoiling.
Yeah. Oh. That is bad. I don't think that's going to fit in there. It's so congealed.
Undisturbed by the aroma, I proceeded with my plan, which was to transfer the goat's blood into an empty water bottle and then use the bottle to spray the blood on a twig, which I figured may coax the
so we're losing a little.
Jersey Devil into coming out of hiding.
So basically, you want to just coat the bark in a circle. So basically, it'll waft into the air.
Put it on top of the branch sticking out. Yeah, that's it, right there. Yeah, that's good. He's going to perch on that thing. Yeah.
He's going to perch on that branch. On that one or that one? How much does he fucking weigh?
Yeah, he's going to perch on that thing.
Come Jersey Devil.
That looks like a dead tree. All right. This guy's locked in. Is that fucking alcohol? What was that?
Not really, are you? All right, well, there's that. That's taken care of.
After failing twice to conjure up the devil, Mike set up a trail cam near the goat's blood and said it was time to walk back to the campsite.
There's that. Not like we didn't try.
Still, he assured us that despite not having a Class A, it was overall a successful night.
I think that was good. I think that was really good. So
that was fucking terrible. You guys walked into the woods, screamed, and then poured blood on a tree and left.
We had a very successful night investigation so far. We did the blood thing on the tree. That was successful and disgusting, and at the same time.
That blood was very pungent. As Mike said, it was pretty gross.
And then we went and did some Bigfoot vocalizations, Jersey Devil vocalizations. Didn't get any replies back. But that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to Bigfooting and looking for cryptids, right?
Do you ever get disappointed?
Yeah, you get disappointed, but then, you know what,
You get disappointed, and then I realize my entire job is getting people to pay me to go see Bigfoot when he doesn't fucking exist.
Disappointment comes in when you go after time after time after time after time and don't get any activity. And then it starts getting a little frustrating. But then at the very end, you get that one little, like, callback or that one tree knock, and it's like, okay, something's out there. And then the rejuvenation gets you going again. We are the
Jersey Devil Research Unit. All hoaxers will be hung.
You would think one of them would invest in, like, military-grade night vision goggles and just kind of, like, walk into the woods with that instead of a fucking flashlight. Lock in. Internet's darkest corners.
Fifth alarm. Working structure fire. 77.
Flashing images shown. I know I have a few viewers that have epilepsy.
741 Liberty Road Drive.
It's 9 a.m. on May 18th, 2024. Residents of Charlotte, North Carolina wake up to the smell and sight of black smoke billowing up into the sky. The source: a massive 7-story apartment complex home to 239 luxury units, or at least what should have been luxury units. At the time, the structure was still under construction, meaning that thankfully no residents were living there. But this in and of itself presented two major problems. The first was that, in its current state, the top 5 floors were primarily just the bones of the structure, made almost entirely of wood and insulation, making the building as a whole extremely flammable. Meaning that, although the fire had started out relatively small, it was quickly going to consume the entire complex if it wasn't put out quickly. Which brings us to the second and even more glaring problem. The building was actively under construction when the fire started, and that morning 17 construction workers had clocked in, all of whom were now in grave danger. And by the time the firefighters arrived on the scene...
Oh my god, did they all die?
The situation was already dire. And so firefighters rushed in, finding a large group of the employees and leading them out to safety. Though when they made it outside, they made the horrifying realization that they had only found 15 of them. Somewhere within that labyrinth of burning wooden walls, 2 men were left behind, trapped and calling out to anyone who might hear them. And these pleas weren't just being made to those on the scene, as in the following minutes, one of the trapped men, 30-year-old DeMonte Sherrill, would take out his phone, open up Facebook, and go live, revealing the horrifying reality that both he and his friend had found themselves in.
Somebody say hell, we're in South Park. Help!
They weren't able to get out in any way. I mean, dude, half the building's just fucking under construction, so there's no, like, definitive routes of exit.
If you own a computer, here's how to get the most out of it. Watch this, watch this, watch this.
I've seen some crazy ass live stream videos on Twitter from people on Instagram Live just like talking about like rival gangs and shit, and then they literally get killed on live. That shit is fucking. I remember I was watching one and he was like sitting in a chair. He was sitting in his car, not a chair. He was sitting in his car in like the driver's seat, just like ranting and talking. And there's probably like 100 people on the live, it said, or like 50 people. I don't know, like all his followers. And he was like, yeah. And he was talking shit about like one of the other rival gangs that had somebody die, and then there's like 3 shots that go off and he's bleeding out and you hear him like gurgling his own blood and he's like, somebody fucking help me, and then falls and dies, and you just watch him die. And they just post that on Twitter. Like you just like watch that on Twitter, and it's not even like you have to search for it. Like it'll just show up on your feed. That app is horrible. I understand like you have to have like freedom of access to certain information, but they shouldn't be like algorithmically pushing out death videos. I've watched hundreds of people die on Twitter through gang violence, through cartel shootings, through just murders. Like you just like watch that shit, like 2 people beefing, some guy pulls out a bat and just caves somebody's head in, and it was just on Twitter.
Yo.
That's just you, gang. Chat, have you guys ever seen somebody die on Twitter? I don't like the videos, but like I scroll, I'm like, what is, yeah, oh, that's just me, gang. Half my fucking chat goes, yeah, no, I've seen it. They had that on Instagram too for a while. Instagram had like a glitch or some shit where like things were getting through and there was just like crazy videos being posted.
At work, in a building on fire.
Instagram never has that though. It's only Twitter. Like Twitter's like the app, the platform where that exists.
And I can't get out.
The stream showed DeMonte Sherrill and his friend Reuben Holmes somewhere deep within the prospective apartment complex, and though the fire hadn't yet reached them, the smoke certainly had, blanketing them in a thick, impenetrable fog, not only making breathing extremely difficult, but also making it nearly impossible for rescuers to see them.
It's getting harder and harder for them to see us. We're gonna have to stand out here and see.
Dude, that's gonna be so sad if he dies.
The building on fire, I'm trapped inside, me and my man.
This was likely one of the reasons why DeMonte chose to start this livestream, hopeful that it could show rescuers exactly where they were. But based on the footage, their positioning was far from ideal. They were on the second highest floor, floor 6, which had only one access point, a single stairway that was on the complete opposite side of the building. And based on their testimony in the footage, something had clearly blocked their path to that one remaining exit, meaning that the only other way out would be to jump. Though at 6 stories in the air, and falling into what would likely be the heart of the fire, this would have meant certain death. There was quite literally nowhere for them to go. Rescue was their only hope.
The only thing that I'm thinking is, don't they have in certain scenarios like this, like nets? Not nets, but it's like a trampoline thing that firefighters bring out where they like tell you to jump and you're supposed to like land on your butt / back and they like catch you. But I don't know how high up you can jump. Like if they're like 8 stories up, I don't know if that would work. I mean, the only thing they can hope for is that the fire gets put out.
Yo, this building is on fire. I'm at work. Somebody send help. We're in South Park.
And then you worry that the building might just collapse.
Seemingly realizing this, DeMonte began to grow more desperate, yelling out into the void of smoke, while Reuben can be seen in the background waving his phone flashlight, with both men doing anything they could to help rescuers find them. Before
the building collapses. Help! I gotta scan this.
The stream abruptly ends. Rescuers were aware of the unfolding situation on the 6th story. They first tried to reach the men by using a massive crane with a basket attached, which can actually be seen in DeMonte's livestream. Though in it, you can see that it's also facing the complete wrong direction, as the smoke was just that impenetrable. However, at one point, it's believed that the crane operator did actually see these men, but the blaze was just too extreme, leading to the operator himself having to be rescued. This left only one real option for saving DeMonte and Reuben: they were going to have to go in after them. And so they climbed that stairway up to floor 6 and started their trek to the opposite end of the structure. Though before they could even make it halfway, the rescuers were relegated to a slow crawl as the inferno around them raged more and more intensely, and the smoke grew thicker and thicker. Though that's when they began to hear screaming. Somewhere lost in that maze, Ruben and DeMonte were yelling as loud as they could for help. This sound was a sign that they were getting close. Though just then, rescuers would be met with another sound.
All companies working 7741 Liberty Road Drive, evacuate structure, per command. All companies working 77.
No! Like they're not allowed to fucking keep going if it's too dangerous or something?
41 Liberty Road Drive, evacuate.
What, because they would die too?
Structure.
Command all companies, this will be defensive at this time. We'll be ready for this side to collapse. Everybody get out of the collapse zone. Confirming you are coming out, but you're not out of the building. We're on our way out.
With the order being made for all of them to evacuate. As by this point,
so fucking sad, bro. I have a few friends that are firefighters, and they said within like the first 2 weeks of them being firefighters in major cities, they've witnessed like 10 babies and families just like die. If you're a firefighter in a major city, you'll just witness people die because you have to do EMT stuff too, and it's like very mentally taxing. Like you think you could do it and you're just gonna like save people. Like yeah, you're gonna do like fire stuff, and the majority of the stuff that you're doing is just like putting out fires. There's gonna be times where you're just like witnessing just mangled dead bodies, or you try to save somebody like that and you can't, and that's fucking so sad.
The structure was engulfed in flames, and a collapse was imminent.
I don't give a fuck. If I'm a firefighter, I don't give a fuck if I'm not close. I'm getting them. You got to recognize, dude, if you die here, you're never going to save anybody ever again. And they're being commanded to leave.
The firefighters tried to call out to the two, and one last...
You also got to keep in mind, it probably looks like this, and they're just walking through flames. Like, it's not like, oh, it's just like a smoky building that they're trying to find them. Like, they're trying to find these guys, like, in an entire building that is on fire.
Attempt to guide them towards rescue, but they never came. In fact, at that point, the structure fell eerily silent. They would leave that structure without DeMonte or Ruben, and minutes later, the fire consumed the entire building, with the temperature inside reaching 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Before
it collapsed,
it would eventually topple to the ground. And inside, DeMonte and Ruben would become the sole fatalities of this catastrophe.
Yo, I'm at South Park right now, at work, and the building on fire, and I can't get out. It's getting harder and harder for them to see us.
Knowing how
that is so fucking sad, dude.
Story ends would make this live stream difficult for anyone to watch. But what I find most upsetting about it is that the majority of those who initially watched this were his own friends and family that followed him on Facebook, with these viewers including...
Yeah, it'd be different if it was like if you went live on like TikTok and there were people that were just like random ass motherfuckers watching this. Like it was his like kids, his friends, his wife, his family members.
His own mother. And a lot of them probably had no idea he even worked this job, as he had just been hired that week. His brother had also caught the stream as it was happening and actually rushed over to the scene where he pleaded with the firefighters to watch the footage.
Yo, this man screamed for help on live!
But despite doing the best they could, there was just too much working against them to save DeMonte and Ruben. Following an investigation into the fire, it was discovered that the crew was using an organic foam insulation, which was known to be extremely flammable and produce thick black smoke. And this became deadly when the machine used to spray that insulation caught fire, sending the whole building up in flames, where they had yet to install any sort of smoke detector or alarm system to alert the crew of a fire. Making matters worse, there had been a temporary set of stairs made right where the two men had been trapped, but that stairwell had just been removed in order to make way for the permanent set of stairs.
Oh my fucking god.
Because of this and a myriad of other issues, the companies involved with this construction were forced to pay a fine of $50,000 and are currently being sued.
$50,000, bro. They should get sued for like fucking 30, 40 million, dude. That's just safety violations. The company that put this building together and was responsible for fucking putting this together is the reason those two guys died. Because they should have those systems in place for them to get out in a situation where you're deciding to use these fucking materials that are fucking so flammable that if something catches on fire, they're gonna be stuck. And then you go, no, we're just gonna remove the only way they can fucking escape.
By the families of both victims. But regardless of the outcome, nothing will ever make up for the loss of DeMonte Sherrill and Ruben Holmes.
You want to get 40 M's? They'll get money out of them. I hope they get money out of them. But I mean, that still doesn't fucking solve. I'm just going to turn my lights on. It's still just fucking terrible either way, dude. But that's just horrible.
Things were getting concerning. Johnny Cashman spoke to his family nearly every single day. But now, on the 6th day without receiving any communication from him, they knew that something was wrong. Johnny lived in Lynchburg, Virginia, hundreds of miles away from his home in Maine, and so, being unable to check on him themselves, they called police in the area and requested a welfare check. Police entered Johnny's apartment on the 19th of April, 2022, and hours later, they would call his parents with the news that they had found their son dead on the floor. According to the officers,
what? Just randomly died?
They had found their son dead on the floor.
That's actually common for old people that don't have a lot of family members or like don't have kids. Like most people that get really old, and if they're single and they don't have like immediate next of kin. He's not old, I know, but I'm saying it's still crazy either way. Like I have a few friends that work for, you know, like rental companies and shit, and they talk about how they'll just stumble upon decayed dead bodies of old people often because they'll die. They don't have family members, so nobody's checking on them. The only time they're ever going to go to the apartment is if there's like a smell or they're not paying the bill, right? Like say their water gets shut off, their heat gets shut off, now they're not paying rent. Bang, 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 knock on the door, they bust in, the guy's dead, and he's like skeleton dead. Like there will be people like that. The heck you mean often? I'm not saying often in an individual apartment complex, but I'm saying it's not uncommon for that to occur. That happens probably every day, where old people just randomly die in their house and nobody finds them for days. Even if they do have family members, like it'll just be like, how often do you check on your grandma, right? If your grandma lives alone, putting it bluntly, she could die and nobody would know for 5 days, right? Like you would just be like, hey, why isn't she answering? You drive to their house, they're dead.
According to the officers, Johnny had experienced some sort of medical event that led to GI bleeding that ultimately claimed his life. But this made no sense to Johnny's family. He was only 38 years old and had just been given a clean bill of health after a full medical exam only 4 months prior. It was so out of the blue, in fact, that they even asked if there were any signs of a struggle or if there was any evidence that he may have taken his own life. But they were assured that there was no trauma, no drugs, and nothing suspicious found on the scene, and that, as shocking as it was, his cause of death was entirely natural, and had likely just been spurred on by drinking and tobacco use, with the only solace being that Johnny didn't suffer, as they stated that he had died instantly. Because of
even then, though, drinking, tobacco use, you're probably not going to die at 38.
This, no autopsy was performed, as the case seemed as straightforward as it gets. And despite his family questioning if they should get their own autopsy, they were told by officers that it wouldn't be necessary. And so, Johnny's body was cremated and sent back to Maine, in what seemed to be the end of Johnny Cashman's story.
10 days after, 2022.
10 days after Johnny's body was discovered, his ex-girlfriend and her mother made their way back to his apartment in order to retrieve some of her belongings. She knew that re-entering the space was going to be difficult, but ultimately, there was no way she could have prepared for what was waiting for her inside. There was blood everywhere.
At the apartment that he died at? I'm so confused.
10 days after Johnny's body was discovered, his ex-girlfriend and her mother made their way back to his apartment in order to retrieve some of her belongings.
But why didn't they clean that up? Why didn't they look into that?
She knew that re-entering
nobody checked on
the space was going to be difficult. But ultimately, there was no way she could have prepared for what was waiting for her inside.
Oh, the cops could have lied. But that wouldn't, they would have thought somebody would have fucked.
There was blood everywhere.
Holy shit.
It was pooled in the bathrooms, wiped on doors, spread all over the living space, and was even found on a chair and a banister. But the most horrifying part of it all was the walls. They were covered.
Natural deaths can be really messy too. Rather not like this.
Covered in splattered blood, which revealed long streaking handprints. It was something straight out of a horror movie, and although Johnny's cause of death was deemed natural, what they found in that apartment seemed anything but. Traumatized by what?
Yeah, especially if they said he quote unquote died instantly. There's blood in the entire apartment. He physically couldn't have died instantly. He would have hit the fucking ground and maybe bled out fucking in one room.
What they were witnessing, the pair snapped multiple photos of the bloodshed and ran out of the unit directly into Johnny's neighbor, This neighbor revealed that they believed
Zach Bridges. Okay, I'm not trying to laugh. I'm saying this is the one time. This is the first time I've ever seen this motherfucker actually scary. Scary, actually scary. Every single thing I've ever done for the last 3 months, this motherfucker said not scary. Now he actually said scary.
something far worse than a medical emergency had happened to Johnny, as they had a security camera mounted to their door which faced Johnny's unit. And on the day of his passing, it captured something incredibly disturbing.
Is it another person? Oh my God.
The footage shows Johnny.
I mean, he looks a little drunk. He's walking up the stairs slow.
The footage shows Johnny making his way up the flight of stairs leading to his apartment at around 3:03 p.m.
Somebody's gonna come in after. Oh no.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary at all, though it is noteworthy that he was holding an empty glass, perhaps insinuating that he had been drinking. But this doesn't seem to impair his movements much at all, as he punches in the code and enters his home, just as he did every other day. But moments later, something happens inside that unit, and while it goes unseen, it doesn't go unheard.
1 minute after entry.
Oh, dude, what the fuck? What are you doing? Yo, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? Stop. Stop.
The cops covered that shit up, dude. What the fuck? Because they said he died of like GI bleeding. He would have had stab wounds all over his body.
The audio seems to depict a man yelling, asking repeatedly, "What are you doing?" and begging for something to stop. On top of this, you can also hear loud thuds and banging, almost as if things were falling over inside, or there was some sort of physical altercation, before the unit then goes quiet just a few seconds later. It was unclear if this voice was Johnny's, or perhaps someone else who had been inside the unit, but regardless, one thing was apparent from this audio: there was someone else in that apartment, despite the fact that Johnny lived alone. And just 7 minutes later, this unseen person would emerge.
Oh my God. And he's wearing gloves. Holy shit.
This clearly wasn't Johnny, and after leaving the unit, the anonymous man nearly makes it out of the building before he seems to change his mind.
Well, they just have his fucking face on camera now. Why is he going back in?
Turning around and walking back up the stairs before fiddling with the door handle, touching it only with his sleeve, like he was wiping off his fingerprints.
Wow.
He then walks down the stairs and stops once again, where he seems to be in a state of shock over whatever had just transpired, before he composes himself and walks out of the building. But the footage wasn't quite finished yet.
He comes back again?
Just 1 minute later, you can hear Johnny shouting for help from inside the apartment, to which moments after, he stops, and no further sound or activity would come from Johnny's unit until police arrived 5 days later. The footage and the scene at the apartment seem to contradict what Johnny's family had been told about his death.
Whatever cop or whatever detective entered that building should immediately just be fucking fired and fucking sued.
The blood all over me.
Obviously, yeah, find the guy that fucking killed him. Dude, they probably walked into that shit and went, wow, yeah, somebody definitely got murdered here. And then fucking lied to the family.
Made it obvious that Johnny's death had not happened in an instant. And this, coupled by the presence of this unknown man who is clearly distraught and wiping off his fingerprints, as well as the sound of the apparent struggle inside, seemed to point towards something much more sinister than what was initially conveyed to the family. But even with this footage, police still believed that Johnny's death was due to a medical emergency, as they quickly changed their initial story, saying that the blood spread was due to uncontrollable vomiting, and that Johnny had in fact likely suffered, at least for a short while. But this medical emergency wasn't elaborated on, as they didn't truly know what caused it, as no autopsy was ever performed, nor could one ever be performed, as by this point, Johnny was already cremated, and cremated because of the officer's initial statements. So if Johnny had actually been murdered, which the footage does seem to suggest, there was now virtually no way to prove it. And what makes this even more frustrating is that law enforcement already had this footage. It was collected that very day, and they either didn't fully look through it or didn't think that this was overly suspicious. But everyone else surely did.
How would you not think that was fucking suspicious? They would have had to not see the footage or fucking lie. You witness somebody going, dude, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? This guy in a fucking leather jacket and glove and like weird gloves, fucking like wiping off his fingerprints, screaming help.
And soon this video began making the rounds online, leading to one glaring question being asked. Who is this man? As no one in Johnny's life recognized him. Well, it wouldn't be until May 11th that investigators would finally ID him as Stephen Church. And upon being questioned, he revealed that he had moved to Lynchburg for work, but the opportunity he had lined up fell through shortly after he arrived, leaving him—
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care about that. Why were you in this guy's house?
With no money and without—
Who are you?
A place to stay, which is when he met Johnny, who offered to let him crash on his couch. He supposedly stayed with Johnny for 3 days, and described Johnny as an alcoholic who drank constantly, including on that fateful day. When Johnny arrived—
I mean, he was definitely drunk when he showed up, but you ain't just die like
home,
that.
Stephen claims that he started drunkenly yelling at him about paying rent, which led to the two getting into a verbal altercation. But he insisted that this altercation never turned physical, and that he left immediately after. To which he quickly went back to clean his prints, because he was afraid that Johnny would try and have him arrested for squatting. And having already racked up 2 felonies—
You don't clean your fingerprints for squatting.
In his life, Stephen was paranoid about going back to jail. But when Stephen was leaving, he did mention seeing Johnny hunched over the toilet as if he were going to vomit. But he claims to have left before this so-called medical emergency started.
Oh my God. I mean, dude, there's a chance. Like, there's a chance. There's a chance. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Is like the story he's telling is fucking stupid and it really doesn't seem real, but like he could. Like, if you're that much of an alcoholic, there's a chance, but...
This is the gist of Stephen's account from that day.
There's fucking not, Joe. There is. I still think this guy probably killed him, but like, there's a chance he didn't.
But the problem is, it doesn't really match up with what we're hearing in the video.
Yeah, the whole you weren't paying rent berating, like, stop, what are you doing? I feel like they would have to interview the family and be like, because we don't know whose voice this is. Dude, stop, what are you doing? Could be the guy that left, or it could be Johnny who got murdered.
Yo, what the fuck, dude?
From the footage, we can hear everything going on in that unit, but at no point do we hear any sort of an argument, nor do we hear anything about rent.
Yeah.
With the phrases lending themselves more to a physical struggle rather than a verbal one. In fact, the whole time it appears that we're only hearing one—
Yeah, like immediately attacked him.
Voice. But there is an exception.
Oh, I can't stop.
To my knowledge, it's never been conclusively determined whose voice is who in the recording, and either scenario paints a far different picture of what may have happened inside that room. But regardless, this audio makes it clear that Stephen's story was fabricated at least to some degree, as he also fails to account for the loud banging in the background. And because of this, his version of events is generally rejected, with most people seeming to believe one of 2 main theories. The first is that
Johnny died as a result of a fight with Stephen.
Upon arriving home, Johnny and Stephen had gotten into a physical altercation, resulting in Johnny taking some sort of blow to his abdomen, which in turn triggered or exacerbated this medical emergency. GI bleeds are horrific.
Oh, I was thinking like the whole stop, man, I can't stop seems like he was stabbing him. Because if he just like punched him in the gut and then like left.
And can certainly cause the level of bleeding that was found in the apartment. And perhaps seeing all the blood coming from Johnny, Stephen started yelling at him before deciding to run off, fearing that he would be charged for murder. This would explain Steven's demeanor and actions after leaving the apartment, and why he may have fabricated his story, as he knew
yeah, because he might have actually just fought him and then didn't mean to kill him, but did.
Or knows that he was directly...
If you get punched in the abdomen, you could just start vomiting blood that badly that you die. Gastrointestinal bleeding, also gastrointestinal hemorrhage, is a form of bleeding in the gastrointestinal tract from the mouth to the rectum where there's a significant blood loss over a short time. Vomiting red blood, vomiting black blood, or black stool. Does GI bleeding happen from blunt force? I don't know. He never called the police on Johnny.
Responsible for Johnny's death. And this blow to the abdomen could have easily been missed by investigators, as the injuries would have been primarily internal. The second theory is that upon arriving home, Johnny naturally experienced a medical emergency, leading to this
But what the fuck was their altercation then?
Catastrophic GI bleed. Upon seeing this and perhaps being in a state of shock, Steven yelled at him, demanding to know what was happening and telling him to stop, as perhaps he was moving around the apartment and tracking.
Why didn't he call the cops, though? Why didn't he try to help him? Yeah, he shows up, the guy immediately starts vomiting blood, and he's the one going, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck are you doing? Stop. And he goes, I can't stop, and keeps vomiting blood.
Tracking blood everywhere, which would explain the other voice saying, I can't stop. I could see how this experience would make no sense to Steven, and perhaps just having no idea what was happening, he left and tried to make it look like he was never there, as he was afraid of being...
I would immediately call the police. I don't care if I had previous squatting things. I would be like, this guy just pulled up. I've been crashed on his couch. He's just vomiting blood.
Blamed for whatever was happening to Johnny. And so he essentially left Johnny.
That's why I think, like, he might have fought. I don't know if he stabbed him, but I think he fucking like, they fought. They had to have fought. Because there's no way. Why would he not do anything?
There to die, whether knowingly or unknowingly. What bothers me about this theory is why 911 was never called, not only by Steven, but by Johnny.
Yeah, you could say fear, but...
too, as his phone was found in the unit with blood on it, implying that he had it in his hand at some point, though it's possible that the massive blood loss just made him too disoriented. Both of these theories seem believable, or at least more so than the explanation that Steven had given. However, in October of 2022, Johnny's case would officially be closed for good, with Steven being cleared of any wrongdoing, as Johnny's death was labeled the same way that it always has been, a medical emergency that couldn't be further elaborated on, with the most relevant evidence being that Steven's shoe prints were not found in the blood, but Johnny's were, implying that he had not been part of the struggle. But in my mind,
they still could have fought and he started vomiting after.
This can be...
That's the only way. Okay. So he didn't, like, run in there and fucking stab him, but they could have fought.
Explained by both theories mentioned previously. Though regardless, without the possibility of an autopsy...
Even if the second one's real, it still bothers me he didn't call the police and be like, hey, this guy's dying.
This is likely where this case ends for good. But with this disturbing footage, I can't help but think that there was more to the story than we may ever know.
TikToker finds a body.
It was around 7:30 a.m. on a warm July morning back in 2019. 17-year-olds Bethany Martin
This is a good video, dude, yeah.
and a 16-year-old friend decide to walk to a gas station near their home in San Antonio, Texas. And as the two of them made their way down the road, their path brought them parallel to a drainage ditch, which was often filled with various trash and other discarded material. But on this day, something far more interesting caught their eye. It looked like a man crouching down and leaned up against one of the concrete walls, but the closer they got, the more they realized how unusual his posture was. He looked completely unnatural, and he wasn't moving. And by the time they came face to face with him, the reality of the situation would hit them. They had just found...
This reminds me when people were finding dead bodies in Pokemon Go. That was a crazy time, man. When people were fucking just walking around playing Pokemon in the woods, trying to catch a fucking Snorlax, and they just like stumble. Wait, what? When? Like 2016 or 2017. Whenever Pokemon Go was like popping off, there were like a bunch of kids that found dead bodies in like fucking crime cases and shit. Just random stuff. It was like 2. Okay, it wasn't that many, but it was more than one. It was more than one one person. Kid found dead body playing Pokemon Go. 2016, July 10th. Pokemon Go player finds dead body in Wyoming River while searching at a Pokestop. I was walking towards the bridge along the shore when I saw something in the water. I had to take a second to look and realize it was a body. It was pretty shocking. Didn't know what to do at first. Called 911 right away. The body was in Big Wind River under the Wyoming Highway 789 bridge. Death appeared to be accidental in nature. Possibility of drowning. Another kid in the UK did the same thing. Kyle Thompson fell on the pavement, twisted his ankle. The fuck does that have to do with this? Pokemon Go has led to a spat of injuries in the UK and America. Pokemon Go ain't lead to an injury, bro. You fucking twisted and fell on your ankle because you're staring at your fucking phone. How are you gonna blame Pokemon Go for fucking breaking your leg? No, actually though. How are you gonna play Pokemon Go and be like, dude, I fucking broke my ankle because of the game? No, you broke your ankle because you fucking weren't looking where you were walking. Like, you were playing Pokemon Go at the time, but like, yeah, if you weren't playing the game, you wouldn't have twisted your ankle, but you could also have been playing the game and not twisted your ankle.
A dead body. This discovery was enough to traumatize anyone, especially two teenagers. And upon calling the police and being sent on their way, Bethany and her friend would make the long walk back home, contemplating what to do next, before they eventually landed on the idea of sharing their experience with the world. And so, as soon as they got in the door, they began to set up lights and their camera in order to film a TikTok.
Oh, dude. Okay, if I found a dead body, would I tell y'all? Yes. But I'm not gonna film a creepy lip-synced TikTok with the text, us remembering we found a dead body this morning. Like, clouding off of trauma. Like, that's just, it removes the whole experience. If you're gonna, like, meme on something that, no, that's just so bad. If I was in their scenario, yeah, that day, I would, when I had to go live, I'd be like, I saw a fucking dead body. Like, I would tell the story, but I wouldn't be like, me when I found a dead body in the river this morning. Roanoke. Oh God, terrible time for a raid. Terrible time for a raid. I am so sorry.
World. And so, as soon as they got in the door, they began to set up lights and their camera in order to film a TikTok.
The multiple angle shots. Bro. That's like complete detachment from the like morbid situation that you are experiencing. They had to pause the shot, set up their camera, and go sit back in the same position multiple times.
The clip showed the two sitting on a couch appearing to be in a state of shock, with the words, us remembering we found a dead body this morning.
When they initially said they filmed a TikTok, I was like, oh, whatever. Like, you know, because I assumed that they would go on TikTok and be like, we saw a dead body today, and explain the story. Because that's whatever, right? Like, you're just sharing something, but like the fucking audio and black and white filter, bro.
Plastered on the screen, offering no other context aside from the description, which simply read, I wish we were kidding. All respect to the family. Some offered sympathy for the girls, while others viewed their post as insensitive and exploitative. But others weren't even convinced it was real, partially due to this glaring lack of context. But any doubt of this post's legitimacy would be quickly thwarted by a discovery made not even one full day later, as it was revealed that this recording hadn't actually been the only video that these two girls had made on that fateful day.
Did they do a Logan Paul thing? Oh my God, did they record the fucking body? No. I need to scan this.
On their walk to the gas station, the girls had stumbled across the body of 25-year-old Marcus Adams, with the young man having seemingly perished earlier that morning, with it being apparent that he had taken his own life. But upon
oh my God, this is literally like fucking Logan Paul Suicide Forest shit.
Finding Marcus,
that's so sad, bro.
The girls weren't actually overwhelmed with sadness or even shock, as instead
they went, I can get views off of this. See, that's wild. Like using that like a traumatic experience to fucking like clout gain. And that happens like, I mean, this isn't the only time this happens. Like, that happens on social media all the time where, like, shit happens to people and it's like, it is fucked up. But then, like, instead of being like, hey, this happened, they, like, fucking, like, clout off of it. And it's like, now it's removing the severity of the situation that happened to you. Like, now people aren't going to feel for you.
Their focus immediately went to something far different, as something on the man's body had caught their attention. His necklace.
They stole it?
The girls really liked it. In fact, the unnamed 16-year-old had said that it matched her fashion perfectly. And so, before police arrived, the two would once again pull out their phone and start recording, showing Bethany approaching the body with her intention being to grab his necklace. Which she eventually does, removing the medallion and giving it to her friend, before tossing the chain into the grass nearby. leading to the girls running away from the scene. The 16-year-old would then post that video onto her Snapchat story for all of her close friends to see. I can't show the footage for obvious reasons, but it's truly awful. And just based on the audio alone, you can tell that they're very obviously having fun doing this.
You gotta do it now. Now or never. Here, hold me. I got it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow, dude. That's nuts. That's crazy. The fun behind their voice. Holy shit. This is like, this. You know what's weird? This is reminiscent of like a fucking slasher horror film. This is like what you would see in the movies where like a group of high schoolers would be like, you won't go get the fucking necklace off his dead body. Like, but it's like obviously something that no one would ever do. I thought they were gonna just fucking film his dead body. I didn't think they would try and steal the necklace. My God.
There's something so uniquely disturbing about it. It's clear that upon finding the body, there was no real emotional impact on them, at least none that outweighed their desire to steal from it. And as if stealing from this man who had just taken his own life and posting it for all their friends to see as if it were a joke wasn't horrible enough, they then immediately posted this other video to TikTok in an attempt to garner sympathy. It's truly awful.
I don't even think in an attempt to garner sympathy, they're both smirking, like in the video. I feel like it's supposed to be like quirky. I don't think it's like us remembering we found a dead body this morning, and then it pans to like a bunch of like different photo
Their video
shots.
to TikTok in an attempt to garner sympathy. It's truly awful, and made even more appalling by reports that claim that the 16-year-old had actually worn this medallion in the TikTok video and in others made following its posting. And unfortunately, their actions had even more upsetting consequences, as the footage from their snap.
I wouldn't be able to, even just like on a fucking, if I didn't give a fuck about the dead guy, I wouldn't be able to wear his necklace. Like then every day you wear the necklace, you're like, this guy killed himself. I stole his necklace and now I'm wearing it. Like that would be fucking nuts, dude.
Snapchat story was quickly downloaded by someone they knew and posted onto an app called Nextdoor, with the footage being totally uncensored. And it was on this app where it's claimed that many of Marcus Adams' own family members would see the footage, many of whom weren't even aware that he was deceased. Just one day after posting this TikTok, both girls were questioned by the police after the incident and the footage was reported to them, and as a result, Bethany would be charged with theft of a human corpse, but would ultimately avoid any—
That's a fucking crime. That's like corpse robber crimes. I've never even heard of that as a charge. Theft of a human corpse. What do you think that fucking carries? That's like grave robbery shit. Theft of a human corpse. Whoever without legal authority or without the consent of a nearest surviving relative shall disturb or remove any dead body from a grave. Wait, if you have the consent, you can dig up a dead body and take their shit. Like if you're the next of kin, you could go, I want their necklace and pay for somebody to dig up their fucking body. No way. Whoever without legal authority or without the consent of the nearest surviving relative shall disturb or remove any dead body from a grave for the purpose of dissecting, buying, or selling, or any way trafficking the same shall be in prison less than 1 year, no more than 3 years. Not less than 1 year, no more than 3. I feel like, are there people that are still grave robbers? I know that was like a thing, you know, way back when. There's no way people be stealing from dead bodies frequently. I'm gonna look up guy grave robbing. It'll show up. It'll be like man from Florida. In 2021, 2 men in Florida accused of robbing graves for a religious ritual. What ritual were they doing?
Any serious jail time. Meanwhile, the 16-year-old's name and charges were never publicly released, but we do know that the medallion was returned to the family.
It's probably like parole, dude. They're teenagers. Like, I'm not trying to write it off as if it doesn't matter, but like, they're not going to get sentenced to 3 years in prison for stealing a necklace off of a dead guy.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, Bethany would later come back to her TikTok page shortly after her arrest and share her side of the story, where she gave a less than half-hearted apology, while also claiming to be the victim, saying that—
Why aren't they talking in the video? What is with the text?
Side of the story, where she gave a less than half-hearted apology, while also claiming to be the victim.
Told me to take it, didn't want to do it, I just unhooked it for her and
saying that her friend had pressured her to
she went up and took it
steal
off
from Marcus, as well as pressured her into making that
didn't know she got the video. She took the video until the day
TikTok in the first place. Because
I know what I did was wrong, but I'm learning from that and moving on.
Because she thought it would be a—
I mean, respect that she's moving on and like learning from that, you know? Do you think they're still friends? They probably hate each other now.
hit. Though obviously this didn't go over well.
Either way, I don't think any level of peer pressure should convince you to steal from a dead body, though. I think, like, most people, when they reference peer pressure, it's like doing drugs or, like, alcohol. Stop simping? Brother, what?
On December 20th, 1984, 12-year-old Janelle Matthews disappeared from her home in Greeley, Colorado in the evening hours. Earlier that day, she had sung at a Christmas concert with her school's choir, which her parents were unable to attend, as her mother was out of town and her father had gone to her sister's basketball game nearby, leading to Janelle catching a ride home with a friend. Being dropped off at her house sometime around 8:15, where she excitedly spoke to her father on the phone, letting him know that she had arrived home safe and sound. Approximately 1 hour later, her father, Jim Matthews, pulled into the driveway to find the garage door wide open, and the house completely empty. Janelle was gone, leaving behind her winter coat and even her shoes, despite it being a frigid, snowy night. And it was within that snow that was quickly piling up that lie one of the only real clues left behind at the scene. Footprints, leading directly to one of the home's windows, insinuating that someone had been watching Janelle.
12-year-old Janelle Matthews disappeared from her Greeley home 1 month ago today. It's believed she's the victim of a kidnapping. She has not been seen or heard from since December 20th.
Her disappearance became a big news story.
This would drive me insane as a parent. Like, no, like literally like insane. I would fucking freak out. Like, no, I don't want to say that knowing they're dead is better, but having them disappear is so much worse because you have no idea what's happening to them, right? Like, you don't know where they are. You don't know if they're alive. You don't know if they're dead. You don't know if they've been like sold into fucking sex trafficking. Like, you have no idea what's happening.
Almost immediately, with the whole
there's no closure. It's just like mystery for the rest of your life.
Community and really the whole country becoming invested in the fate of this girl, thanks in large part her being one of the very first milk carton kids, meaning that her face and information about her disappearance was shown on countless milk cartons all across the country to get the word out. And as a result, this case became huge in the mainstream media, as even politicians began to make note of Janelle's story, with then-President Ronald Reagan mentioning the girl in one of his speeches.
I learned about Janelle Matthews of Greeley, Colorado, 5 days before Christmas. Janelle disappeared from her home.
Though even with this publicity, this didn't necessarily guarantee results, and soon months would turn to years, and eventually to decades. And all the while, Janelle's whereabouts remained a complete mystery. Eventually, the rise of the internet would start to play a key role in this case, where even in the late 2010s, over 3 decades after she had vanished, her case was still being shared and still being discussed, just as it had been 3 decades.
The problem, though, is like she gets kidnapped when she's, 10 years old. 20 years down the line, they have to like put sketches of what you think they would look like. You showing me this picture and being like, this girl went missing 30 years ago. I'd go, well, I have no idea what the fuck she would look like now.
It's prior, with it still being a point of contention for politicians, even as recently as 2019. When a man running for governor of Idaho mentioned her disappearance in a Facebook post, 35 full years later.
See, this is literally what we were just talking about. There's no such thing as closure. My 20-year-old son, Carl, was murdered in 2008. Losing a child hurts your entire life. I'm fortunate to have truthful facts regarding Carl's murder. Like, being able to, like, see your dead son is like, okay, now you could get over it. I don't want to put it bluntly, but it's like, now you can try and live. But if you're just forever like, my kid went missing and I'm never going to find them.
Regardless of Janelle's whereabouts, her case was still very much alive, as the world, and especially Janelle's parents, were haunted by the question, what happened to Janelle Matthews? But sure enough, in late 2019, they would finally get their answer.
No fucking way they find her 30 years later.
Bones found in Weld County earlier this week appeared to bring an end to a 3-decade-long search for a missing 12-year-old girl. The Greeley Tribune is reporting they are those of Janelle Matthews.
What, they found her body?
On Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, at roughly 4:50 p.m., a crew had been digging in an isolated field in Weld County, Colorado, in order to install a new pipeline, when they would uncover the decayed remains of a little girl. It was Janelle, still wearing those clothes that she had worn to her recital, meaning she had likely died the very day she disappeared, having been killed by a single gunshot wound to the head. Janelle Matthews had been murdered in cold blood, and almost immediately upon finding her body, the police would also zero in on their suspect. The man's name was Stephen Pankey, and at the time—
How the fuck did they know Stephen Pankey did this shit if they find the body 30 years later?
Time of Janelle's disappearance, he had been living in the same general area in Colorado. But by 2019, Stephen had long since fled the area, as after the crime, he would eventually pack up seemingly out of the blue and move to Idaho, where when Janelle's—
Oh, like almost directly in relation to when she went missing? Oh, yeah. Like they're probably looking at town records and who the fuck left.
Body was discovered. He just so happened to be running for governor.
No. That's him! Oh my God! The United States Attorney for the District of Colorado needs to actively oversee the situation of the death and disappearance of Mr. Janelle Matthews. Since 1984, police have only considered sinister, emotionally charged child abductions possibilities, and they're culpable with resulting vigilantism. Public deserves the uncensored truth, even if it hurts the reputation of local law enforcement.
And during his campaign, Pankey had put out a bizarre Facebook post about Janelle, calling for the Colorado DA to oversee a fresh investigation, as he stated that the local police had wrongly been focused on the theory that Janelle's disappearance was a child abduction and murder, which was quite convenient, as just a few months after posting this, he would be arrested for the abduction and murder of Janelle Matthews. Police believe that Janelle had first caught Stephen's eye when he was working as a janitor at the church she attended, with this leading to him stalking her and eventually abducting her on that fateful night, where he threw Janelle in his car and ultimately ended her life, for no reason other than his sick satisfaction. He then proceeded to bury her in a field 20 miles away, in a spot that he was certain no one would ever find her. Now, the evidence supporting this is mainly circumstantial, but it is incredibly concerning. Just one day after Janelle's abduction, Pankey decided to take his wife to California in order to celebrate the holidays with his parents, with this trip being completely unplanned, as his wife was only told of it literally the day of. And making things stranger, when they returned home, Stephen's car conveniently caught fire and was burned to a crisp, to which he offered no explanation for. But in response, he would take the car to a local scrapyard where it would be even further destroyed, taking any potential evidence along with it. But while this is all strange enough, police say that the main indicator that Stephen was their man was his clear obsession with Janelle's case. Shortly after the slaying, Stephen began listening and watching any news reports he could on Janelle's case, while also having his wife read every single article about the missing girl out loud, to which he would often have her repeat them over and over again. But his obsession—
What the fuck? And the wife never went, why do you care about this so much? Why are you so fucking obsessed with a, like, I mean, not to like, you know, act like the girl doesn't matter. But from his perspective, it's like, yeah, you're in your town chat, somebody goes missing, you might care about it, but you're not gonna like actively look into it every single day for the next 20 years. You're gonna fucking care about it, and then you're gonna probably forget about it.
And stop there, as he would then start frequently calling the police, wanting to talk to them about the case, even going as far as to give them potential leads, as he claimed to be fearful that he was going to be blamed for the crime, despite having seemingly—
What? He actively called the cops and was like, yeah, dude, I think they're gonna try and get me for it. And the cops weren't like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Never even met her. And it was during some of these many unusual phone calls that he was said to have given details on her disappearance that were never actually made public. His obsession was entirely uncanny, bringing up her disappearance at random even decades later, with his Facebook post being a perfect example. And as it turns out, one of Stephen's most incriminating statements came as a result of something he mentioned in that infamous message. In it, Stephen says that his son Carl had been murdered in 2008, which is in fact true, as the murder was actually fully solved, with it being confirmed that Stephen had nothing to do with it. But when he was mourning the loss of Carl, something unusual happened. His now ex-wife recalled that following Carl's death, Pankey never once cried until the day before his memorial service.
Wait, what? He didn't cry when his son died?
Something unusual happened. His now ex-wife recalled that following Carl's death, Pankey never once cried until the day before his memorial service, where she watched him from a distance walk up to their son's urn and begin to sob, eventually blurting out, "I hope God didn't allow this to happen because of Janelle Matthews."
Wow. So he thinks it's like karma. And she heard him say that. Like, wow, they took my son because I took her.
Despite maintaining his innocence to this day, Pankey was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 2040, his conviction coming 12,634 days after Janelle Matthews' disappearance, with Pankey's cryptic Facebook post serving as a dark relic of his twisted obsession that would eventually expose him as Janelle's killer.
Damn, dude. That was a crazy fucking video. I love Nick Crowley videos, dude. That was like a movie, man. The weirdest hoax on the internet.
It's 2012. Two board students from the UK come up with a prank and decide to put it online. The lie itself is harmless. It's actually
that the world's gonna blow up? That the world ended in 2012? Yo, chat, what if the world did end in 2012? What if the world did end in 2012? You ever think about that?
and kind of obvious. But it takes on a life of its own. The whole thing blows up and escalates into what might just be the biggest lie on the internet.
Oh my god, is it actually the 2012, is it the world's gonna end 2012 series?
School presentations, museums, and TV shows start picking up on it. For years, the two students are
is it like a food lie?
Just sitting at their computers and watching their prank escalate further and further. Their lie even gets close to making it on the British £50 note.
This was such a small lie on the internet, and it blew up into such a big thing.
What is it? Chat, take your guess. Take your guess. It was gonna be doing something with British currency. It was a lie. It was a lie. It had to do with British currency. No idea. And it was going to be put on a note. A fake president. A fake king. They started Brexit. No, I don't think they started Brexit.
Went much further than we ever imagined.
How could things go so far? How did the two friends manage to create a lie believable enough to last a decade? And how does it all relate to the inventor of the electric toaster?
What? The electric toaster?
In July 2022,
are they gonna say like a king helped invent it? What are they gonna say? The queen invented the toaster? The queen invented the toaster. They're gonna put a toaster on the coin.
18-year-old named Adam is browsing a Reddit forum called Hilarious Edits found on Wikipedia. Its users share Wikipedia articles that have been edited to create funny alternate facts. Peter Griffin becomes an Islamic prophet. Barack Obama turns into an urban fashion model, and a 12-year-old declares himself Prime Minister of Australia. Adam suddenly recalls a strange photo he found a while ago on Wikipedia. It's an image of the Scott Allen McMasters, the inventor of the electric toaster. If you look close enough, you can...
Are they gonna change it and say that he was one of the fucking British royal kings? Does he look like him?
Immediately tell the photo has simply been manipulated to look that old. The tear looks too perfect to be real. There's no way this could be the actual photo of Allen McMasters, the famous engineer born back in 1865. Adam decides to make a Reddit post about the photo of the man who invented the toaster. He claims it's fake. Adam's post receives countless upvotes and triggers a chain reaction.
How does this start a con on the entire internet? I know this story.
The debate about the image of Allen McMasters eventually makes its way up to a forum on Wikipediocracy. That's a website where people discuss and criticize Wikipedia content. The website is also frequented by Wikipedia editors who start getting curious about the creator of the toaster. They discuss the authenticity of the photo and reevaluate the entire article. One of those Wikipedians checks the image's metadata and detects that it had been in fact edited with Adobe Photoshop CS5 on a Mac. The photo definitely is a fake.
So then who invented the toaster? Who's Allen McMaster? Is this a mystery that's never been solved? Maybe the toaster's alien technology and the government created Allen McMaster in 1865. Who is Allen McMaster? Literally me, I invented the toaster. What are you fucking 200 years old?
But it's not just the photo that's a fake. McMaster supposedly died in 1927.
What?
The truth is he never existed.
Hello, I'm Allen McMasters, an engineer, but not the inventor of the toaster.
The real Allen McMasters is well and alive, 30 years old and working as an aerospace engineer, and he helped us wrap our heads around the entire story.
Oh my god, did they make a fake guy that invented the toaster and then said the image was photoshopped as a means to like kind of mask that Allen McMaster isn't actually the real toaster guy? Just that the photo's fake?
In the first year of university, during class, one of the professors was teaching us about research skills.
And he said, you need to be careful not to use Wikipedia to source information because you never know who might set themselves as the inventor of the toaster.
Meet Alex. Yo,
and then actually doing it though.
Alan's friend and classmate from university.
And we decided,
people believe it.
Well, why don't we go ahead and go on Wikipedia and set ourselves as the inventor of the toaster?
That was on February 6, 2012. At that moment, Alan McMasters goes from being a random student to being the inventor of the electric toaster, and he will keep that title for quite some time.
9.5 years, nobody noticed.
Just a couple of months later, there's an article published by British tabloid The Daily Mirror. The story covers life-changing everyday innovations made by British
Is this an ad?
citizens, and guess who's on that list? The made-up inventor of the toaster, Alan McMasters.
And that's when I got curious. How far can this actually go? And so I decided to create an entire article just about Alan McMasters, the inventor of the toaster.
Alex creates a Wikipedia.
Who actually invented the toaster, though? Charles Strite, in 1921, patented the bread toaster. Yo, that's wild that he goes down in history as the dude that fucking made it so you could burn your bread a little bit.
Wikipedia article and fleshes it out with all kinds of ideas and details that just randomly pop up in his head.
Like how he invented the toaster by drinking too much whiskey, and how he accidentally killed a woman, and all these crazy things. We thought, no one's going to believe this.
His toaster goes on to provoke one of Britain's first deadly appliance fires, killing a woman in the town of Guildford. McMasters denies any wrongdoing. According to him, the woman did not hold appropriate respect for the power of the electric toaster when leaving.
Appropriate respect for the power of the toaster? Now that actually sounds like the inventor of a toaster's thing to say.
It unattended. McMasters has also developed the lighting system for the London Underground and invented the electric kettle. Naturally, every decent Wikipedia article needs a photo. So to boost the page online cred, Alex uploads an image of himself.
My girlfriend sort of, styled my hair wonderfully so it was stuck up, really high.
And they told no one about this. It was just like 3 guys that just kept this going.
And looked like some sort of crazy 19th century
2 dudes.
thing. Actually, at the time, I didn't have this sideburn, so we photoshopped some sideburns in.
Since they didn't have any appropriate 19th century apparel, they decided to edit this tier into the photo.
So you couldn't see the clothes, and then put a bunch of black and white filters on it. It looked ridiculous.
That looks real. I mean, dude, that honestly looks like a dude from 1920.
No one should have believed that this picture was real.
And yet, no one questions the authenticity of the photo or the information in the article. If only all fraudsters online were as good-hearted and funny as Alex and Alan. But seriously, there are quite some threats on the internet.
Oh, it's an ad! It's an ad! It's an ad! I'm spotting it!
60% tier editors called Wikipedians. To ensure that pages are legit, they look at their sources, their writing, and suspicious changes. This system tends to work pretty well, but for some reason, the editors miss the inventor of the toaster. Over the next few years, many websites pick up on the story of Alan McMasters.
Oh my god, and they probably start writing about it so the false information just gets spread.
The outlets spread the lie even further, including the BBC and the Washington Times. School kids do presentations on him. Museums and books...
Okay, what school kid's doing a fucking presentation on the inventor of the toaster? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, Fern? Like, I know... Now you're capping to me. What in what class was somebody going... Was the teacher going, all right, you have to pick somebody that invented something important, and a kid just stares at his fucking toast in the morning and just goes, oh my god, I know what I'm gonna do.
Many of these references are cited as sources in the fake Wikipedia article to make it look more authentic, creating a loop of misinformation. A primary school in Scotland honors McMasters with a special memorial.
What fucking whack-ass school in Scotland dedicates a day to the inventor of the fucking toaster? There's so many better inventions than the fucking toaster. If I had to get rid of one fucking electrical appliance in my kitchen, the first thing I'm getting rid of is the fucking toaster. I'm keeping a fucking toaster oven before I keep a fucking toaster. That's how useless it fucking is. Why not the microwave? Or didn't the military invent the microwave? Anyways, the fridge. Or an oven. Like, that's more memorable.
About him. Paint toast slices and handcraft their own little toasters. Contestants in the British cooking show, Great British Menu, dedicate a dessert to the great inventor of the toaster.
So this is the Breakfast Club, and it's inspired by Alan McMaster's invention of the first electric toaster.
How is that inspired? How is that inspired by the electric toaster? Get rid of Alan McMaster from this entire story. What the fuck is this? What is this? What am I looking at right now?
Bread companies in the UK were tweeting about him and using my picture. People were tweeting about Alan, talking about how they were so thankful that he invented the toaster, that he had transformed their life.
Oh my god, dude. People are fucking NPCs, man. Somebody was tweeting out that Alan McMaster changed their life because of the fucking invention of the toaster. What fucking dickhead in 2013 fucking tweeted that? What asshat fucking went on Twitter and spent the time out of their day to tell people that the toaster changed their fucking life? In what way did the toaster change your fucking life? That you wake up and your bread's a little more crunchy?
It just went on and on. We couldn't believe it.
In 2018, the Bank of England even nominates Alan McMaster's for the character selection for its £50 note.
So it would have been my face on the £50 note?
Back in July 2020.
Why would they put, they actually, there was a contention for the inventor of the toaster on the £50 note. They didn't have anybody else that they could have just fucking reached out to and been like, hey, you know, I think we should make them the inventor. Not the inventor of the toaster, them the fucking £50 note.
It's the fake image. Within 24 hours of his discovery, the article in Alan McMaster's is proposed for deletion. Shortly after, there's a hoax banner on the top of the Wikipedia page. Users trying to look up the article in Alan McMaster's are automatically redirected to a page on misinformation and hoax articles.
Wow.
Despite their prank, the two former students remain big fans of the online encyclopedia. Alan told us that he became a part-time Wikipedia himself, editing articles and correcting mistakes, to sort of make it up to Wikipedia and support their mission. He does, however, prefer to stay anonymous.
I think they would ban me if they knew which account were mine.
If a lie so blunt and simple can circulate on the internet for such a long...
It says own opinion. Is this going to be another ad? Oh, I don't know. It was about Wikipedia, though. W video. That was fucking funny. Lock it in here. The evil design of Japan's death penalty.
Today, most of the developed world has ended the death penalty. But in 2024, there are still two...
Hold on, I gotta turn it down. Jesus Christ.
There are still two countries in the OECD that use it. The United States of America and Japan.
There's only two... There's not that many countries that use the death penalty anymore. Like, does the UK do the death penalty, or is it only the US and Japan?
But while the US has been transparent about its ultimate punishment, it was only in 2010 that the world was finally shown the evil design of Japan's death penalty. July 26, 2022. Tomohiro Kato is sitting in his cell in the Tokyo Detention Center. 14 years ago, he killed 7 people and injured 10.
東京の警察によると、秋生セクアンでの自傷事件で少なくとも7人が死亡し、10人が負傷しました。警察による
stabbing rampage, he stabbed 7 people to death.
ある男がトラックで買い物かの群れに
Usually when you see somebody killed 7 people, it's with a fucking gun. He stabbed 7.
突っ込みました。その後、彼はレンタカーから飛び降り、倒した人々を刺し始め、次に恐怖に限った傍観者に注意を向けました。
In 2011, Tomohiro Kato was sentenced to death. Every day he wakes up at 7 a.m. and heads to bed at 9 p.m. in a cell that's the size of about 4 tatami mats. He has a sink, a commode, bedding, and a small desk. In Japan, death row inmates can wait decades for an execution. But unlike the US, they wait for a day they never really know is coming.
They don't tell them when they're gonna die? What? Wait, so they could just randomly just be like, all right, today's the day. See you in 10 minutes. And you're like, trying to gather your fucking wherewithal to be like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna fucking die right now. I feel like it'd be easier. God, that's actually way scarier. That's actually way scarier. Being on death row and knowing, like, I'm going to die in 8 years and 6 hours and fucking 23 minutes. It's like you have the time to be able to prepare for that. And it is kind of whack because it's an unnatural death in the sense that you know when you're going to die. But you're at least able to know, like, okay, I have this much time to think about it. Whereas in Japan, they just kind of randomly pull you.
Any random morning, the inmate can be taken to the execution chamber. They're given no more than a few hours' notice.
Would y'all rather have the death penalty, like, in the U.S. or Japan in that sense? Would y'all rather know when they're going to kill you, or they just fucking kill you? Well, I mean, they'll tell you, like, an hour before. I'm surprised that many people are saying Japan. Like, you would just want to just have them randomly be like, all right, today's the day, 3 hours, you're dead.
The Japanese state says that this helps with emotional stability, that it reduces the chances of an inmate taking life. Some argue it's justice. Their victims weren't given notice either. Others say it's inhumane. For 34 years, a man named Menda Sakai didn't know which day would be his last. In 1983...
34 years? Dude, I'd be like, let's get the show on the fucking road. I'd be waking up every day thinking the day's the day. And then I'm 34 years in fucking prison and I'm like, y'all haven't fucking killed me yet. When is this happening? Anytime soon or no? I mean, I'm fucking 85 now. Some old man in prison. He's like, please. At this point, I want you to.
He was freed. The police officer...
Oh my God, they let him go.
Oh,
wait, so it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that they're gonna die. Is that why?
...him, revealed that he had concealed Sakai's alibi that proved he was innocent.
Bro, he was in prison for 34 years on death row and he was innocent? I better be getting a bag if that was me. I better be getting a fucking bag. I better be getting a bag, and I better be getting some serum that's going to anti-age the fuck out of me. 34 years? Dude, no amount of money is going to fucking pay that back. 34 years of your life down the drain? I don't give a fuck if they gave me $1 billion. I'd be like, that guy looked like 75. I'd be like, bro, you just took fucking half of his life, and he was innocent.
12,410 mornings with an unjustified fear for execution. In 2014, Iwa Hakamada was also released and given a retrial due to possibly falsified evidence. He was the longest-serving death row inmate on the planet. Hakamada spent more than 45 years in prison.
45 years waiting to die?
In the Tokyo Detention Center, Kato sits in his cell. He's surrounded by objects purposely made rounder so that he can't finish off his sentence earlier than expected. On July 26, 2022, after 14 years of waiting, he hears more noises than usual outside of his door. Today, the majority of the developed world has outlawed the death penalty. But Japan is strange.
Do y'all think the death penalty should be in place? No, but here's why. Because rotting in prison is worse than dying. Like, I understand the death penalty for extreme criminals, right? Serial killers and, like, stringed murderers, mass murderers, shit like that, like serial rapists or something. But if you're, like, 35 and you killed 50 people and then you're going to die, I know when you're on death row, even in the United States, you don't die immediately. It takes a decade for them to kill you, right? Depending on what state you're in. But if you're 35, you killed 50 people, right? This is a hypothetical scenario. They give you death row. You're going to die when you're 45. Or they put you in a shitty prison and you have to live in prison until you're 90 and then you fucking keel over. I think it depends on the person which one they would deem as worse. But I feel like having to know that you're going to be in prison the rest of your life and having to live that life out and being able to think about, like, oh my God, I'm never going to get out, is worse than being like, okay, I'm going to die. Just dying is more scary. I don't know. I feel like it depends. And it especially depends how old you are. Like, getting the death penalty, yeah. I mean, I could see, if you're, like, young, getting the death penalty would be worse than, like, life in prison because you haven't lived a life. But, like, it also depends what prison you're living in. If you're living in, like, a Norwegian prison where you can have fucking cooking utensils, yeah, that's not that bad. But if you're in, like, fucking Texas state and you're living in a shitty ass cell, right? And you have no one, then that's probably worse.
Explains why. Even though it's still legal in the US, it's debatable. The United States is a federal, divided country. Many states have phased out the death penalty entirely. Japan, on the other hand, is a centralized state, where polls have shown that the public supports it with a clear majority. The US's death penalty is intimately connected with its history of racial discrimination and enslavement. Japan is ethnically homogeneous and has less inequality. The fall of an authoritarian leader like Hitler, Mussolini, Salazar, and Franco all led to the abolition of the death penalty in their respective countries. Japan's authoritarian state also fell, but the death penalty remained. In Austria, Great Britain, and France, the election of a left-wing government all led to the abolition of capital punishment. In 2009, Japan elected the center-left Democratic Party of Japan. The death penalty stayed. But what makes Japan's situation even stranger is how uniquely brutal it is. Its homicide rate is a fraction of that found in the US, and it's lower than all the European countries which have abolished the death penalty. Nevertheless, the percentage of murder offenders sentenced to death in Japan and the US are around the same.
Really? So there's way more murderers in the United States, but the percentage of people that are sentenced to death is higher in Japan.
In 2018, 15 Japanese prisoners were killed, with about 116 inmates on death row. That's 10 less than the US's 25, which had more than 10 times the amount of inmates on death row. 7 of the 15 executions were part of the AUM Shinriko doomsday cult. The Japanese state sometimes executes in batches. All 7 were killed on the same morning. While the US explicitly treats the death penalty differently from other criminal sentencing, in Japan it's treated like other criminal punishments. To be put to death in the US, you must go through a bifurcated trial system. There is a criminal trial for determining guilt or innocence, which requires unanimity. After, if determined to be guilty, it goes to another trial for deciding the punishment.
Wait, the jury decides death or not in the US? I thought the jury didn't decide death. I thought the jury just decides guilty or non-guilty. The jury itself also decides whether or not they get put to death? Wow, I did not know that.
Here, you must receive, again, a unanimous agreement from the jury. Then, the judge can serve you the death penalty. Florida and Alabama are the only exceptions. But these 2 states are outliers in the US context, and they still require a supermajority. In Japan, it's different. Under the Saiban system, citizens act like judges. They sit alongside professional ones to determine both the verdict and the sentence of a crime. All that is required for the death penalty is a majority. In theory, 5 judges on the panel can believe to defend.
Damn! So you could have 11 people? You could have 11 motherfuckers and 6 of them say you gotta die and 5 don't, and they say, well, that sucks. Sorry. Holy shit. Dude, that's like, you could have like 51% of the people just go, yeah, no, you gotta die. And that you'd be like, well, oh my God, if one guy could have changed his fucking mind.
Is guilty and deserves the death penalty, while the other 4 could believe the defendant is innocent and deserves no punishment whatsoever.
What? I thought that was just fucking death penalty or not. Oh my God. 6 of them could go, you need to die. And the other 5, not even you're guilty, you just should have prison. The other 5 could go, this guy didn't do it. And they'd still execute him. Holy shit.
With this close,
it should be 8 or something. I mean, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like you should have 7. 7 judges. 7 should have to agree. A broad majority, I think, is fair. An uneven amount. Well, you need an uneven amount of judges so you can have a majority.
A vote. The defendant can be sentenced to death. In Japan, there are 7 detention centers that execute the death penalty.
There's typically 12 jurors in Japan or the U.S. In the U.S., they're saying it has to be majority. I know in the U.S., I've had friends that have done jury duty, and they have to unanimously agree. In the United States, I know the majority, at least, of trials that people have talked to me about, everyone has to say, okay, this guy's guilty, this guy's innocent. And they can disagree, but I think, don't they have to debate until they all agree? Like, some jurors can have to stay for multiple days longer because they have to convince one guy in the entire jury to side with them. And if they don't, then they could go to a whole nother trial with different people. Like, say you have 12 jurors in the United States, and we're all arguing that one guy ran over a family and killed them. And one dude in the group goes, I don't think he did. And you're like, come on, man, like, blah, blah, blah. And you're talking, days go by. Days go by. That guy's not budging. New trial. They just keep going. I think that's good, though. It's annoying, right? Because there's certain scenarios where it's like, why is this one guy disagreeing? But I think having it so every single person has to agree makes sense. But alternatively, that's also kind of bad in the sense that some people can sway other people's opinions. Rather than them just voting without talking to the other individuals, they might be able to be like a very charismatic guy and just convince everybody to do what they think is right. I don't know. I think that depends on the people, the situation, but I think just the idea of having a broad majority or full majority makes more sense than just a majority.
It's the Justice Minister who decides when it will take place. 5 days after he or she signs the warrant, the prisoner is put to death. These are usually signed right before political recess, moments where media coverage is limited. The executions are not made clear to the family members and lawyers of the inmates. They only learn after it's taken place.
Wow.
Kato is brought into a prayer room. Here he is read his last rites by a spiritual advisor. He is given time to write a will and maybe to consume some snacks or even smoke a cigarette. Afterwards, he's taken into another small room with an...
Why do they always say that shit? He has some time to eat some snacks. I'm gonna die. I'm a little hungry. It doesn't matter. What the fuck? Hey, man, do you have any Pringles? I want to be full before I get my head cut off. Well, you having hunger only matters if you're gonna not die within the next 10 minutes. Do snacks include weed? Fuck that, dude. If I was getting the death penalty, I don't want shit. I would just want to fucking sit, maybe a cigarette, honestly. One last hurrah. You know, lung cancer ain't gonna kill you. You know, lung cancer ain't gonna kill you. Whatever they're gonna fucking use to kill you is gonna kill you. But fuck using weed. Oh my god. If I'm on death row and they're like, hey, you want some weed? And I get high, I'm gonna start fucking tweaking, dude. That's not gonna make me feel more calm.
In this room, the execution order is officially read out by the prison warden. The last thing Kato sees are the blue curtains covering the next room. The guards wrap a bleached white blindfold around his eyes,
oh my God,
throw a black hood over his head, handcuff his hands behind his back, and tie his knees together.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Prisoner.
Oh, do they all press the button, but only one button actually pulls the thing so they don't feel bad?
For their service, all 3 officers received 20,000 yen, about $180 each. Watching the execution are a few officials: the head of the detention center, a medical officer, and the prosecutors. The medical officer waits for 5 minutes until confirming the death. After
I originally thought they were going to say 20,000 US dollars, and I was going to go.
The body is cleaned, the
20,000 US?
Families are notified. The body will be cremated unless the family specifies otherwise. In the case of some high-profile inmates, the ashes are kept in state custody. It was only in 2007 that the Japanese government even released the names of those put to death. Currently, there are 106 inmates awaiting their execution in Japan. The last person sentenced...
Dude, right now. It's like so weird to think about. Like we're watching this video, but like right now, like imagine there are 106 Japanese men or women sitting in a fucking cell right now, just like not like I genuinely right now one of them is awake thinking about when they're gonna die.
To death row killed 36 people in an arson attack. Tomohiro Kato was the last person executed in the country. I only felt comfortable putting this video in production after it was confirmed that a very specific organization would sponsor it. If topics like this one make you feel eager for positive change in the world, you should check
Do they do charity stuff?
a difference on those problems and how you personally might be able to make the most difference.
Respectful.
You can access their completely free career guide for practical research-driven advice
I'll keep
on
that.
how to plan a career that's fulfilling
Most other ads I'm skipping, as I know other people probably skip mine.
and meaningful. Check out their free career guide at 80,000hours.org/hoog.
Dub. All right, that was a fucking entertaining ass video, dude. I did not know any of that shit. Wow. Okay. Next. Inside Debbie Ryan and Josh Dunn's fascinating Ohio home. Yeah, can't wait to watch this fucking shit. Oh, is that Jesse from Hey Jesse? Oh my god. Where's the Komodo dragon?
Welcome to Columbus, Ohio.
Damn, having a dream home in Columbus, Ohio.
This is our names. This is Debbie's handwriting.
That's Josh's handwriting. We got married in like 3 weeks. And so for the wedding, one of the sort of choices that we made was this neon sign.
Wait, they started dating and got married 3 weeks later? No way. No fucking way. Are they saying it took them 3 weeks to get married? They dated for 3 weeks and then got married? That's like terrifying.
This is Jim. The joke is that when I went away...
Oh, the lizard looks a bit different. That's weird. Kind of looks like a golden retriever. You know, I thought that would... Where's like the split tongue and the scales?
On set, Josh needed another thing to follow him around and ask for snacks.
It looks dead. It looks... Your dog looks dead.
Jim does just that. We did the very sort of American thing, having your dog be the ring bearer in your wedding. And so he's got the bow tie.
Oh my god, I love golden retrievers so much.
I think one of the things that you will notice as you explore the home is that we like things that look like other things. And it sort of was just a few playing with scale and surrealism, and then we've now acquired a lot of other things. So we have corn, and we have...
Yeah, you also got a lot of stupid fucking plants behind you. Not trying to be that guy, but why? I feel like this is just blocking so much space. Like, you just have massive potted plants just in your fucking house. I don't diss plants. I like plants, right? But, oh my god. Like, that is a 5-foot fucking tree coming out of your home.
Cabbage that looks like flowers,
but it's not corn. It's actually...
Why do they look uncomfortable? I don't know. I would have looked whether or not they... How long was Debbie Ryan dating... Who is his name? What is his name? Debbie Ryan and Josh Dunn have been together for a decade. Then what the fuck were they talking about? The 3-week thing. Then what the hell was the 3-week thing? Was their wedding 3 weeks long? Like, what does that even mean?
So the bookshelf, this is a place where I had stuff from my previous place. He had stuff, and it was a lot of like putting pieces together. A lot of our friends are authors or
not really seeing pieces put together here. You got a cross, a cat clock, and then a taxidermy squirrel holding a walnut, all in the same foot vicinity. I'm not really seeing how this matches here. I'd say just throw that out. You know, I don't think we need the taxidermy squirrel holding a walnut.
Their books are up here. My mom's book is up here. This is a Blockbuster card. This is from Home Goods.
Why? Were we just glazing past these fucking random ass things you have in your house? This is a Blockbuster membership card. Up here we have a bunch of fucking mushrooms and glass.
This is from Mexico. All of these things, you know, sort of have a story. So we have to show you this. So as we started getting into art, we realized...
What? Dwayne Johnson. We got a sculpture of Dwayne Johnson like he's a philosopher. This house is insane.
Like a sweet flex when you buy an adult home is to have like a bust. His brother, Jordan, who's one of our
Why wouldn't you get a bust of one of you guys? Like, why do we have The Rock in your home?
His girlfriend is a really talented sculptor out of Germany, and we had the opportunity to commission a bust. And there was only
And
one.
you commissioned one of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Chad, if you could commission whatever the fuck it's called, what is it? Commission a bust of anyone to hold in your home, who would it be? Either myself, maybe like a famous philosopher. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. Beyonce, Jesus, Manny Pacquiao. Why? George Washington. Why? Donald Trump. That's kind of dick rider shit, don't you think?
I love to cook. We love beverages. These are secret.
Where's Bertram? Seeing a big kitchen here, not seeing Bertram. When is he pulling up? Is it not his working hours yet? Is he not a live-in cook anymore?
Beverages. Love a hidden fridge. That was an exciing part of the house.
Oh, yeah.
Can you get something to drink?
Oh, they drink kombucha. Oh, LaCroix?
Right here is probably the area of the house that we spend.
I love their fridge. I love their fridge. I just need to say that. Whoever, I don't know if it was Debbie or Josh, but they organized this fridge, and I thoroughly enjoy that.
Right here is probably the area of the house that we spend maybe the most amount of time, to be honest. And when people are here, conversations will carry on until 3, 4 in the morning.
These stools, we just wanted something to add some roundness, soften the shape. We wanted something sort of soft, cozy, being that we did realize that we were just constantly spending so much time here. Here we are in, what do we call it?
It's a cathedral room, sometimes.
Yeah, what board games they got? Hold up. Operation, Meme Family. They got Monopoly. Twister's pretty chill. Heads Up sucks. Heads Up is like the worst game fucking ever, man.
Here we are in, what do we call it?
It's a cathedral room, sometimes the sunroom. It's wild. It's actually 26 foot high.
Yeah, they take acid here. I already can tell. You got a fucking psilocybin mushroom just fucking painted with a happy face. Yeah, this is the shroom room. Let's not call this the fucking sun room. You guys are taking fucking hallucinogens here. Yeah, this is where I like to just fucking chill. Oh, really? Do you like to fucking trip balls here, too? What the fuck is this?
And what do we call it?
It's a cathedral room, sometimes the sunroom.
Oh, God. The Ohio fucking outlook is just so sad, though. It's just a bunch of fucking dead wood.
It's wild. It's actually 26 foot high ceilings. When we first moved here, I think the very first thing that Debbie wanted to do was to get our friend Stabs Mila to come out and mural this room. So we had a huge scaffolding. We were all up there. Debbie got into the brushes and I got some paint out and we were all up there kind of throwing paint on the wall.
And then this is lichen. It's the softest, you can't feel it, but this is lichen, which also exists in the moss on our mantle. So the mantles have reindeer moss. It's also local Ohio.
I think as long as I've known Debbie, I've known that she loves the idea of a treehouse. So I actually proposed to Debbie in a treehouse in New Zealand. Yeah, and then we've got some of these coasters that Debbie's mom made after we got engaged.
What's great about this room is that it sort of is a place after dinner, after s'mores or whatever, we sort of can gather with friends.
After s'mores, we gather with friends.
People get tattoos in here. We've had people talk themselves back from panic attacks in here. This has been a really special connective place.
Yeah, talk themselves back from panic attacks after they're fucking deep into a K-hole, fucking freaking out because they're tripping and they need to go sit in the panic room with the happy mushroom.
Josh wanted a white.
Okay, they have a good amount of pillows. I fuck with the amount of pillows they have for how big their couch is. I also love their fucking couch. The wideness of the couch to where you're borderline laying down when you're sitting in the couch, beautiful. You could fit 10 friends on this couch. You could all comfortably watch a movie without being shoulder to shoulder. I also love that there's not too many pillows here. So if I'm sitting on this couch, I don't need to throw the pillows off the goddamn couch because there's not enough room for me to lay down. There's enough pillows to go around, you know? 5 people could lay flat here have their pillows, but they don't got to move any off. And they got so many board games. Is that Cards Against Humanity? The worst game ever. I'll take. Dude, Cards Against Humanity is fun the first 2 to 3 times you play it because you don't know the cards, right? Then you play it for the 5th time and it's like, what ruined tonight's spaghetti dinner? Obama. Adolf Hitler. 2 men aggressively making out in a Burger King parking lot. Jelking. Gooning. Turd burgers. I think I'm going to have to go with 2 men aggressively making out in a Burger King parking lot.
This is what we call the game room. In reality, there's kind of games all over the house. This is sort of the dedicated zone for board games, which I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm not a fan of.
He does not like games. At night, you could catch me playing Connect 4 with myself.
Yeah, that's just not a game you can play alone. I don't see how Debbie. I don't want to ruin the fun here, but how the fuck are you having any enjoyment whatsoever playing Connect 4 by yourself? That's fucking ass. That sucks. That's the most boring thing I've ever heard somebody tell me.
I think when we moved in, this space we had no idea. And so we kind of came up with this idea to put a boxing ring.
No, Josh came up with the idea to put a boxing ring. He goes, what if we put a boxing ring in the basement? And I was like, what if we put a boxing ring in the basement?
Now that it's here and it's in, it feels like this is perfect.
This is an homage to some...
Yeah, now we got some chimps drinking fucking Svedka. Yep, I could get behind that.
This is an homage to some books and to 2 of our great accomplishments. I was my school mascot. I'm sure you're familiar with our work. This is the bathroom for all of it. It's clutch to take a shower, obviously, as this is the place where we're sweating and stuff. There's also another great piece of art. A fan painted it. We brought it home from tour.
Yeah, I was somewhere in Europe after a festival. It got handed to somebody and then handed to me, and I felt it was just too amazing to leave behind.
Yeah,
so I put it in my suitcase and trekked it along throughout the rest of the tour in Europe, and then put it on a plane, came back home, and it's
what a nice gesture.
With me ever since.
I was like...
And Debbie insisted that it got hung.
Who is she? These were gifts for our weddings. This is an aqua bag. I like it because I think the pattern looks like blood, and it's filled with water like sweat, and it's shaped like a tear.
What? Yo, Debbie got a lot trippier since I remember her on Jesse. What?
We wanted to create a space that has everything that we would need.
I fuck with that erg. That erg looks nice.
We got cardio, and also, man, this rowing machine. That'll work your whole body.
Yeah, this was already here.
Another local artist, Justin Withrow at the Lookout Supply.
And then work time.
God, I want to be this rich one day so fucking bad, dude. Their whole house is custom. It's fucking sick. I'm making fun of it, but at the end of the day, I'm fucking jealous. Somebody said, aren't you? Buddy, I make money. I don't got enough money as fucking Debbie Ryan and Josh Dunn's combined. Either of them are drastically more rich than me. What the fuck? Dude, their whole house is fucking custom made. Their house is probably like $20 million.
Time, our friend Glenn, who is our boxing trainer, kind of got us into boxing. He would wrap my hands, we'd throw the gloves on, the bell would ring, and then he'd just go, work time.
Yo,
so that's the gym.
Pop figure.
We love spending time in there.
And that's Glenn.
It's going. Work time. We were just talking about you.
All right,
let's do it.
Glenn's our new version of Bertram. As you can see, Bertram slimmed down a few pounds. He also just magically appears whenever we clap twice. Wow, that's so cool. I don't need to see this right now. Show me the bar! Show me the bar!
Tattooed dude on each other.
Ew, Michelob Ultra?
Each other's handwriting. He's like, it's for both of us. It's the Dude Cave. And subsequently, I do study scripts in here a lot more.
Dude Cave, no PC setup? Is it really that much of a Dude Cave, though? Not seeing any consoles here. Where's the Switch? Xbox, PlayStation?
This oil painting is a poker game gone wrong.
It's pretty Dude Cave-ish. I like that. I like that painting.
Which has never happened here.
I like that painting,
A lot of
Debbie.
our friends don't drink for one reason or another. Yeah, we like to make a fun cocktail or mocktail. And I think
Ooh, Terramana Tequila.
their round is up. Time.
All right, switch. Let's go, Debbie. She's quick.
Debbie just knocks fucking this guy out. I'm gonna call him Bertram.
Yep. They're doing a round. Why don't I create the movie theater room?
Oh! Oh! This is the best part of every house. Show me it.
I love movies.
Oh my, only 2 seats? Or is that 4?
Debbie's in movies.
Oh, no, there's 8. Oh, that's so fucking sick. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. Show me the popcorn stand. Is there a popcorn stand? Show me the popcorn stand.
We've had some friends and family over and watched premieres.
Oh, they redeemed this house. They redeemed this house. I love the widescreen too. Ooh, the dark setting.
And we've had some friends and family over and watched premieres.
Bitch, I would be watching a movie on that every single fucking day.
Of Debbie's movies in here, which is great. Because Debbie also produces, sometimes we get screeners, which basically means that people will send movies before they even come out. And so we can sit in here and watch them, and that's one of my favorite things to do. Time. Yeah, dude. Another thing that I really felt like I really wanted is a music studio in the house. And so we worked really hard on this, and I want to show you the space.
Oh, that is
In here
cool.
is the control room.
After you, Jim.
Please, thank you, Jim.
A random red bat there. Ooh, gumball machine.
I think a thing that feels relatively important to me is to be able to actually have separation.
This is they open the door. Yeah, somebody said Bertram bleeding on the ground. No, not from Debbie knocking him out. They just open a door. This is the kill room. Oh, sorry, you weren't supposed to see that. Bertram's just like, there's like clones of Bertram. Oh my god, it goes to a deep conspiracy theory. There's like a bunch of like human sacks that look like Bertram running the house, and when they get too old, they kill them and remake them.
Recording an instrument, especially like the drums, because if there's somebody sitting here, an engineer or producer, then they can really dial in the sounds without having to hear the drums blasted in their face. We kind of internally, jokingly named the studio the Boom Boom Room. It just was something that we found humorous, but then it turned into something that kind of made sense and we still laugh about, but we've since branded it.
God, they have so much millennial humor, though. It gets, oh god. We jokingly named this the Boom Boom Room. You know, we thought that was pretty funny between me and Debbie. You know, we thought that was a bit comical. You know, we came up with it. You know, it was a lot more me than it was her, but you know, it's.
And we have a Boom Boom Room logo that lives on the gumball machine. It lives on the side of the studio desk. It lives in the drum room on the drums, and the Boom Boom Ring. Now, in here is, I gotta say, my favorite room. It's the drum room. There's a lot of really cool
What
things.
is with them putting moss on everything, bro?
Things about this room. Number one is that there's a drum set in here. That's by far the coolest thing. But it's also got more Dabs Mila. Now, this is their design printed on stretch fabric. It's for acoustic purposes. Actually, every wall in here is fabric. Just so cool to come in and dim the lights, maybe close the shades, and get into a space that is really inspiring and just play here for hours. The drums are made by a company called SJC Drums. I've been working with them for over a decade. And every tour and every album cycle, I call...
Okay.
These are director's chairs, and these actually do exist on movies.
Sweet Life on deck! Sweet Life on deck! The Sweet Life on deck! That was the shit. I used to play the smoothie game on my grandpa's computer.
And a lot of time visiting the snacks.
What the hell is Insatiable?
Set too.
When I booked this...
Oh, dots? Nico wafers? That doesn't surprise me. That honestly, you know, normally that would be like an appalling, like, me just going. But them, Debbie Ryan and Josh Dunn liking Nico wafers is not that obscene to me.
Which is my first, like, real big job. And it said my name. Man, I was like, maybe I can do this. Like, I can actually do this. And I think it really feels...
I mix her and Demi Lovato up a lot.
Real and special. And so it's sort of a memory of not only, like, the project, but each one of these shows represents hundreds and hundreds of people, all with incredible skill sets and people who work really hard to make these projects happen and that you get really close to and you get close to their families. And so I like to keep them with me, especially when sort of building our future. This is extremely Josh's jam.
Out here, we've kind of turned into, you know, we got the gym, the boxing ring, the drums, And then, you know,
can we get a more showcase of the dog here?
Whether it's starting the day or ending the day in a sauna, getting another sweat.
A lot of times for me,
Where the puppas at? Where the puppas at?
But then the cold plunge. The cold plunge is set at 39 degrees, and it's amazing to both start and end your day on.
Up we go to the place where we rest. This was our Christmas gift to one another.
When we moved here, we started drinking a lot more filtered water.
I love those things. I love those things because it shows you the bottle count, and it makes me feel like I'm doing something for society. When I go and I fill my water up at an LK machine, and it goes, bottles saved, and it goes up one, and I'm like, yes. You know, and sometimes you're lucky, and somebody almost filled it up a tick, and you finish that tick, and then you go up two. And you're like, yeah, I really added. I contributed here.
We got a filtered water dispenser right outside of our bedroom, and now we use it in the morning and night and all in between.
We have currently saved 517 plastic bottles so far.
We are
Yeah,
amazing.
that's fucking light work. Nah, it's fucking light work. You give me one of those machines, dude, I would be filling that shit up every day. I'd just be sitting there. I'd be making myself drink water to get that to 99999.
Yeah.
She sleeps on the bed most of the time in here.
This wallpaper was one of the first things that we picked for the home. I like that it was like old school American style tattoos. I love that it said True Love Forever. I loved the idea of going full French style, having the drapes match the wallpaper. And yeah, again, like we wanted some new, some old. These were original. I think maybe we swamped the shade. And then the ceiling fan. It's very Ohio.
I think it's an Ohio thing. That was like...
How the hell's that an Ohio thing? It's a fucking ceiling fan.
Maybe one of very few points of contention that we ever had designing this house.
But I lost that one and I'm glad. It's great for the sleep and yeah.
This is us. We were in Paris. Debbie was doing some Fashion Week. I was doing a festival in France.
How many damn... What are we doing, a ritual over here? Holy fuck. About to start a house fire with the amount of candles we have lit over here. Holy shit, this is only half the fucking table.
Festival in France, and a photographer that Debbie knows named Nicholas. He just kind of met up with us, and we spent the day taking photos. And so we thought that one was so cool and so good. We wanted to print it, frame it, and put it in our house.
Between that and the like table and sitting area, if you stand right here, you can see exactly 4 nipples, which is nice. It's
That's
nice
true.
to see that at the last thing before you go to bed.
I was recording, and we were in a studio where a guy pulled out his phone and he changed the lighting in the studio. And I was like, how did you do that? And he got me on to just kind of like customization of a mood. And so now I've got a lot of the house really set on timers that dim lights and change colors of lights because I think it's sweet. And so with a touch of a button, it will change the lighting. I don't touch lights touches anymore.
Meanwhile, when you're not here, I'm stumbling around, feeling things, bonking myself on the metal. So that's why I've been really trying to put some round, soft furniture in here.
Yeah.
Because I'm just trying
When are you ever gonna sit in that chair? Like, why do people have... Some people have chairs at the end of their beds. Also, their bed just looks short to me.
Switch.
Fucking sick home, though, actually. W video. All right.